Full Metal Storm, Battle of the Machines. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Extra, the 9 Infants Expedition. This work is a spin-off of Full Metal Storm. If there is any discrepancy with the setting of the work, please install the genuine standard worldview to guide people. Time: 26th year of the Behemoth era. Location: Eastern Asia Plate, Nandu 1. Nandu, the ruins of the outer city. A large number of mecha corps gathered here and waited for orders, and the drivers stood on the shoulders or cockpits of their mechs at will. Under the huge mechs, an even larger number of regular ground corps lined up in an orderly manner. There were mortals under the feet of the ancient giant soldiers, but today and tomorrow they will fight side by side. At this moment, all of them focused their eyes on the crossbeam of a broken viaduct, where there were 7. The 7 legion commanders of the 14 major mecha corps in Nandu, 4 men and 3 women, were dressed simply, but their aura was calm. Facing the weird distortion that encompassed 1/6 of the city ruins, the aura of several people actually overwhelmed the terrifying breath. In that distorted space, there was a supreme king, the strongest behemoth discovered in the world, Jiuying. According to intelligence, Jiuying has 9 heads in the shape of a dragon, but only 3 necks, and can control water, fire, sound, and evil spirits. Because of its influence, this GD has become an extremely terrifying domain. After stepping over the domain connection, it is like stepping into the devil's domain. Xing Feng retracted his gaze and turned back. His slightly frowned brows proved that he was very uncertain about the severity of this battle. He took a step forward and stepped out of the bridge, but the huge metal palm bore all his weight. He stopped at the palm of his hand. The huge mecha held its master on its chest, and the mecha seemed to have gained a soul. The soul of an ancient marshal. He walked with heavy steps, like a general inspecting the army, and like a war marshal swearing an oath in front of the battle before the war began. He calmly walked in front of each mecha, and the optical imaging array of the mecha scanned each half of the mecha kneeling on the ground. Xing Feng spoke, but only 2 words: "Let's go." According to the plan, the first attack will be 4 brigades of regular troops, and the elite of Xing Feng's mecha troops, the Nandu 3rd Army Garrison, the Xing Guards, and 30 mechas will also attack together. They will be the first to enter the GD space and clear out a part of the city ruins as the first landing site. Soldiers equipped with this power armor will be placed in combat units and enter the GD with huge mechas. The behemoths wandering around the periphery will be their biggest threat, and the regular army will be mainly responsible for clearing the behemoth parasites in large areas. As the second echelon of the second half of the landing site plan, following the next strategic arrangement, a detachment from the 5th Corps and the 8th Corps, with 200 mechas and the 13th Conventional Army Group, will act as 2 sharp blades, cut into the battlefield from the periphery of the battlefield in a pincer attack, and annihilate the attracted behemoths outside the landing site. We will rush into the GD on the main road of the 3rd ring area. The first echelon will try to attract all the behemoths in the city. By then, our pressure will be much less. The cold female voice pointed to the battle map projected by her mecha. The 2 blue scissors finally gathered at Fangshan, and several tactical points were directly occupied by the elite squads in the detachment. They know that we will come sooner or later. In the early stage, they may face sporadic behemoth attacks, but in the later stage, it will be very difficult because of the gathering of behemoths from all directions. Prepare for 30 minutes, then attack as planned, and adjourn. Yilingaya, the commander in charge of the right-wing offensive and the captain of the 7th Detachment of the 5th Corps of Nandu, was the same as before, and did not talk nonsense at all. The 8th Legion's bunch of resentful people are probably still hungry under the attack of that smiling tiger's mouth cannon and slogans. 3 mecha pilots returned to the 7th Detachment's mecha maintenance area from the cafeteria. Talking and laughing. 105 mechas were half kneeling in the maintenance square, and thousands of technicians were running around the mechas, like servants serving the gods, devoting their entire lives to worship and believe in their own gods. Under a mecha, that had its original number scratched and was newly numbered 94. A man whose eyebrow and a quarter of his hair turned red looked at the 10-year-old girl sitting on the mecha with a rifle and eating her lunch. His scalded eyes were air and calm. "Hey, isn't this Blood Wolf?" A man's voice successfully attracted his attention. The man who had lost half of his hair had a white wolf tattooed on half of his head and half of his body. Blood Wolf didn't speak. He walked in front of the little girl who was trembling with her lunchbox dropped, blocking the sight of the 4 men who came with her. "Is it this little sheep?" The man codenamed Frost Wolf sneered. "Blood Wolf is just a bastard without the blood." The blood-red eyes stared at the man with a single white eye. The 2 men were like wild wolves that were extremely hungry in the scorching winter. They were so similar and had such shame. 6 years ago, they both belonged to the 6th Mecha Corps of Nandu. Their corps commander made an unforgivable mistake and was killed by the other 15 corps commanders. The man's corps was split and merged into other Mecha Corps. From then on, there was no 6th Corps in Nandu. Jiuying narrowed his eyes, and the force surged in his blood. His combat uniform was tightly held by the girl hiding behind him, but this did not affect him at all. Suddenly, everyone's communicator heard a click, and then noticed to the whole army. The first phase goal has been achieved. Order the second echelon to attack. The troops under the second plan should be ready to deploy. At the same time, on a balcony on the 6th floor of an abandoned civilian house, Jiuying Gai's graceful figure appeared. "The duty squad will attack immediately. The squad responsible for the battle will enter the battlefield in 1 minute, and the reserve and regular corps will begin to divide the battlefield in 3 minutes. She jumped off the balcony and got into the cockpit of the mecha, and then a sound mixed with heavy metal collisions came out. "Execute." Ignoring the provocation of Silver Wolf, Jiuying lifted the girl and climbed into the cockpit. Several explosions were heard in the air, and attack planes carrying a large number of bombs rushed into the menopause, followed by a large number of drones and huge bombers. After fixing the girl in her special seat and sharing the mecha's visual screen with her, Jiuying sat in his own driver's seat. "The main power is online. Put on the video helmet. The body's circulatory system is turned on. All systems have completed self-checks and are connecting. Please pay attention to the pulse. The neural linkage system is connected to the combat suit port. The weak pulse stimulates the neural node." Jiuying's eyes light up. The humans who are guiding the attack on the ground become small. 2 pairs of Scarlet optical imaging probes scan the surroundings and mark their own targets. The roaring brain begins to become active. The surging power surges in the steel. The electric energy flowing in each system reflects Jiuying's neural electrical signals, simulates the bioelectric current, and chants binary hymns in the computer array. The hydraulic connecting rod system hums. The flexible steel wire fibers contract and expand, and every moving part dances with the hymn. The electronic components and sensor systems offer data like sacred prayers to compile holy deeds for this sacred battle. The tiny species called humans uses their own glory and life to drive huge machinery and fight a glorious battle. Unit 94 stood up from a half-kneeling position. The fur of a superior beast Kuiniu that he had killed alone was used as a cloak to cover his right shoulder. The ferocious bull head was cast on the left shoulder by metal. The cloak floated under the airflow of the propulsion engine. At the captain's order, he controlled the unit and entered the attack position, and then followed the echelon into the GD. Extra 2. 5 assault basic platform mechs shuttled through the jungle at high speed. The strange and tall trees blocked most of the direct sight. Above, the tail flames of the rocket propulsion had not yet dissipated, and a wave of drones cut through the sky. Just as they retracted their sight, feedback came from the vibration sensor and the sound wave sensor. Distance 314, direction 24, probably scattered artillery fire. The detection specialized mecha gave feedback, and the team channel was dead silent. Radiation radar feedback, leave the jungle in 12 seconds. Change to formation number 4. The captain's machine notified. In fact, there was nothing to pay attention to. I looked at the same shared information. In front of them was the first wave of troops entering the battlefield of the second echelon being blocked, which was also their target. The Behemoth radar had responded. Engage the enemy according to plan number 2. Dan and Jiuying, be alert. Captain Linan gave instructions, and the support team quickly dispersed. The 2 mechs circled the battlefield to provide intelligent and low-intensity firepower support. The captain supported a battlefield with the worst situation, and the other Malay mecha directly rushed into the battlefield with a slight advantage. There are 2 more battle zones on this battlefield. It is estimated that the captain of this team is dealing with the intermediate Behemoth. He seems to be at ease. After his captain solves the low-level Dankang who is advancing rashly, he believes that the intermediate Gudio Julin's target is a lynx. He switched the design mode of the rifle and only fired 2 bullets each time. As time passed, the Behemoth began to become increasingly irritable. Although the 2 powerful bullets could not kill it, they hit the same place each time. No matter how he covered his wounds, the cunning wolf in the distance would only focus on one place. Finally, the 2 bullets penetrated the protective layer of the internal organs of the lynx at the same time, causing damage to its fatal organs. The mecha in front of him pressed on him, with a long sword on the top, and at the same time, the missile on the shoulder, sprayed out at close range, completely ending the lynx. Team leader, 2 Behemoths are approaching. Jiuying, who was responsible for reconnaissance, reported in the combat channel, and 2 huge figures had arrived. Julin used the radar of the giant beast to locate and turned his sight. The optical scanning array presented the 2 giant beasts in front of him. However, before the database could match the results, Julin put the gun back to the magnetic hanging point on the back of the mecha and rushed forward with his hands waving the knife. The pulse thruster pushed the number 94 mecha hundreds of meters in a short time and collided with the giant beast that was rushing into the battlefield. The giant beast was tiring, with wings on its head and back. It was an avian giant beast, Jiuying, and could teleport over short distances. Although its lethality was not very large, it was absolutely deadly. The artillery of the conventional army landed and exploded in front of the empty battlefield in front of the rainforest. A large number of surging parasites were blown away, and some mobile troops relied on the terrain to fight against the tide of parasites. A group of strange organs on the outside of the spine of the blood wolf's abdomen, the wild gland, secreted hormones that enhance the intensity of nerve activity, and the 3-dimensional body and the blood cells released activation factors, which doubled the circulatory system. The blood wolf dodged and avoided Jiuying's slap, and slapped the ground with its slender arms, and the terrifying power burst out. The knife was raised, and the muscle line was cunningly and accurately cut the tendons of the giant beast's blood vessels, and then it raised its foot, and kicked the giant beast's roaring head. While the giant beast was wailing, it turned around with the help of the force of the blow, and pulled back to the blood wolf with its other hand, but the attack missed. The blood wolf had activated the pulse thruster again, pushing itself more than 50 meters away from the giant beast, and the rifle against the giant beast returned to the mecha's hand, and it pulled the trigger continuously. Jiuying, who was injured by a knife, saw his opponent retreating, and chased him angrily, but the anti-giant bullet hit the fatal point, and Jiuying roared angrily. The surrounding electric field was activated, and the spaceline vibrated regularly, and then Jiuying disappeared suddenly, and then appeared on the side of the blood wolf with a sticky and flashing arc, ready for a strong attack, and there was no danger around it to hunt this low energy inorganic scrap metal. The remaining left claw strikes, the sharp tungsten calcium skin, driven by the silicon-based connective tissue, stirs the disintegrating electromagnetic field, pulls out a strange twisted arc, and swings at the fragile mecha. Number 94, Blood Wolf, tilts the blade, making Jiuying's powerful attack on the ground, and then turns the body, stabbing the long knife full of energy into the fatal organ of the giant beast. The chest bone armor of titanium silicon compound is penetrated, and the heart that pumps the strontium mercury mixed fluid blood is punctured, and Jiuying makes a miserable whine. Blood Wolf takes the opportunity to hold Jiuying's head with his free hand and tear it off roughly. The strange bright red blood sprays on the body of Blood Wolf. He does not dodge until the blood pressure of the giant beast stops spraying blood. He pushes the giant beast's body away and rushes to another giant beast. In fact, this giant beast no longer poses a threat, but the pilot responsible for the enemy sees the approach of Blood Wolf and immediately changes from the main battle to the support. Blood Wolf was still 100 meters away from the beast. He turned around and swung his knife. The blood-red knife light turned into 3 streaks in the air, like the claws of a hungry wolf. The beast was hit from the side. When he turned around, He saw a fist of flashing energy, light and shadow coming at him. The beast's cheek was directly shattered. The terrifying force made it lean back, but in the direction where the beast was hit, a knife came diagonally and cut off half of its skull. The beast fell down, and the brain and pumping blood sprayed far away. The whole machine was left with only heavy breathing sounds. No one dared to move, and no one dared to say anything. Suddenly, a heavy roar came from the air, and a huge plane dropped several huge boxes and flew behind. Extra 3. The information synchronization system of Bloodwolf automatically identified the container, and the corresponding data was immediately displayed on the command console. Bloodwolf came to a container, which opened automatically, and dozens of large magazines were arranged inside the box. Artillery fire suddenly volleyed in the distance, and thousands of shells landed at the same time. The firepower coverage that was enough to severely damage the low-level behemoths awakened the sluggish people. Under the command of the 2 captains, they immediately began to replenish supplies, and then marched towards different targets. This area soon welcomed a group of regular legions. They quickly recovered equipment, set up camps, and deployed fronts. On the other side, relying on a few dilapidated buildings as support, 400 regular legions supported the position with difficulty. They had already annihilated 2 behemoths with human power at the cost of 7,000 people. There were no behemoths attacking here. A large number of behemoth parasites crawled out of the bodies of the 2 behemoths, and the remaining firepower was already in danger. Just when many parasites were about to break through the firepower blockade and completely destroy those silicate ruins, several guided missiles with strange sounds flew across the sky, and under the fire blockade of anti-aircraft parasites, they arrived above the parasite tide, exploding with dense smoke. Hide quickly. The real commander at the front roared fiercely. Turn on the internal circulation of the armor. Find cover immediately. Get down if you don't want to die. The chaotic roar echoed in the channel of each combat team. Some soldiers who didn't know what was going on were quickly kicked to the ground, and then the blazing flash turned on the armor's light compensation system to the maximum. The dense cloud was ignited from the inside, and the heat energy released first burned the flesh and blood of the parasites, and then was blown away by the shockwave. The floating soil on the ground was completely lifted up, mixed with a large number of giant beast parasites, soil, stones, iron pieces, and flames, rolling and colliding under the stirring of the shockwave, and finally pulled back to the ground by gravity. 5 huge steel giants quickly entered the battlefield, some with rotary cannons on their backs, some with arms raised, armor opened, twin rapid-fire cannons licking the ground, turning the parasites stunned by the fuel air bombs into ashes. Looking at Captain Li Nan holding a heavy flamethrower to clean up the parasites in the ruins of the building, Jiuying raised his head, and the modified organs in the buzzing ear canal were frantically warning. It picked up the anti-behemoth machine gun and aimed it in one direction. Suddenly the rapid-fire mode and the single-sided cruise missile launcher sprayed a large amount of direct firepower. A chimera in the invisible state was forced to take shape and was only 50 meters away from a mecha that was processing the corpse of a behemoth. Chimera has a high level of intelligence and can control other low-level behemoths and all behemoth parasites. Physical attacks are basically ineffective against it. Its abilities are sound, bewitching, poison, and darkness. Physical immunity. It is similar to a scorpion with human features, and a grey and hazy mist surrounds it. The driver reacted quickly, and the long sword shining with energy immediately swung out a brilliant light. Another machine body provided a protective barrier for this mecha. The enchanting dark cloud of the demon was installed with a barrier and dissipated. The demon attacked by a large amount of firepower, and Shenzang would not struggle for too long. Julen's eyes flashed with bloody cold light and scanned the air. He knew that another giant beast was also here, and it was more dangerous. The ghost was also in an invisible and physically immune form. Its appearance was like rotten branches and stones. It had a big head and a small body. Its abilities included poison, darkness, invisibility, and whispering. Psychological disorder. Oh. The little sheep sitting behind the driver's seat suddenly cried out, and the Bloodwolf's wild instinct suddenly burst out. The two used the same neural linkage device. The little sheep had more misery, so she could see more. He drew out the fierce fang long knife with his backhand, and flashed sideways without any fancy moves. The scarlet energy tore through some weirdness, causing a huge ape-like beast to flash. It was like a mosaic formed by disordered data, and it was discontinuous and irregular. The giant beast with half of its palm cut off was extremely angry. He blew a mouthful of black air at the sideways sliding number 94 blood wolf. Epidemic breath. The pulse thrusters behind the blood wolf ignited violently, like two bombs exploding behind the mecha, pushing the mecha into the air. The Jiuying, who was spewing a mouthful of foul air, watched the mecha flip over in the air. The hand that was originally holding the gun was empty, and several obvious changes were taking place. The energy was discharged from the amplification conversion device, and formed the claw blade of the giant wolf around the outside of the mecha armor. With the inertia of the reversal in the air, the energy claw blade collided with the arm of the rotten stone and dead branches raised by the Jiuying. The Jiuying, whose arm was broken, just screamed, and his abdomen was pierced by another claw blade. However, the vitality of the Jiuying, who barely reached the upper level of the giant beast, was quite strong. The rotten stone and dead branches actually climbed the outer wall of the energy, trying to corrode and resist. At the same time, the behemoth's mouth was filled with smoke again, and it was about to use the plague breath again. Two pairs of blood red eyes staring at the vague outline of the ghost suddenly shone, and the hot high energy laser burned the behemoth's eyes, causing its struggle and attack to dissipate. A Spartan with energy kicked the behemoth that was stuck in the arm of the mecha, and Jiuying growled slightly crazy in the mecha, like a hungry demon wolf. Grey wolf fighting technique, cross-cut, hunting ears, claw stagnation, big tear, bite, slap, neck cut. But a few minutes later, a mecha half knelt on the ground, holding the handle with both hands, as if repenting. There were some vague ghost corpses next to it, which were dismembered into pieces, that even the behemoth parasites felt miserable. His skin and steel armor were covered with highly toxic behemoth body fluids and internal organs. The team leader who was reporting the situation from afar, and the mecha on guard position stayed far away from the blood wolf, and the soldiers who were busy on the position, were also very afraid of this redemption mecha. Extra 4. The second phase of the campaign is based on the victory of the first phase of the campaign. After the expeditionary force takes over Niushao Mountain in Nandu, Nansang Hub, Qinhui River Bank and Fangshan area, a large number of heavy equipment will be set up at the commanding heights. In the combat conference room, a large amount of information and intelligence are gathered here. Continuous calls and instructions are passed back and forth, and a large number of people with tactical and strategic experience are busy running back and forth between the map and the information pool. The main forces of the 5th and 8th Corps have separated a small number of combat forces to support the 3rd Corps. The 6th, 7th, and 9th Corps have all entered the GD and are gathering towards the attack position. The intelligence officer pointed to the 3-dimensional map and looked at the intelligence in his hand. The 13th Corps will be deployed in the rear, in addition to our echelon, to follow up the battle. All the mechs and 2 regular corps will cooperate with the support forces in various places to escort combat materials. The materials supported and purchased from factories and parks in various places have arrived one after another, and are stored in preset warehouses in various places. Use a corps to guard logistics. Even if it is a new corps, there are 500 mechs. We should use this force on the front battlefield. Someone questioned. The closer to the GD, the more unstable the spatial connection. The Yama space will unfold at a specific location under the deliberate influence of certain behemoths. At that time, without Legion level cooperation, it will be difficult to protect the transportation lines from threats relying solely on the mechs supported by local cities. Someone refuted this view. According to our plan, the second phase of the battle will be divided into 3 parts and launched simultaneously. The first route will advance from Niushao Mountain to Ginkgo Lake. This area is mainly mountainous and hilly, and the 4th and 8th Corps will be responsible for the advancement. Xing Feng, the person in charge of the crusade, held the plan in his hand and pointed to the 3-dimensional projection of the attack route. The second route is the main force, mainly responsible for advancing in the flat areas between the mountains on both sides of the front. The 3rd, 5th, and 6th Corps will be deployed. We must pay attention to the continuity of the formation and place it in the rear support corps when the positions are broken through by groups of giant beasts. The 3rd route is a hidden hand. At the beginning of the battle, there are still the 5th Corps stationed mechs responsible for advancing forward. The 7th and 9th Corps are only allowed to use ultra-long-range artillery support. After the side battlefield advances to the second dividing line and pulls a large number of giant beasts, they will attack with all their strength. Xing Feng pointed to a winding purple dividing line and looked at the commander of the 5th Corps, Kaidanan, and said seriously, if there is an accident, 1/3 of your legion will be wiped out, and they will not have reinforcement. I have no objection. My legion will stand up again in the place where we failed. We know what we are doing. Please rest assured, Legion headquarters. The thin man lowered his head, and his voice was a little low, more like, unconfident. Then, Xing Feng retracted his gaze from Kaidanan, and scanned all these people. The commander of the 4th Legion, Anwusa, scratched his scalp with an arrogant expression. The commander of the 6th Legion, Jiuying, pushed his glasses. The commander of the 7th Legion, Fu Hengaiu, opened his eyes that had been closed. The commander of the 8th Legion, Yang Xian, turned and left the meeting room. The commander of the 9th Legion, Beidan, had been looking at a screen in the intelligence pool from the beginning, frowning and worried about something. The commander of the 14th Legion, Liu Chenggang, looked at Xing Feng and nodded to show his approval of the strategic plan. Let's get started. As Xing Feng's voice fell, the information that had been prepared long ago came out from the entire ruined building that was still intact. All troops, pass. From the expedition headquarters, may victory be with us. Announcement. Xing Feng looked at the communicator who had just switched channels and patted her on the shoulder. Today, we will judge this bastard who committed a heinous crime. Let the monster who killed 2.04 million compatriots go to hell. Expeditionary Army. Go. In an instant. Nearly 10,000 steel giants who held their positions, with the artillery support of the regular corps, together with the brand new armored units, attacked on the 128-kilometer long front. In the corrupt bushes, the first row of giant beasts that attacked the formation were instantly destroyed by the artillery volleys that were enough to conquer the mythical creatures. The modified chariots, with the flipped blades in front, completely crushed the flesh and blood bushes. In the fleshy hills, conventional mobile forces and parasites rolled together, with barrages of bullets and small caliber direct fire, biomass acid, horny bone spurs, and biological particles fighting back. The energy swords, battle axes, shields, spears and the sharp claws and teeth of the parasites collided with each other, like a battlefield between gods and demons. In the giant wasteland, the rotten bones and the steel wreckage watched each other and filled in the epic inscriptions for each other. And today, the steel giant and the abyss behemoth collided again, wrapped in this terrifying power, and collided with each other. A 5-man conventional soldier holding a large caliber machine gun responded to the front and back, gradually directly hitting a scorpion-shaped parasite, but the ground shook, the hard rock was pushed up, and a big insect with a heavy shell stood up. Terrible screams broke out randomly, and 2 devices in the attack range were distorted by the sound waves along with the power armor, and died on the spot. However, 3 armor-piercing shells immediately penetrated the sound barrier, and blew the beetle in half. The 2-meter-high Gatekeeper 2 fire support platform had its side armor hit several times by bone spurs. The driver quickly locked the attack area, based on the ballistic tracking radar, raised the machine gun, and fired at the incoming parasites, while firing back with guided missiles. The earth trembled. The artillery commander who had completed the suppression mission looked at the terrifying beast rushing towards him without any fear. A mecha met the impact of the beast, and after a Z-shaped maneuver, it hit the beast from the side, and pushed it away from the charge route. Fire. The roar of 33, 205mm caliber heavy artillery fired in unison, flattening the mountaintop that was constantly emitting beams of light in the distance. The bombers and ground attack aircraft hovering in the distant sky rushed to the battlefield to drop the necessary support for the positions in urgent need of support. Sporadic anti-aircraft counterattacks were quickly pulled out by the escorting drones. The behemoth that was fighting against the mecha was caught in a frenzy of air-sustaining firepower for a while. A series of 75mm rapid-fire guns, together with 105mm cannons, lit up the strange and twisted gray space like a divine punishment from heavenly soldiers and generals, a crusade against the demons in the world. Outside the bomber formation, the commander of the 8th Army, Yang Ziyan, stood on the shoulder of the mecha. At this time, this giant weighing thousands of tons unfolded the energy light band behind it, emitting dreamy anti-gravity particles, suspended at an altitude of thousands of meters. The mecha held a rough war spear in his hand and looked far away. It was a group of strange clouds emitting horror. It gathered in the terrain that was changed by it, twisting wantonly, screaming wildly, and injecting chaotic energy into the land under its feet. Yang Ziyan held the communication antenna of the mecha with one hand. His eyes condensed, and the unmanned mecha flashed violently, and a huge flying snake flew into the air. At this time, Yang Ziyan leaned back and raised one hand above his head to make a throwing gesture. The low-level flying beast seemed to feel a fatal threat and flew wildly in the air, but the falling star sky spear briefly lit up the chaotic space, and a beast was completely blown to pieces. In the surrounding airspace, there were nearly 60 beasts fighting fiercely with the 8th Legion Sky Guards. Yang Ziyan continued to look at the strange core from afar, and the crazy twisted beast screamed angrily. The same 73 aircrafts that flew into the sky in their own way surrounded the more than 50 beasts and bombarded the beasts with their divine treasures and unique skills. They advanced and retreated in moderation, which was in line with a certain formation. Xing formation. As the core of the formation, Yang Ziyan controlled Xuanv and gathered another falling star sky spear in his hand. In it, even if there were 100 beasts, they would be killed one by her. Extra 5. Zalfei. Command Center orders. The third phase is underway. It's our turn. A pilot sitting quietly in a mech received the message at the same time. Kill them. The Central Plains man who was pent up in the cockpit roared out the order to attack in a hoarse and low voice. He could hardly suppress his blood. The lunatics of the 5th Legion not only did not retreat, but actually advanced to the next front area in the tide of beasts counter-attacked by the giant beasts that the other 2 legions had difficulty advancing. Yes, the mech troops and regular legions that had been ready for a long time started their engines, crushing the twisted land destroyed by artillery fire, and destroying the sporadic parasites and giant beasts. The second phase of the battle, the final phase plan, the 2 legions that were angered by the tragic battle in front quickly took over the front line and launched a counter-attack against the beast tide that was still rolling in. Traces of exchange of fire were found in the front, and a large number of radio signals were dissipated. The 2 detection machines first discovered the abnormality in front. Lao Heijio, lead your team to Fry from the left. Lin Fei, your team will open fire on the spot. Support the front. As the captain of this assault detachment, the 3 teams and 17 mechs he led were almost the first troops to arrive at the front line. There was a scarred and almost dying Behemoth frantically destroying in the ruins. There was an anti-Behemoth individual rocket to attack it, but it was too strong. In an instant, long-range artillery arrived, accurately tearing the flesh behind it, and a captain machine angrily broke its spine and nailed its head to the ground with a long sword. Zalfei controlled the mecha and squatted on the ground, opening the cockpit. "Why don't you hold your ground as ordered?" he roared angrily, and the sound of the loudspeaker shook the atmosphere. Suddenly, a 3-dimensional image popped up, and a man who disappeared from the waist appeared in the image. There were bloodstains on his mouth and eyes. Report. Regular 17th Corps. We have been ordered to hold our ground, and the mission is accomplished. See 14th Division, 16th Brigade, killed 2 giant beasts and several parasites. I'm the 27th commander of the 16th Brigade in this battle, Wang Xiao. Suddenly Zalfei didn't know what to say. At this time, a sound of old machinery running came from the dense red fog. Zalfei turned his head and looked. He could not see anything except the thick fog. Soon the sound of steel twisting and deforming came, like the dying wail of a lone wolf. It was about to die, but the miserable howl of another giant beast followed. Captain, 3 kilometers, 164 position. The forward detection team sent the accurate position. Captain, it's the mecha of the mecha corps, number 94, please save it. The voice of the commander of the regular corps suddenly came. They resisted the impact of 57 giant beasts here and covered us to advance 47 kilometers. Let the remaining hundreds of us hold on here for 2 hours. Suddenly, the mecha signal came again from a distance. It was 3 mechs of the 5th Legion. They were scarred, but they were still able to move. Where is he? A cold woman's voice echoed in the channel. But she didn't wait for anyone to answer and controlled the mecha to walk in one direction. Soon, everyone saw a mecha half kneeling on the ground, with the remaining hand holding a broken sword, inserting it into one of the heads of a two-headed giant beast, and the mecha pressed on it. The giant beast struggled in pain, and a few hundred meters opposite the mecha, 3 intermediate giant beasts, scarred and furious, roared, but they all shrank and did not move forward. A particle cannon on the back of the mech rose to its shoulder, already emitting green smoke, and it was obviously burned due to overload. The armor of the mech's cockpit was damaged, and the fixing device was loose. A figure was exposed in the red poison mist. The broken mech exposed a large number of parts, many of which were even fixed in their original positions by pipelines. A mech with arms similar to wolf claws stepped forward, ignoring several giant beasts not far away, and controlled the mech to half kneel. Jiuying. The broken mech straightened its chest. The driver was exposed to the GD environment, and was affected by the energy of the 9 infants. The boundary between his body and the mech disappeared. A half mechanical and half flesh monster looked at the gradually opening cockpit, and a silver-haired man appeared in his blurred vision. Kai. Fei, he said in a dry and unpleasant voice. The descendant of the Wolf Lord is born. The mech controlled by Jiuying arched its body in close combat, and the short double spikes were tightly held in his hands, looking ready to launch an attack at any time. Click. The safety lock was opened, and a petite and weak figure struggled to climb over the driver's seat of the Blood Wolf. Perhaps the movement was too big, and the cockpit sliding mechanism was stuck and dragged out violently, which made everyone's heart beat. But fortunately the lock was still intact, and the cockpit automatically stuck after it was pulled out to the limit. Jiuying made a strenuous move, and the mecha creaked and straightened its chest, and the little girl in ordinary sportswear raised her head and looked at the man in front of her. Wolf Lord. The man known as the Silver Wolf lowered his unruly head, and his pair of golden vertical pupils were like a noble wolf king. The Silver Wolf's mecha raised its arm, and the Silver Wolf said, "Please move." The little girl walked onto the palm of the mecha, turned around and looked at the Blood Wolf, and said, "What's your name, my lord?" Jiuying tried to open his steel eyes, and looked at the little girl, moving his lips, that were constantly leaking engine oil. No 94. Blood Wolf. Do you have any wishes? The young and noble Wolf King looked at the Blood Wolf and asked. Jiuying could no longer speak, because this place was already covered by the domain of the 9 infants. People who were seriously injured would be eroded by the boundaries of the surrounding objects, and turned into flesh and blood corpse bonds hanging on those twisted objects. He used his left hand, which could still move, to take out a recorder from the storage box under the seat, and pressed the start button with difficulty. "New noble, I'm a subordinate of the old king. I want to tell you that you were born as a superhuman nurtured by the old king through studying the genes of giant beasts and humans, and through his own blood and marrow. He left us the complete technology through his own experiments on himself. The old king never betrayed humans. He has been trying at the border. You will continue his will and defend humans until death. Finally, please send me to see my lord." Jiuying, who had become a corpse bond, was blown to pieces by an anti-behemoth shell at the signal of the new king, and she walked into the cockpit of the Silver Wolf without looking at anyone else from beginning to end. Many people don't know that the wolf pack will only become stronger under the leadership of the mother wolf, because this is the characteristic of their population. Extra 6. The core area affected by the anti-membrane and supernatural power of the giant beast Jiuying has 3 parasites on the periphery. The first type is humanoid. Their material boundaries melt with the red poison. The crystallized red skeleton drives the flesh and blood that have turned into gas, which is constantly escaping in their crazy movements. They are called crazy ghosts. The second type is arthropods, spider type. Under the pale hairless skin is surging chaotic matter. They can quickly merge the surrounding matter, eat themselves into a ball, and then roll themselves into Jiuying's mouth, including the light and heat of the explosion. They are called meat spiders. The third type is flying, sub-dragon species, purple dragons with 2 heads, covered with blasphemous and weird runes. Their forelimbs are not dragon claws, but sharp bone spurs. They inherited the water and fire power of Jiuying. 2 or 3 of them are enough to threaten the survival of the mecha. They are called claws. And they all have one thing in common, each one is different. Under the distortion of Jiuying's power, some crazy ghosts are as huge as mechs, and some minions are distorted like the product of nightmares, which brings great difficulties to the joint core. In the old night in their own domain, a space of Yanfu supported by Kanwu's powerful arms, giant beasts descended into the real universe from time to time. This made more than 1,000 giant beasts of various kinds gather around this beast. They crawled under the huge shadow of Jiuying and looked at the distance. The Mecha Core and the Mortal Coalition actually wiped out their original monster army with a few simple tricks. It roared angrily. At the distorted boundary of the earth and space, Jiuying's shadow climbed onto 3 giant beasts, and they quickly merged with the surrounding giant beasts. Under the strengthening of Jiuying's power, 3 guards of different forms appeared in the world. In the air, a large number of flying mechas of the 8th Legion formed a joint stranglehold to defend the airspace above the coalition forces. One mecha attracted the attack of flying behemoths or parasites, and 4 lines of 6 mechas responded by delivering fatal blows during the recovery period after the opponent launched the attack. On the ground, the main force of the 3rd Legion, which only participated in the first phase of the battle, together with the main force of the 5th Legion, were like sharp arrows, constantly advancing and the violent beasts coming in the opposite direction. One of the 3 mechas occupying a commanding height exchanged long-range firearms with teammates and instantly launched a large amount of firepower at the place in urgent need of support, including guns in hand, particle cannons behind, and anti-behemoth missiles on shoulders. And the teammates who were covering on the side, one of them rolled up the double-headed sword in his hand. This weapon was like connecting the hilts to each other. It was almost difficult for ordinary people to control it, but in his hands, it was like fiddling with a kitchen knife on a chopping board. With his body movements, he actually dragged 2 behemoths, and had the upper hand. Another person's round shield and short sword cooperated well, and he killed a Shuhu in a short time, and saw another Pegasus seriously injured. According to the 5th Day Assault Team, the Slayers of the 3rd Legion quickly followed up, and the powerful Guadeo, Modeo, and 3-pointed double-edged swords, in conjunction with the Legion's joint formation, killed a whole row of 30 giant beasts. Standing in the most prominent position, Xing Feng held the rectangular shield Pio Shinan horizontally in front of him, and the spear Wu Bugan stood on the ground. The heavy and steady aura made the giant beasts in front of him retreat. At this moment, the earth shook, and the shadows of 2 giant beasts as tall squeezed through the sticky battlefield smoke. They had dragon-like heads, thick and luxuriant skull bones, and seamless plates on their bodies. Their 5 fingers, like crab claws, lifted half of a giant beast's body, and their 4 huge legs supported it. They came to the front of the battlefield step by step. Their chest and abdomen swelled, then retracted. The suspended atmosphere centered on them was like being affected by a bomb, and was suddenly pushed away, forming a shockwave. The 9 infants in the distance sprayed cold air and flames at the outer Zuanshan, and the 9 heads with 3 long necks made a strange whistling sound like a child crying. Its 4 thick forelimbs grasped the boundary of the Yama space, and with a fierce tear, it temporarily expanded the portal and liberated itself. In another direction, the commander of the 4th Army was holding a pile of mud, and the air around him was flashing with violent thunder. The mecha was carrying a power mace on his shoulder. He stood outside the cockpit, letting the deadly arcs spread and climb from his body. He looked up at Jiangxian floating in the sky. This bastard can actually kill any behemoth. The behemoth core must be useless. He spoke, and the fine arcs in his mouth were like a thunderstorm. Look, this falling star sky spear will be aimed at your head. Although Yang Xian, who was floating outside the mecha, was wearing a combat sports uniform, her super perception still made her extremely sensitive to other people's sight. Unwusa, who had just retracted his sight, had only time to be alert. The extremely low cold current quickly swept across the battlefield, completely freezing the flying shells, the stimulated energy, and the roaring behemoths. And Yang Xian's comet embrace had just been fired, in exchange for a stream of fire that penetrated the atmosphere. Xing Feng. Yang Xian looked at the flames coming towards him and dodged while saying, Jiuying is here. Our third section of the battlefield is completely destroyed. While the explosive sound waves instantly interfered with the molecular vibration frequency, disintegrated the material, and cut off the signal. Fortunately, the information had been sent. It announced to the battlefield in a distorted child's voice, humans, die. In the red poisonous mist affected by the Jiuying domain, 3 pairs of huge wings slowly flapped, and the purple misty twisted veins flashed through the mist, and under the huge and oppressive terrifying body, like flying insects, Yang Xian made a sound that was not in line with the human setting. Jiuying has cognitive interference. How can it be an oversized monster? Is it a fusion of the surface material in that area? Yang Xian's mecha flew at full speed, but for Jiuying, it only needed to raise its arm and gently pat it to destroy the opponent. But the purple-red thunder rushed from the surface, leaving a wound on Jiuying's forearm, making Jiuying's attack fail. 9 lightnings. Wusa's voice broke through the oppressive stance that enveloped Yang Xian, allowing the commander of the 9th Legion to escape. 10,000 Sturlocks. Yang Xian, who had escaped, immediately fought back, using a secret method to lock one of Jiuying's abilities, its anti-membrane. The power was sealed, and Jiuying screamed angrily. It reacted its body, slapped Wusa on its body with one hand, and grabbed Yang Xian with the other hand. At the same time, the 6 heads on the 2 necks were aimed at the 2 mechs, and different energies gathered in their mouths. Captain Crossing. Wusa's elemental body could not withstand the energy torrent of this level, and Yang Xian's flexible body was compressed by Jiuying, and had no room to escape, and she had to maintain the Starlock. Suddenly, a black spot quickly expanded from a distance, and the upper body of a huge creature quickly broke through Jiuying's parasite interception net and hit Jiuying hard. At the same time, a huge figure strode over. It was Xing Feng. His mecha was 5 times larger than before. Just from the size comparison, it was evenly matched with Jiuying. How dare you? The dragon breath on one side of Jiuying was interrupted by the corpse of the fused behemoth, while the mixed dragon breath on the other side was blocked by an invisible wall. The slender mecha was suspended in the air. The mysterious array symbols were repeatedly arranged in an orderly manner on the metal round wheel that turned over from the waist. She stretched out 5 fingers and used powerful telekinesis to disperse the dragon breath. The 9th Legion leader, Beidan, Mecha, Beiyuyan. At this time, Xing Feng's shield hit horizontally, and Jiuying quickly adjusted and took the head-on attack. The huge sound waves and impact swept across the GD. Jiuying's strange cry and the clanging chains all over its body echoed at the same time, and the huge claw blade collided with Pio Shianen again. Its 3 pairs of dragon heads sprayed mixed dragon breath at the other Legion leaders who came, and the targeted captain machine used his own method to withstand this wave of attacks. Jiuying turned and swung its tail, knocking Xing Feng, who was about to attack again, away. However, it did not expect a huge slime with a metallic luster to crawl over. It had already devoured trillions of parasites and dozens of giant beasts on the battlefield. The remains of the giant beasts that occasionally crawled under the surface could be vaguely seen. The magic machine of the 6th Legion Commander Xing, the earth melt, and the viscous alloy liquid gradually climbed onto Jiuying's body. The strong gravity created by Beidan pulled Jiuying's head, and Wusa's liaison gave Jiuying a hard blow from time to time. With Xing Feng's frontal suppression, Jiuying, who had no way to deploy the anti-membrane, fought desperately under the joint siege. Further out, the 2 Legion commanders Fu Hengyu and Liu Chengguan were responsible for disrupting the energy flow in Jiuying's body, and for improving teammates, or killing the giant beasts that came to reinforce. The 5th Legion commander Chen Changfeng controlled this extra huge storm, and blocked the entire battlefield space. Within the scope of the huge storm, high-speed flying objects were like meteorites that were continuously accelerated. Whether it was parasites or giant beasts, it was rare for them to pass through this storm area. Xing Feng seized the opportunity to lock up Jiuying, smashing his head with his shield, and raised his sword to tear open the scales on his chest. A stream of red gold fire repelled Xing Feng's huge body, and a falling star spear blew up the head that was storing secrets, while thousands of light feathers were released to tear apart the parasites that emerged from Jiuying's body. The star lock that trapped Jiuying trembled again, and Jiuying let out a painful roar. The living metal attached to his body kept tearing at his flesh and blood through the wound, and the lightning boy who was afraid of physical attacks would introduce the hateful static electricity into his body through the wound. The energy on the surface of Jiuying's body flashed, and a layer of service lit up on his strong limbs, intending to fight the big iron man who rushed over. But some kind of force suddenly grabbed Jiuying's limbs and pulled them hard. Jiuying roared, and the wound that was torn before was torn even bigger. Coupled with the penetration of living metal, a quarter of Jiuying's body was almost torn off. It folded its giant wings to protect its wounds, but was interrupted by Xing Feng. Facing the joint suppression of many powerful people, Jiuying gradually began to fall into disadvantage. It could not use the power of anti-membrane, so its excess energy could only strengthen its attack and heal its wounds. Just like a piece of rock that can be continuously restored, will turn into nothingness after being repeatedly mined. Its wounds gradually became difficult to heal, and the efficiency of its attacks continued to decrease. After Xing Feng tore a huge wound on the waist of its huge torso with a knife, Jiuying could not even use the water and fire sound. This natural disaster level overlord beast was tortured to death by the 7 Legion commanders in 21 hours. Its last head was completely crushed by the 5th Legion commander using the god's hidden storm hammer, and its body was torn apart by the other 5 Legion commanders. As early as when Jiuying's power was shrinking, the scope of the GD was seen at a very fast speed. Now, the territory of Jiuying, the disaster beast that was exhausted to death, has completely dissipated under the pressure of the world rules, leaving only the corrupted and twisted earth on the surface. This expedition has accumulated valuable experience for humans to defeat disaster beasts above level 5 overlords, and Jiuying's huge body and its giant beast army will also be recycled and become new resources. Extra. End. Chapter 1. The tiger has no eyes. February is the time of the waking of insects. This should be the season when all hibernating insects are in a state of fear and all plants and trees are growing tall and tall, but the earth is dead and lifeless. On a bleak street, a manhole cover loosened, and then was lifted and moved away by a hand. Luoyan poked half of his head out of the manhole, and looked around vigilantly. All he could see were broken walls, ruins and rubble. The city used to be bustling with people and traffic. Now it is no longer noisy and prosperous. Only dust, paper, blood, and bones are left floating everywhere. There is dust and stains everywhere, and the atmosphere is filled with desolation and heaviness. This is the 3rd year after the giant disaster, when those huge unidentified creatures that fell from the sky appeared in this world. The world went to destruction in less than half a year, and order was gone. The people who survived have lived in hell ever since. Woo. The wind is blowing. The wind blew Luoyan's dark hair. He quickly climbed out of the well and left the lid ajar. Under the lid, there was a rope tied with anti-slip knots, which was constantly swaying in the wind. Luoyan's clothes were torn and covered with dirt, with a sturdy waist bag hanging from his waist. All parts of his body that would be exposed to the air were tied with circles of waterproof cloth. Only a pair of red eyes were exposed. At this time, thunder rumbled in the sky. It was raining. Luoyan liked rainy days because the rain could dilute his smell. Luoyan also hated rainy days because the rain would cause a toxin called red poison to gather in large quantities, increasing the chance of infection and aggravating the condition. Red poison is brought by those life forms called behemoths. When the blood of the behemoths comes into contact with the air, it will spread this toxin. It will cause irregular red spots to appear on the surface of people's bodies and make the patient's eyes red. When the redness spreads all over the pupil, it means that the patient is not far from death. Just like Luoyan, the redness in his eyes is almost occupying both pupils. The rain washed the earth, stirring up a smell of mud. Luoyan had already pulled down the diving goggles on his head to protect his eyes. He put on a waterproof helmet so that he was immune to all poisons. Next, Luoyan walked through the streets and alleys skillfully. He passed the dilapidated hot pot restaurant and the collapsed movie theater. His eyes suddenly felt hot, and he stopped quickly. At this moment, Luoyan's eyes became dazed, as if he had lost focus. In his sight, the scene on the street suddenly became a little dim. He saw a few grey lights at the intersection ahead, moving forward, and soon they would appear at the intersection. This magical vision appeared after the giant beast disaster. Before the disaster came, Luo Yan bought an ancient book called Zhuyu on the internet. According to the seller, this is a treasure he dug from an ancient tomb at the risk of his life. It is a lost cultivation method. It is a kind of visualization technique. Luo Yan was obsessed with these things for a while. After buying it, he really practiced according to the contents in the ancient book. But there was no effect. But after the giant disaster, Luo Yan clearly felt that this so-called visualization technique began to work. Every time he practiced, he could feel a little warmth injected into his body, and soon after, there were streams of warm currents rushing to the top of his head. Not long after, he found that sometimes he could see some strange visions. He could see the grey light emitted by humans, giant parasites, giant beasts and other creatures. Just like now, he can always detect danger in advance. Luo Yan immediately slowed down his steps and silently retreated into the trunk of a car next to him. Only a gap was left. A moment later, some creatures as big as wolfhounds passed by. They looked like ticks, with heads like wolves, pointed palates, and protruding noses. 4 or 5 such things passed by on the nearby streets, and they stopped from time to time to observe the surroundings. Very alert. This is a wolf tick, one of the parasites on the giant beast. In the past 2 years, Luo Yan has dealt with them many times. He knows that these things have sensitive hearing and move when they smell fishy smells. They are good at sucking blood, ferocious and cruel, and they live in groups of 3 or 5 and rarely get alone. Luo Yan was not surprised to encounter a wolf tick, because deep in this city, in the area that used to be the city center, there is a giant beast lurking. A living giant beast. It has a sheep's face and a human body, tiger teeth and human claws, and its voice is like a baby's cry. Every night, if you hear a baby crying, it is this giant beast calling. It has used the crying of babies to lure prey into the trap more than once. In the trunk of the car, Luo Yan carefully left after all the wolf ticks left. Not long after, he crawled out of a vent. There was a supermarket on the other side of the vent. A large area of the supermarket collapsed, but the food area was miraculously preserved. So it became Luo Yan's secret granary. It was just that the only passageway left was the exhaust duct of the supermarket, so Luo Yan couldn't bring out too much food at one time. He didn't want to either, because that would arouse suspicion, attract attention, and bring himself a fatal disaster. There would be no police to maintain order now. If you want to live, you have to rely on yourself for everything. At this time, Luo Yan's waste bag was already filled with 7 or 8 individually packaged breads and sausages. Although these things were expired, they were still edible thanks to preservatives. As for whether you will get sick after eating them, no one cares about that now. As long as you have something to eat, it's fine. When they went back, the rain stopped. Luo Yan's steps became lighter. These breads and sausages were enough for him to eat for a week. Thinking of this, Luo Yan felt a sense of satisfaction and happiness. Unfortunately, happiness comes quickly and goes quickly. When Luo Yan came to the intersection, where he found the wolf tick, his eyes felt slightly burning again. Then he saw a human-shaped grey light and shadow appear in a bus with a collapsed roof next to him. Luo Yan made a prompt decision, and turned around and ran. Damn, this guy is quite clever. Someone cursed on the bus, and then a sturdy man rushed out. He was burly, with hideous scars all over his hands and face. He whistled immediately. In front of an internet cafe whose door was nowhere to be found, 2 more men ran out. They were either holding knives or sticks. They were all armed. The 3 men blocked Luo Yan's way from front and back. Luo Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, and pulled out an automatic pistol from his waist. He opened the safety, pulled the bolt, and loaded the bullet. With his body slightly bent, Luo Yan made a standard shooting action and slowly stepped back. No, 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 harmony brings wealth. The sturdy man who was obviously the leader raised his hands and tried to force his smile. I heard that brother Luo knows everything. You know where to eat and where to get medicine. Don't worry, we know the rules and won't ask where those places are. You see, the 3 of us have been hungry for a few days. Seeing that brother Luo's pockets are bulging, he must have made a lot of money. How about this? You give us 3 some food. From now on, we brothers will follow Brother Luo's lead." While the sturdy man was speaking, the other 2 men walked behind the sturdy man intentionally or unintentionally. One of the horse-faced men quietly took out a pistol. It turned out that he wanted to use the sturdy man's cover to kill Luo Yan by surprise. But at this time, Luo Yan's eyes flashed coldly. The sturdy man knew that something was wrong and shouted to get down. Bang! The gunshots were exciting. Even though he had both hands tightly grasping the gun handle, Luo Yan's arms still swung up into the air uncontrollably. He felt as if his hands were about to leave him. However, this shot left a bullet hole on the horse-faced man's forehead, and the back of his head was completely blown up. Blood, brain matter, and hairy scalp splashed all over the face of his companion behind him. The man immediately lost control of his bladder. Luo Yan ran away. He rushed to the sewer entrance from which he came. Only then did the sturdy man get up. First picked up the gun that the horse-faced man had dropped on the ground, and then pushed the remaining companions. "Hurry up and get to me. Do you want to eat?" The man woke up, as if from a dream, wiped the blood off his face, and followed the sturdy man. The sturdy man fired. Unfortunately, his shooting skills were so poor that he did not hit Luo Yan. Luo Yan had already rushed to the sewer entrance. He immediately went down. He also grabbed the rope tied to the manhole cover. With the help of his body weight, he pulled it down. The cover closed. The strong man ran to the side, cursing, threw away his pistol, and was about to open the manhole cover. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound. Rustling. His face changed, and he turned around, and saw 4 or 5 wolf ticks flying over. Those things had 8 legs, and ran very fast. The strong man's face changed drastically, and he shouted, "Brother Luo, quickly remove the manhole cover and let us go down. We are wrong. We shouldn't have thought about you. You are a big man, and don't care about the villain's mistakes. Give us a way out." Under the manhole cover, Luo Yan's eyes were calm. As if he didn't hear the strong man's words, he still held the rope tightly. Moreover, he turned over and stood upside down, with his legs firmly stepped on both sides of the manhole cover. He used all his strength to tighten the cover to prevent it from opening. Soon, screams, curses, and gunshots were heard from above, but these sounds soon disappeared. The only thing left was the gurgling sound of pumping water. Luo Yan knew that the wolf ticks were sucking the blood of the 2 men. It doesn't matter if the shot just now didn't kill the horse face. Luo Yan fired mainly to attract the wolf ticks. Those things will never be able to hide any movement nearby, and when they smell blood, they will go crazy, lose their minds, and attack their prey instinctively. As long as the wolf ticks are attracted, the 2 men will have no chance. A moment later, the rainwater flowing from the drainage hole of the manhole cover gradually mixed with a hint of blood, until there was no more movement from above. Luo Yan loosened the rope and climbed down the ladder from the well to the ground. Luo Yan took out a flashlight from his waist bag, turned it on, and walked forward. After walking a path, he came to the surface from another exit. He still had to go to the pharmacy. He wanted to find some painkillers, otherwise he would be very uncomfortable when the red poison broke out. On the way to the destination, he suddenly felt the ground shaking. It seemed that a giant beast was traveling. Luo Yan quickly hid in a shoe store. A moment later, he did not see the giant beast. Instead, he saw a convoy. The convoy had 3 heavy trucks that could be called monsters. The carriages were almost as big as a building. No one knew what was inside. Each wheel was almost as tall as Luo Yan. To get into the cab, one had to climb a ladder that was almost 2 meters high. The vibration of the ground was mainly caused by them. In addition to these 3 monster-level heavy trucks, there were also several armored vehicles with antennas and radars on the roofs. But there were more off-road vehicles equipped with anti-aircraft machine guns. This is an army. Luo Yan couldn't help but get excited. An army means an organization. With an organization, there might be an antidote for the red poison. Luo Yan, he didn't want to die, and he knew that he didn't have much time left. He might live for half a year, or even less. The convoy rumbled past. An armored vehicle equipped with a huge metal ram led the way. It drove the vehicles behind it deep into the city. Luo Yan hurriedly followed. Fortunately, this metropolis, which was once known as the Flower City, is now full of obstacles, making the convoy pass very slowly. Otherwise, Luo Yan doubted whether he could keep up. Judging from the direction of the convoy, Luo Yan boldly speculated that they were going to the city center, to the area of Galaxy Stadium. But there were giant beasts lurking there. What were these people going there for? Was it to annihilate the giant beasts? This made Luo Yan a little unbelievable. After the giant beast disaster, the survivors of Huacheng all hid underground. The giant beast with a sheep's face and a human body built a nest in the Galaxy Stadium, but as long as they didn't approach that area, they would be fine. Of course, the threat in the city is not only the giant beast. There are also various parasites spread by the giant beast in the city. Even so, the survivors still don't want to leave the city, because the situation is worse outside the city. In the absence of long-distance transportation, if you encounter giant beast parasites outside the city, or simply run into a giant beast, the chance of survival will be infinitely close to zero. Luo Yan shook his head to make himself more focused. He used his magical vision to capture the grey light group representing life, and followed the convoy far behind. At this time, he saw that a dense grey light group appeared on the left side of the street ahead. A cluster of giant parasites. Suddenly, a question popped up in Luo Yan's mind. Follow or not? If you follow, you may die, but you have a chance to get the antidote. If you don't follow, you can retreat and live in peace for a while. Almost in an instant, Luo Yan had the answer. There is no ravine in front of the tiger. His eyes were firm. Instead of stopping, he quickened his pace. When the distance with the convoy was reduced by half, gunshots suddenly rang out. Bang 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 bang. The powerful gunshots made Luo Yan's eyes turn, and he immediately lay on the ground. Then he saw countless parasites drilled out from the streets, from the gaps and doors and windows of the buildings, and from under the chassis of the cars. They gathered into a black wave and hit the convoy. The anti-aircraft machine guns on the off-road vehicles of the convoy roared. The smell of gunpowder immediately filled the air. The black wave was blocked, and insects were constantly blown into the air by bullets and shattered. At this time, some parasites that looked like mites, but had human faces on their bodies jumped frantically onto those monster trucks. They were human-faced mites, a type of giant parasite. These things are very stubborn. Once they entangle their prey, they will settle down and use their sharp and barbed legs to fix themselves on the target's body. Then they will release biological acid with an astonishing intensity, which can melt a living person in about 10 seconds. Now, a large number of human-faced mites are attached to the carriages of heavy trucks. These insects, as big as wash basins, quickly release biological acid to melt the body. However, the convoy obviously has a targeted method. A cloud of smoke suddenly sprayed out from all around the carriages of those heavy trucks. After the smoke evaporated, the insects attached to the body froze and fell off. Luo Yan gasped when he saw it. Fortunately, he was not reckless, otherwise he would be the one frozen into ice. Suddenly, Luo Yan saw that the body of a heavy truck at the rear of the convoy had been melted to form an irregular gap. The surrounding insect swarms were almost extinct. The opportunity had come. Luo Yan patiently suppressed his impulse until two off-road vehicles near the truck cleared the remaining insects. When he rushed to the front of the convoy for support, Luo Yan rushed out. He passed the insect corpses on the ground and came to the slow-moving truck. With a strong leap, he grabbed the crash barrier that was 2 meters above the ground and climbed up. Just as he was about to climb into the gap, suddenly, a black shadow jumped over from the ground. It was a human-faced mite. Luo Yan could see the soft sponge-like abdomen of that thing. He saw it dancing 7 or 8 legs wildly. A cold light flashed in Luo Yan's red eyes. He threw the dagger with all his strength. The dagger turned into a black line and pierced into the soft abdomen of the human-faced mite, causing it to squeak and fall to the ground. Luo Yan did not dare to relax and quickly climbed up and entered the carriage through the gap. The moment he entered the carriage, his eyes suddenly blurred, and some blurry lights and shadows flashed by. His heart was pounding. He had some strange feelings. This made Luo Yan fall down all of a sudden. Fortunately, there was no one in the carriage. Otherwise, the movement alone would be enough to attract attention. He quickly looked up and observed the carriage. The space in the carriage was incredibly large. There was a huge object in front, covered with waterproof cloth and fixed with ropes to prevent it from flying. Luo Yan hid quickly. Just as he was congratulating himself for his success, a shrill alarm sounded in the carriage. Luo Yan thought he was discovered. Unexpectedly, the broadcast in the carriage sounded at the same time. Attention. Attention. Detection shows that the space shock wave can reach the critical point. Yambu space will be opened in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Yambu space is open. The giant beast is about to be launched. Enter the first level combat readiness state. All mecha carriers are deployed. Mechs are ready to start. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 2, Yamabu. Mecha? They built mecha? When he heard the broadcast, Luo Yan thought he had heard it wrong. After all, he had only seen this kind of thing in movies before. At this time, the truck compartment where he was buzzing above, and the roof panel actually split to the left and right. From the open compartment, Luo Yan saw the sky at a glance. In the sky, at an infinitely high altitude, a black outline was wandering. The shape was like a branch. It suddenly stretched open and tore open the crack. Looking into the crack, there was an indescribable abstract world. In a dimension higher than reality, countless black shadows were wandering, and soon a flat, constantly changing black shadow came near the crack. It seemed to be pulled away by some invisible force, and gradually penetrated from the crack that looked like a branch. Luo Yan was not unfamiliar with this phenomenon. When the giant beast disaster broke out, there were more and denser cracks similar to branches in the sky. They covered the sky, interweaving a huge, desperate shade. One by one, the giant beasts were released from those shadows like tree shades, and from that unknown space, because the shape of that alien space was like a giant tree that covered the sky and the sun. Therefore, it was officially named Yambu Space. The Longer Gamma Sutra said, in Jambuvipa, there is a big tree king, named Jambu, with a circumference of 7 yojanas and a height of 100 yojanas. It was quite appropriate. At this time, the carriage where Luo Yan was located had been completely opened. He quickly got into the waterproof cloth. Then he heard the broadcast and the carriage continue to sound. The space boundary has been invaded. The giant beast is about to unfold in 3 dimensions. The blue energy spectrum has been detected, and the archive matching is now starting. The matching is completed, and the giant beast released has been confirmed to be Lily. Level, lower level 2. Type, naked insect. Features, huge force, good at collision. As the broadcast sounded, the ropes tied to the waterproof cloth in the carriage bounced up and untied one after another. As the floor in front of the carriage rose, the waterproof cloth like a giant curtain fell down. Luo Yan hurriedly climbed out, otherwise he would be crushed underneath and suffocated. When he got out of the waterproof cloth, he suddenly found a huge shadow looming over him. Luo Yan turned his head sharply. The raised floor of the car now acted as a fixed bracket. It held up a giant, the silver white coating covered with scratches, the engine humming and starting on the chest, and emitting a faint blue light. The broad shoulders and thick arms were all made of some alloy that Luo Yan didn't know. Mecha. There really was a mecha. At this time, Luo Yan's side suddenly rose. The world was spinning. When he fell back to the floor of the car, he realized that he had been blown away. He saw that in the distant block, several buildings shook up dust and slowly but firmly tilted and collapsed. The broadcast in the carriage continued to sound. The giant beast has landed. Repeat, the giant beast has landed. Lily begins to move. Based on its trajectory, it will enter the Galaxy Stadium in 2 minutes. There was a commotion outside the car. Luo Yan realized that he could not stay here any longer. He was about to leave. Suddenly someone shouted, "Civilians." Civilians were found in the number 3 carrier. Luo Yan immediately rushed out of the carriage. "Stop. Don't move. Otherwise we will shoot." The voice came from behind. Luo Yan had to stop. These people were not scavengers. They were professionally trained soldiers. Liu Yan believed that they did not know how to use a gun. They would only shoot him in the head. He quickly raised his hands. "Lie down and put your hands where I can see." Liu Yan did as he was told. Soon his arms were tied behind his back, and then he was lifted up. Only then did he see clearly that there were two more fully armed soldiers wearing ink-colored armor and uniforms around him. "What are you doing?" A voice was full of dissatisfaction. "They let civilians run onto the transporter. Take the people off quickly. I'm going to start the mecha." Liu Yan looked over and saw a man wearing a diving suit with many disc sensors on the surface looking at him with a gloomy face. His brown eyes swept over Liu Yan with disdain and even disgust. "Yes, Pilot Yang Rong, we will take the people away immediately," a soldier responded and roughly pushed Liu Yan off the carriage. Liu Yan fell from the 2-meter high carriage. He fell hard. At this time, the roar of mechanical operation sounded in the carriage. Then the top of his head went dark. A huge foot appeared above Liu Yan's head. He could see that there was a sophisticated structure and complex machinery under this foot. Liu Yan quickly rolled to the side, but the foot moved slightly to the side and stepped heavily on the ground, causing the heavy truck to shake. Then, the giant in the carriage stood up. Because of the backlight, Liu Yan could not see the full picture of the mecha, but the roar of the engine and the heaviness of the metal brought Liu Yan unprecedented pressure. The broadcast continued. "Captain Xing and Pilot Kehua have already gone to the gymnasium. Pilot Yang Rong, please stay where you are." At this time, Liu Yan was picked up by two soldiers. He was taken to an off-road vehicle. The soldiers did not make things difficult for him, or rather, the team was in no mood to bother with Liu Yan, a civilian. It was just that there were several glaring gun muzzles next to him, and Liu Yan did not dare to run away. Suddenly, from the distance of the city, from the direction of the gymnasium, a dull whistle sounded. Liu Yan looked over. He saw that the Galaxy Gymnasium was like a toppled building block. It collapsed. The earth shook violently. There was a faint roar of an animal. Then the team broadcast sounded. "Attention. The giant beast Li is approaching the direction of the team." Hearing this broadcast, the silver-white mecha driven by Pilot Yang Rong took a few steps forward and pulled out a heavy, technological, and silver-white painted rifle from his back. Liu Yan heard a soldier next to him whisper, "It's just a lower level 2 giant beast. Pilot Yang Rong can take it down alone." At the same time, Liu Yan saw smoke and dust billowing. In the thick smoke, a giant beast that looked like a wild boar, with one eye and thick skin and flesh rushed over. Suddenly, Liu Yan's eyes felt slightly burning. In his field of vision, in addition to the grey light ball representing Li, there was another grey light behind the giant beast. Liu Yan instantly understood that Li was not approaching the convoy. Instead, something was chasing it. "There is another one." Liu Yan shouted, "There is another giant beast." No one paid attention. Or rather, people's attention was attracted by the giant beast called Li, ignoring Liu Yan. At this time, from the thick smoke behind Li, a shadow that was equally huge but thin and long suddenly jumped out. It had a head like a goat, and two curved black horns were covered with mysterious patterns. It has a human-like body, but its skin is dark blue, and its epidermis is thick and wrinkled. It spread out its arms, and its two human-like palms were covered with claws, which shone like a metal in the sun. It hugged Li all of a sudden. After the madly running beast carried the monster with a sheep's face and a human body for a while, it seemed to have no strength left. Its front limbs softened, and it fell to the ground. The monster on its body turned several times nimbly and landed on the ground, then quickly turned back and pounced on it. Its mouth suddenly expanded, revealing a bloody mouth full of canine teeth. It bit Li's neck all of a sudden. It chewed and tore violently. Li was devoured, and his marrow was sucked out, and the scene was bloody. Liu Yan's mind went blank. It was not until the convoy broadcast suddenly sounded that Liu Yan came back to his senses. Orange spectrum. It's orange spectrum. Match the conditions with the archive immediately. Point matching is over. Attention, this is TOT. Level, intermediate level 3. Type, naked insect. Features, energy absorption, gluttony, sprinting, invisibility. The weakness is between the legs. As if attracted by the sound of the broadcast, The giant beast called Teoti not far away stopped, turned around, and looked at the convoy. The 4 tiny eyes on both sides of the goat's head narrowed into a slit. Then it rushed over. It's very fast. The only silver mecha in the convoy strode forward, pointing the high-tech rifle in its hand at the giant beast. Fire. Bang 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 bang. The huge gunshots were like thunder. One by one, the yellow shells with special patterns engraved on the cloth kept falling to the ground. Each shell is the size of an oil barrel. Although it is hollow, it is still amazing when it hits the ground. One of the shells even rolled to the side of Luo Yan's off-road vehicle. As the shells were ejected, orange-red lines of fire were fired from the silver-white rifle, which were the traces left by the bullets rubbing against the air. They went straight to the giant beast. The Teoti suddenly stopped. It opened its mouth. It sucked hard. The lines of fire heading towards it suddenly twisted, and all shot into the mouth of the giant beast. In a blink of an eye, the rifle magazine was empty. The rifle stopped firing. The Teoti closed its mouth and accepted all the bullets. This is gluttony. Bang. A magazine as big as an off-road vehicle fell to the ground, and the mecha quickly replaced it with a new one. But when the magazine was replaced, there was no trace of the Teoti in the field. It was invisible. Luo Yan's eyes were burning. The world became dim in his eyes. Just to the left of the humanoid machine, Luo Yan saw a thin and long grey light ready to move. It's on your left. Luo Yan pointed to the left side of the mecha. Unfortunately, the driver in the mecha couldn't hear this instruction at all. Boom. Suddenly, the silver-white mecha was hit hard and retreated. Every time it stepped down, the earth and rocks broke and flew everywhere. A huge shadow enveloped Luo Yan in the off-road vehicle. He didn't care about much anymore, and screamed, falling to the ground. Behind him, the off-road vehicle was like a toy, being trampled and crushed by the mecha. The mecha was still sliding back. When it stopped, Teoti had already appeared silently on its right side. The mouth on the goat's head suddenly opened wide, and from the black big mouth, the lines of fire that had just been swallowed flew out again. They swept across the ground, across the knee joint of the mecha's left leg, and across several off-road vehicles. Boom. The mecha's knee exploded suddenly, and orange flames spewed out from it, and huge pieces of armor flew around. This made the silver giant kneel on one knee. Teoti took the opportunity to pounce on it, landed on the mecha nimbly, turned around, and kicked it hard. Bang. With a muffled sound, the outer armor of the engine on the chest of the mecha dented, and the upper body was full of electric fire. The giant groaned, and fell to the ground. The ground shook violently, and it was unknown how many buildings were crushed. The broadcast sounded again. The driver has fainted. The empathy system has been disconnected. The ejection hatch is faulty and the escape pod cannot be ejected. Captain Xing is on his way back. In a series of noises, Luo Yan felt a buzzing in his ears. He shook his head and stood up. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his back. Luo Yan turned around slowly. He saw Teoti lying on the ground and slowly standing up. During the whole process, the 4 small eyes on the goat's head were all staring at Luo Yan. Luo Yan suddenly felt a strong fear and despair in his heart. Am I going to die here? At this moment, he seemed to hear a strong heartbeat. Plop. The vision in front of him was suddenly replaced by a blurry light and shadow. In that light and shadow, Luo Yan vaguely saw the burning earth. He saw the figures of countless beasts. He saw some figures wielding weapons, releasing lightning and thunder. They were fighting with the beasts. Then he heard some voices. It was a language he didn't recognize, but Luo Yan understood some of the words. Get up and fight. He seemed to see a man covered in blood, propping himself up again. He roared and pounced on a beast. Tragic, desolate, and unyielding. A surge of blood rushed to his heart. In an instant, Luo Yan couldn't tell whether it was himself or someone else. His vision returned to normal. He saw the Teoti standing up, raising his foot, as if to step on an ant to death. He stepped on it. I'm not an ant. I will not die here. Never. Luo Yan roared, and stretched out his hand towards the big foot that was stepping down from above his head, as if to block the attack of the Teoti. Everyone who saw this scene felt that they were overestimating their own abilities. It seemed that the Teoti was about to step on Luo Yan. Suddenly, with a bang, the Teoti was knocked away. A huge silver figure squeezed into people's field of vision. Mecha. The silver-white giant who had fallen just now with blue light in his eyes, rushed forward. He knocked the giant beast away. The convoy broadcast suddenly sounded again. The empathy system is online. Hey, this signal is not from pilot Yang Rang. What's wrong with this external signal? How did it connect to the system? For Luo Yan at this moment, the sound of the broadcast, the roar of the TOT and even the exclamations of the people, all degenerated into the background. At this time, he looked at the TOT from the perspective of looking up from below. But he had another perspective in his mind. This perspective was looking straight. The TOT turned over, hiding his body, and pounced on the mecha. Luo Yan's eyes were burning, and in his magical vision, he saw the grey light representing the giant beast. He shouted, turned around and stretched out his arms. The mechs around Luo Yan made the same movements synchronously. The mech reached out and clenched it. It was pinching something. The next second, the figure of TOT appeared in the air. Its neck was pinched by the mech. Luo Yan raised his right hand, and he felt as if he was holding a rifle in his hand. He seemed to have become one with the mech. He was the mech. So the nearby soldiers saw that the silver-white mech put the rifle between the legs of TOT. That was the weak point. Fire. Bang 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 bang. Huge shells kept falling to the ground. This time, the orange-red fire line hit the TOT as soon as it shot out of the muzzle, impacting its body. The humanoid beast with its neck, pinched by the mech, kept bouncing. One sack after another bulged on the epidermis of its buttocks. A few seconds later, a fire line sprayed out from the buttocks of TOT. Then there were more fire lines. One after another, the fire lines blasted the body of TOT in two. The lower body with legs slid to the ground. A dark grey spine hung from the broken part of the upper body. The mecha raised the rifle again, pressed down on the chest of the TOT and fired. Unfortunately, after a few shots, the magazine was empty. Luo Yan threw his left hand to the ground. The mecha made the same action, smashing the half body of the TOT to the ground. Then he held the rifle upside down, holding the hot barrel with both hands, and smashed the goat face of the TOT with the butt of the gun. Again and again. The soldiers were pale, looking at the crazy mecha. Using extremely brutal actions, the TOT's head was gradually deformed. Blood kept splattering, and K9 teeth fell one after another. Finally, one of the four tiny eyeballs on the face of the TOT was squeezed out, and hung on the side of the already sunken and deformed face. At this time, the convoy broadcast sounded again. It disappeared. The energy spectrum of TOT disappeared. It's dead. If it were normal times, the soldiers would have cheered. But now, they retreated little by little. The silver-white giant still did not stop. The mecha did not stop until the TOT's head was smashed into pieces. At this time, the blue light in the mecha's eyes dimmed and disappeared. At the same time, Luo Yan seemed to have lost all his strength. His legs softened. He fell to the ground. The deformed rifle was still embedded diagonally in the TOT's head. It was like an unfallen battle flag. This scene was seen by a mecha that had just arrived, with a smart shape and red and blue armor as the theme. Note, naked insects, one of the 5 insects in ancient times, generally refer to animals without feathers and scales to cover their bodies. Chapter 3, Natural Resonator. Luo Yan looked dazed. He hadn't recovered yet. After an unknown amount of time, he vaguely heard someone asking questions. Hey, kid. What's your name? I'm asking you a question. Luo Yan looked up blankly and saw several people standing beside him. Several soldiers in black armor, and one man wearing a diving suit with sensors on it. He was a middle-aged man with cold features and a tough temperament. He said, "This kid probably hasn't recovered from the empathy yet. Take him to the medical vehicle and let the doctor take a look." "Yes, Captain D." Several soldiers came over. Two of them lifted Luo Yan up and left. Their movements were obviously much gentler than before. The man called Captain D turned around and glanced at the silver mecha next to him, then quickly got into an armored vehicle. All the soldiers in the armored vehicle stood up and saluted. "Hello, Captain D." Captain D made a gesture and said, "Replay the scene of the Battle of White Dragon just now for me." Soon, he saw a picture like this on the screen. Luo Yan made various movements on the ground, and the silver mecha codenamed White Dragon made the same movements synchronously. Captain D Zeng. He should be a natural resonator like you. A soldier next to him whispered. The captain, whose full name is Zeng, nodded. He has not been trained, but he can access the empathy system. He is indeed a natural resonator. It seems that he is more suitable for White Dragon than Yang Rang. Wait until he recovers. I will ask his opinion. If he agrees, take him back to the underground city. No. A voice suddenly rang out. Zeng turned around and saw a person getting into the armored vehicle. It was the black-haired and brown-eyed pilot Yang Rang. He just got out of the mecha and came to the command vehicle when he heard Zeng's words. At the moment, he didn't care about much and spoke out to stop it. Zeng looked at him calmly. Yang Rang said excitedly, "Captain, we can't let a kid of unknown origin go to the underground city. Besides, he has red poison. His eyes are red. He is not far from death. In short, he is worthless." Zeng said calmly, "Are you done? I'll ask you to leave after that. This is not a place for you to come." Yang Rang's eyes were filled with strong reluctance, and he wanted to speak again, but Zeng asked calmly, "Do you want me to say it again?" Yang Rang didn't dare to contradict him again, lowered his head, and left the armored vehicle. On the way to his rest vehicle, he felt like someone was pointing fingers at him. But what he cared about most was Zeng's words, he is more suitable than Yang Rang. No, absolutely not. I don't agree. Yang Rang's eyes flashed with murderous intent. In the medical car, after a series of examinations, Luo Yan finally recovered. But he was still very weak. However, when he saw the nurse was going to give him an injection, he jumped up suddenly, instinctively resisted. At this time, a voice sounded, "Sit down obediently. You have red poison, and your physique is weak. You just had empathy with White Dragon, and your spirit is weak. This injection will boost your vitality and relieve the red poison. Don't worry, it won't kill you." Luo Yan saw the man called Captain D walk in. He said, "My name is Zeng, the commander of the Ground Exploration Corps. What's your name?" Luo Yan hesitated and spoke hoarsely. "My name is Luo Yan." At this time, the nurse injected him with the injection and then temporarily got off the train at the doctor's instruction. Only Luo Yan and Zeng were left in the carriage. Zeng pulled a chair and sat down, saying, "We come from an underground city that was built before the giant scourge. There are complete living facilities there, and 50,000 humans work and live there. You are a natural resonator, and you can share senses with mechs without the help of instruments. You are a natural mecha pilot, so I would like to invite you to the underground city. Of course, you have not been trained, and lack common sense. After going to the underground city, you must study for 3 years. And as a mecha pilot, you will have many benefits, one of which is to treat your red poison. How about it? Are you willing?" Luo Yan's heartbeat accelerated. Just as he had guessed before, these people can really treat red poison. Luo Yan couldn't refuse this alone. What's more, he wanted to find his relatives. But carrying red poison and no weapons made him have to live in this city. It was difficult to move. Now, there is finally hope. But before he responded, Zeng said again, "But I have to remind you. Although through my recommendation, you can enter the dungeon and go to the Mecha Training Academy for further study. However, in this way, you and I are on the same front. Whether you like it or not, others will see you this way. And for some reasons, I have many enemies in the dungeon. If you agree, then, while you get the opportunity, you will also gain some enemies." Hearing Zeng say this, Luo Yan no longer hesitated. "I'm willing. I want to live. Besides, I'm not afraid of making enemies." In the 3 years on the surface, he has faced and killed many enemies. Moreover, there is no free lunch in the world. Luo Yan understands this truth. If you want a chance to survive, of course, you have to pay a certain price. The exploration leader made it clear, which gave him a sense of trust. Zeng's face was cold and he nodded. "Okay, you rest first. We will go back tomorrow." That afternoon, the third mecha finally came back. With the mecha, there was also a truck. It was unknown what was loaded in the truck compartment, which was tightly wrapped with waterproof cloth. It seemed that it was pulled back from the Galaxy Stadium in the lair of the glutton. This made Luo Yan, who was sitting on a low rock beside the car, very curious. In the blink of an eye, it was night. A beautiful woman in uniform came to Luo Yan with a smile. She put down a few cans of food and said to Luo Yan, "Kid, these are for you." Luo Yan glanced at her and said nothing. He has learned one thing in the past few years. Don't eat strangers' food casually. In addition, the more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she is. Seeing that Luo Yan didn't move, the woman snorted and sat down. She got close to Luo Yan. Suddenly, a faint fragrance went straight into Luo Yan's nose. "Why, kid, are you afraid that I will hurt you? If I had known, I wouldn't have come here in person. By the way, tell me, how do you operate the White Dragon?" Luo Yan raised his head and showed an inquiring look. "White Dragon? It's the mecha piloted by pilot Yang Rang." "Oh." Then, Luo Yan stopped talking again. He didn't know how he could operate it. He thought it should be related to the natural resonator that Xing mentioned. Seeing that Luo Yan was so cold and unkind, the woman snorted and got up and left. After she left, Luo Yan opened the can. The smell of meat inside made him hungry all of a sudden. But he restrained himself and casually poured the meat in the can nearby. At this time, a few wild dogs poked their heads out. Luo Yan just said he didn't know. The wild dogs ran over bravely and scrambled to eat the meat on the ground. Luo Yan took out the bread he brought and ate it silently. Suddenly, the wild dogs around him cried out in pain. Luo Yan turned his head and saw the wild dog fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth and twitching all over. He narrowed his eyes. "You little brat, you don't know how to be good with women. You deserve to die. Haha, if I can do this and get the basic visualization technique promised by pilot Yang Rong, if I can open my mind, I will have a chance to enter the Mecha Academy and become a pilot. No need to look at people's faces anymore." The gorgeous woman appeared in a series of sentences, secretly pleased with herself. Finally, she got into her own single tent. It was late at night. The woman was half asleep, and suddenly her throat tightened, and she almost suffocated. She opened her eyes suddenly, and saw a black shadow beside her. Then she heard the black shadow say, "If you dare to shout, I will kill you immediately." Then, her face felt cold, and then there was the stinging pain of her skin being cut. The woman nodded quickly, not daring to be stubborn. The black shadow then said, "Why did you give me poisonous canned meat?" Immediately, the woman knew who the other party was. Luo Yan. That seemingly young child actually dared to sneak into her tent? He is not dead. He didn't eat the canned meat. How is that possible? Don't these survivors on the surface stuff their food into their mouths without thinking? After a panic, the woman's eyes rolled. She didn't dare to betray Yang Rong, so she whispered, "What's poisonous? Are you mistaken?" Luo Yan took one of the canned meat, opened it, and stretched the woman's mouth, and was about to pour the contents into her mouth. The woman didn't expect the other party to be so cruel, and hurriedly said, "I'll tell you, it's Yang Rang. It was Pilot Yang who asked me to do this." Yang Rang. Luo Yan's mind immediately flashed the image of the gloomy pilot. Okay. Luo Yan let go. The woman saved her life and relaxed. Then all kinds of vicious methods came to her mind, all kinds of ways to kill Luo Yan. But at this moment, the artificial meat with a strong fragrance and a lot of gravy suddenly slipped into her mouth. Luo Yan poured the contents of the can into the woman's mouth, and then pressed hard on her mouth. The woman struggled desperately, her eyes were about to fall out. But in the end, she still foamed at the mouth. She died. Luo Yan took out a sharp piece of iron, cut the woman's artery, filled an empty can with blood, and then quietly left. He left the convoy. The blood of the woman was spilled along the way. Not long after, some wolf ticks smelled the blood. They rushed into the convoy. They rushed into the woman's tent. This alarmed the soldiers, and a short battle soon broke out. All the wolf ticks were killed, but the woman was also unfortunately torn to pieces by the wolf ticks. Seeing this scene, Luo Yan took a deep breath of the cold night air and returned to his assigned tent. The next day, the convoy set off. They soon left Flower City, all the way north. In the evening, they stopped under a bridge to rest. 3 trucks loaded with mechs opened the carriages, and maintenance personnel performed daily maintenance on the mechs. Every pilot loves his own mecha like a treasure, and he has to watch it by the side when it is maintained. Yang Rang is no exception. Moreover, he was in a bad mood and didn't look at the maintenance personnel with a good face. Be careful, if you break it, I will make you pay for it. Are you an idiot? Who told you to use lubricants like this? Luo Yan sat nearby, watching the floor of the car rise and prop up the upper body of the mecha. Yang Rong was standing under the mecha, pointing and talking, occasionally looking at Luo Yan with a gloomy look. Luo Yan ignored him and closed his eyes, seeking the feeling of yesterday. Soon, he heard the strong heartbeat again. It was as if the mecha was a living thing, not a metal object. Luo Yan immediately established a connection with the mecha and achieved empathy. Yang Rong's figure appeared under his corner. Luo Yan shook his body quickly. On the heavy truck, the mecha white dragon suddenly tilted, broke several fixing ropes, and fell to the ground. Just as Yang Rong turned around to leave, he didn't see this scene in time, but he heard the exclamation of the maintenance worker. Then a huge shadow enveloped him. Bang! The mecha fell heavily to the ground. Blood was flowing out from under the silver white armor. The camp was quiet at first. Then there were cries of surprise. A pilot drove a completely black mecha to help. But when the white dragon was helped up, people only saw that Yang Rong had turned into a pool of blood. Luo Yan took out the last bread he brought out of the doghouse. He took a bite. Millimeters. It smells so good. Xiao Mengxin's new book is online. Brothers and sisters, please take care of it. During the new book period, collections, recommendation tickets, and monthly tickets are very important to me. Please support chapter 4 entrance examination. Because of Yang Rong's death, the camp was in turmoil. During the whole process, Luo Yan ate silently and watched quietly, as if he was an outsider. In the end, this incident was classified as an accident. Next, Luo Yan was prepared to be suspected by Zeng. When he slept, he also set up some alarms in the tent. He was ready to escape at any time. But it was calm. One night passed. The next day, the convoy continued its journey. That day they encountered giant beasts and a tide of parasites. But they were all repelled by Captain Zeng and another pilot driving a mecha. Luo Yan witnessed the entire battle process. Captain Zeng's mecha, which was mainly red and blue, and was called Blue Front, was very flexible in action. Sometimes it would move at an unimaginable high speed. Luo Yan heard the warrior next to him sigh that it was the embodiment of Captain Zeng's Shenzang, fencing. What is Shenzang? Luo Yan didn't know. He didn't ask. If he successfully entered the dungeon, he would know everything he should know. There is no need to rush. The battle is over. Some members of the convoy were wearing protective clothing, busy dissecting the carcasses, collecting blood, recovering organs, and peeling off scales or claws. They stored these things in different categories. Luo Yan remembered that they also dissected the bodies of Taoji and Lily in the Flower City the day before yesterday. I don't know whether the organs and blood of these giant beasts are recovered for research or for other purposes. In the next few days, the convoy encountered giant beasts almost every day. This confirmed the statements of those survivors. The world outside the city is even more difficult to survive. The earth has become a paradise for giant beasts. After a few days, Luo Yan observed a strange phenomenon. Those giant beasts that came to attack the convoy seemed to be heading for a truck. The truck was loaded with a mysterious item that was pulled from the Taoji lair at that time. Could it be that Taoji did not leave the city center because he was actually attracted by the mysterious item? This idea was confirmed on this day. On this day, the convoy was driving on a broken road and was suddenly attacked by a giant beast. A giant bird called Gwaru descended from the sky. This beast has a white head, 3 legs, and a human face. It stirred up a storm, blew over the truck, and let the items in the waterproof cloth roll down. Luo Yan saw that it was a dark black crystal that was 7 or 8 meters long and looked like a rockery. There seemed to be a breath rising and falling inside that thing, and from time to time it condensed into some strange hideous beast faces. The Gwaru vibrated a pair of huge wings and used 3 red claws to grab the strange stone and leave. But it was intercepted by Lin Feng and another all-black machine. During the battle, the strange stone was affected by the artillery fire and shattered in half. Luo Yan saw it clearly. When the dark black crystal stone shattered, the fragments flew everywhere, and a white rainbow passed over his head, carrying a hint of holiness, and fell into the distant countryside. Luo Yan felt strange. The strange stone looked evil. How could there be such a holy thing? Seeing that the battle was still going on, Luo Yan took the opportunity to run to the place where the white rainbow fell, intending to see what was going on. When he was away from the road and came to the vicinity, he saw a patch of grass growing rapidly and wildflowers blooming one after another. It seemed as if they were injected with infinite vitality. This scene of a cluster of flowers formed a sharp contrast with the withered and yellow grass and trees next to it. Luo Yan's eyes lit up, and he rushed into the newly grown grass and searched for a long time. Finally, he found a white diamond-shaped object. Luo Yan picked it up and felt that it was as warm as white marble, with a slight coolness. He played with it for a while. Just as he was about to put it away for careful study, suddenly, this thing released a hazy light from the inside out. Then a pattern similar to the Takai bag were emerged. The diamond-shaped white jade immediately became illusory, lost its texture, and had no shape. Only a group of clear light wrapped in the strange symbol remained. Then whoosh, it was imprinted between Luo Yan's eyebrows. Luo Yan was stunned. Then his heart skipped a beat. This thing flew out of the black strange stone. God knows what it is. It flew into my body like this. I don't know if it will cause any harm. But after a while, Luo Yan found that there was nothing unusual. He was slightly relieved. At this time, the battle on the road was over. The Kwaru was injured and fled. The commander Jiuying was directing the soldiers to recover the strange stone and all the fragments. From the mouth of the soldiers passing by, Luo Yan heard the word Jiuying, which seemed to refer to the strange stone. It seems that this team already knew what it was. Moreover, it is very likely that they came for this Jiuying. Luo Yan watched Lan Feng walk towards the carrier and wondered whether he should go to Jiuying to ask about the white jade. But he was worried that, if he absorbed the jade, he would be taken as an experimental subject by the underground city. Finally, he gave up this idea. The team continued to go north. A week after leaving Huacheng, the team arrived at a large lake area. When they came to the lake shore, the lake water rumbled, and a tunnel rose from the lake and bordered the lake shore. Luo Yan was amazed. Who would have thought that the entrance to the underground city was actually in the lake? The convoy drove into the tunnel and continued to go deeper. About half an hour later, Luo Yan looked out the window and saw a huge underground space. In that huge space that could almost accommodate a city, Luo Yan saw trains shuttling between cities and stopping beside tall buildings. There were huge pipe-like objects connecting the ground and the top of the space, and they might even extend to the ground. I don't know what they are used for. The convoy went down along the elevated highway, and Luo Yan gradually saw that this city was not much different from those ground cities before the giant beast disaster. In addition to the rooftops of those tall buildings, there were artillery positions. On the roads, 3 or 5 tanks or armored vehicles would pass by from time to time. This is the city of Guangling, one of the 18 cities in the north. The new underground city is still under construction, but because of the giant beast disaster, the construction period will be much longer than those cities built in advance. Jiuying, who had arrived at some point, stood next to Luo Yan and gave a brief introduction. Then he said, "You are lucky. Today is the day when the Mecha Training Academy recruits new students. I have already registered for you. However, registration does not mean that you can be admitted. The academy is very strict in recruiting new students. There is an entrance examination, which is also called the academy examination. Whether you can pass the academy examination and enter the academy depends on your own ability. If you are not admitted, you can only be sent back to the surface." Luo Yan nodded. Jiuying glanced at him and said, "I will let Xiaoli take you to the academy later. If you are lucky and can be admitted, I suggest that you do not directly exchange your credits for the antidote for the red poison. You can exchange some relief agents on schedule. They can relieve the condition and allow you to participate in various trainings without further deterioration of the condition. The saved credits can be used to exchange for training materials. Improve your strength as soon as possible so that you can obtain more authority and resources." Credits? Training materials? Luo Yan was confused, but he wrote down Zeng's words. Zeng glanced at him again and said, in addition, the academy, or the underground city, is different from the surface. There is still order here, so you have to restrain your wildness. In short, here, you can't kill people as casually as on the surface. Luo Yan said hoarsely, what if the other party wants to kill me? Generally speaking, this situation is impossible. Zeng said firmly, but if there is, you can kill first and report later. I will give you some protection, but if you use my protection to mess around, then the first person I will kill is you. After looking at Luo Yan meaningfully, the cold-faced leader left. Soon, the convoy arrived on the ground. A guard beside Zeng drove and sent Luo Yan to the academy. Not long after, arrived at the academy. The full name is 100 Battles Mecha Training Academy, and many freshmen stopped at the gate. It turned out that they were queuing up to register for admission. But Luo Yan's car drove straight in. After entering the school gate, Luo Yan saw a stone tablet with 4 powerful characters on it. The 4 characters are, sword pointing to the south of the sky. A murderous aura emanated from the car. Finally, the car stopped outside a hall. Soldier Ziroli said, you go in first. I'll take Captain D's recommendation letter to the academic affairs office and then come. Okay. Luo Yan nodded, got off the car alone, and entered the hall alone. There were already quite a few people in the hall. Most of them were young people aged 17 or 18. There were more men and relatively fewer women. Luo Yan looked around and habitually wanted to choose a corner to wait. Get out of the way. Suddenly, there was a gust of wind behind his head. He subconsciously dodged to the side. He let out a big hand that was pushing towards his head. Luo Yan instinctively grabbed the hand and was about to strangle it. Suddenly, he remembered Zeng's words and changed from strangling to pushing. A fat and strong figure fell to the ground. Bang! The sound attracted attention. One after another, eyes looked over. First, they fell on the man on the ground. Then they moved to Luo Yan. Then they exclaimed softly. The freshmen in this hall were all dressed appropriately, clean and tidy. Where is Luo Yan? Still wearing his old clothes. At this time, the man on the ground stood up with a roar. This man was a head taller than Luo Yan, with round arms, but looked bloated. There was blood on his forehead. He was furious. Where did you come from, you savage? How did you get in? You dare to throw me, you're looking for death. Luo Yan remembered Zeng's words and didn't want to cause trouble. So he said, I'm a freshman. You started it first, so I threw you. It was a concise word-saving answer. The fat and strong young man in front of him felt despised. He was angry at first, but suddenly saw Luo Yan's red pupils and took 3 steps back. His voice became shrill and he shouted, red poison. You are infected with red poison. Don't come over. Stay away from me. The hall suddenly exploded. The freshmen retreated one after another, as if Luo Yan was a flood beast. The fat man shouted again, Guangling City has been promoting vaccines for 3 years and has long eliminated the red poison. You still dare to say that you are a freshman? You are clearly a wild man who sneaked in. Where are the security guards? Where are the gatekeepers? Where are they? Why don't you drive this guy away? At this time, a majestic voice sounded. Silence. People looked over and saw a middle-aged man who looked like a teacher, followed by a black armored warrior. The man who looked like a teacher looked like Luo Yan and said calmly, this is the freshman recommended by Captain Zeng. Who wants to drive him away? The fat man immediately lowered his head. The teacher said again, in addition, the red poison will not spread from person to person. What are you afraid of? You are afraid of even the red poison, and you are expected to go to the surface to fight the giant beast. What a joke. When this was said, everyone was ashamed. Then, he took out a magnetic card and handed it to Luo Yan. This is your registration card. If you pass the exam successfully, it will be your student card. Then he looked around and said, all of you get ready. The exam will start in 10 minutes. The question is to kill a wolf tick. The specific rules will be announced by the principal later. After that, the teacher left. Everyone in the hall suddenly said that it was difficult. Only Luo Yan felt strange. It's just a wolf tick. Is it difficult? As long as those things don't come in groups, it's not difficult to kill one alone. Soldier Xiaoli came over and smiled. I have to go back first. This is for you. There is my number in it. If you have anything, call me. He took out a mobile phone and gave it to Luo Yan. Luo Yan was surprised. Xiaoli laughed. This thing can only be used in the city. It is invalid outside the city. Then he lowered his voice and said, I just saw the list of freshmen this year. There is a guy named Luo Beacon here. You must pay attention to him. His father is a sworn enemy of our Commander D. This kid surnamed Luo relies on his family's power and looks down on others. He can do anything. If he passes the college entrance examination, you must be more careful. After saying that, he patted Luo Yan on the shoulder to show encouragement, and then he left. Luo Yan put away his mobile phone and heard a lot of gossip at this time. Who is this guy? He was actually recommended by Captain D. I envy you so much. You know, this year's written test is super difficult. The written test alone eliminated nearly 80% of the freshmen, and this kid actually entered the college entrance examination directly. Isn't he Captain D's illegitimate child? Shh, you are going to die. Luo Yan was unmoved. Looking around, he saw the fat man. He walked towards the fat man. The fat man was about to wipe the blood when he saw Luo Yan coming over. He was startled. What are you doing? Luo Yan ignored him. Swish. He tore off a piece of his sleeve, pulled the fat man over, and used his sleeve to wipe the blood off the other's face. The fat man was stunned. He didn't understand what was going on. After wiping the blood, Luo Yan left. After a while, the fat man laughed and said to the person next to him, although this kid is barbaric, he still knows that he is doing something wrong and took the initiative to help me wipe the blood. Soon, an older voice sounded in the hall. Hello, freshman. I'm the principal Pan Rinfeng. The college entrance examination is about to begin. Now announce the rules. Freshmen who participate in the college entrance examination can take the exam alone or in a team. The team must not exceed 3 people. In addition, there are weapons for everyone to choose from in the examination room. During the exam, there will be judges to score. If the average score exceeds 80 points, it will be considered a pass. For those who pass, the score will be converted into credits at a 1:1 ratio, which will serve as your startup capital after admission. Now, please follow the on-site teacher to the examination room. In a blink of an eye, they arrived at the examination room. Next, there will be 10 minutes for students to decide what weapons to use and in what form to take the exam. When Luo Yan looked at a row of weapon racks, a voice said, hello, do you want to team up with me? Luo Yan turned around. In front of him was a young man of 17 or 18 years old. He had black hair and a slightly thin figure. He wore a pair of frameless glasses, which gave people a clean and bookish feeling. He stretched out his hand and smiled. My name is Li Bohang. Luo Yan glanced at him, shook his head, and walked towards the weapon rack. He was used to acting alone. Temporary team formation is actually a hindrance. Besides, it's just a wolf tick. He picked up a long gun from the weapon rack. It's very ordinary. The advantages are that it's long and sharp enough. More people choose firearms. Luo Yan has only touched an automatic pistol, and he is not proficient. Naturally, he didn't follow the trend to pick a gun. Besides, he already has a plan. After registering and taking a number, the exam began soon after all this was done. The students whose numbers were called would enter a sealed venue. There were no windows on the venue, so the students outside could not see what was going on inside. Only the judges or the students who had finished the exam could see it on the big screen in another hall. One by one, the students entered the venue. When they came out, some cheered, some wailed, some were even carried out, covered in blood, and sent for rescue. Soon it was Luo Yan's turn. In the hall behind the examination room, the fat man who had caused Luo Yan to fall before was resting. Seeing Luo Yan coming out on the big screen, he couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Suddenly he saw Luo Yan take out a piece of rag from his pocket. The rag was stained with blood. The fat man suddenly remembered that it was the half sleeve that Luo Yan used to wipe the blood off himself. The fat man was at a loss. He couldn't understand Luo Yan's operation. In the field, Luo Yan tied the bloody sleeve to the tip of the gun and nodded to the invigilator. Soon, a wolf tick was released. As soon as the wolf dog-sized giant parasite entered the field, it rushed towards Luo Yan like crazy. When it approached, it pounced hard, 3 feet off the ground, and crashed into the tip of the gun. Luo Yan's feet slipped back, but he still used the spear to withstand the impact. But the wolf tick pierced his body. It struggled desperately, but the amplitude gradually weakened. Finally, it stopped breathing. On the screen, Luo Yan put down the spear and turned to leave. The hall was silent. The whole process. No more than 10 seconds. Moreover, rather than saying that Luo Yan killed the wolf tick, it's better to say that the thing went up to die. This, I see. Wolf ticks go crazy and lose their reason when they see blood. He used blood cloth as bait to lure the wolf ticks into the trap. Awesome. Smart. The fat man turned his head and saw a tall and thin young man wearing frameless glasses standing next to him. He revealed the secret of Luo Yan's victory. The fat man's doubts were solved, but the muscles on the fat man's face twitched. Wait, that guy wiped the blood for me. He didn't admit his mistake at all. He used my blood to catch wolf ticks. Chapter 5, Key Seeing Pupil. 2 hours later, the college entrance examination was over. The broadcast sounded. The college entrance examination results are out. There are 68 freshmen with an average score of more than 80 in this assessment. Next, the list of qualified students and their scores will be announced. Students whose names are called, please return to the clubhouse to gather. Students whose names are not called, please continue to work hard. Begin to announce the list, and the ranking is in no particular order this time. Li Zhe, 81 points, passed. Zhao Yuan, 85 points, passed. Zheng Shan, 87 points, passed. Luo Yan pricked up his ears and listened to the broadcast attentively. Beside him, the students whose names were called were very excited. For example, a tall boy named Zheng Shan, his eyes were red with joy, and he raised his arms and cheered. It attracted people's attention. There were also some people who were more stable and mature. For example, the tall, thin and cleanly Boheng who wore glasses. There was also an extraordinary, but generally gloomy young man. There were many followers around him. Luo Beichan, 91 points, passed. When the broadcast read this name, many people around the gloomy young man cheered. Congratulations, brother Luo, 91 points, this score is really too high. Yes, I see, brother Luo ranks first among the freshmen this term. It turns out that he is Luo Beichan, Luo Xianai's son. When Luo Yan looked over, the gloomy young man also looked over. The two people's eyes met in the air. Luo Beichan smiled slightly to show his friendliness. But when Luo Yan looked away, another meaningful look flashed in Luo Beichan's eyes. At this time, the broadcast sounded again. Li Boheng, 92 points, passed. Luo Beichan's smile immediately stiffened. The follower next to him was also stunned. This slap in the face came too quickly, right? However, this is not over yet. Lin Wei, 95 points, passed. 95 points. The students were immediately shocked. This score was too high. Moreover, listening to the name, it was obviously a girl. However, just as the students were searching for who Lin Wei was, the broadcast sounded again. Luo Yan, 98 points, passed. At this time, Luo Beichan's face was expressionless. The venue was dead silent. 98 points. A full score of 100, and someone actually got 98 points. Did the invigilator give the wrong score? The students were confused, shocked, and suspicious. All of them were seen by an old man. In the academy, in the principal's office, Principal Pan Rinfeng laughed and said, the wolf cub introduced by Di Zheng is indeed not simple. His survival experience on the surface is completely incomparable to that of the boy in our underground city. At this time, the picture on the screen had been frozen on Luo Yan. The old principal was in his early 60s, short, with white hair tied into a small braid. Behind him, the teacher who had announced Luo Yan's identity in the guild hall before said in a deep voice, Principal, are you really going to accept this student? Di Zheng did. On the way, a pilot threatened him, and he set a trap to kill him. This could be a time bomb. Pan Rinfeng laughed and said, what's the big deal? I was more ruthless than him when I was young. Or is our teacher Wei Fenghua afraid? Afraid of getting into trouble? The middle-aged teacher coughed a few times and then said, "Principal, you don't have to provoke me. As long as you dare to accept him, let me teach this student. Giant beasts are invading, and Yan Fu appears in the world. We really need some ruthless and hot-tempered guys. Only then can we hope to take back the surface and our home from the claws of those beasts." Pan Rinfeng nodded slightly. "I think so too. Besides," Dizeng said, "this wolf cub is still principled. The two who died had evil intentions towards him first. Otherwise, it would just be killing innocent people. Even if he was a natural resonance, Dizeng would not have let him live until now, let alone bring him back to Guangling. Teach him well, Teacher Weni." Weni Fenghua straightened his glasses with a thin crack. "I will." After the names of 68 students were announced one after another, those who passed went to the club. Those who did not pass returned with regret. Luo Yan walked in the crowd. He walked on the edge. As usual, he kept a state of being able to escape at any time. 3 years on the surface. Even this seemingly very safe campus could not change the habits that Luo Yan had already developed. Club. Luo Yan saw Weni Fenghua. Weni Fenghua put his hands behind his back and looked around. "My name is Weni Fenghua. I'm the director of the teaching department. First of all, congratulations on passing the assessment. From this moment on, you are Guangling City's candidate pilots and enjoy the 4th level treatment." Cheers rang out. Many people were even excited with red eyes. Luo Yan didn't know what the 4th level treatment was, but looking at the excitement of the students around him, he thought it should be good. Weni Fenghua continued, "Next, we will arrange dormitories for you according to your scores. You are tired today. Go back to the dormitories and have a good rest. We will start classes tomorrow." Weni Fenghua paused and said, "Your college exam scores have been converted into credits. Credits can be exchanged for various supplies in the logistics department. In the future, if you achieve excellent results in your studies, you will also be rewarded in the form of credits. That's all I want to say." After the speech, Weni Fenghua glanced at Luo Yan and left the hall. After Weni Fenghua left, a female teacher came forward and said, "Before going to the dormitories, the college will collect the physical data of each student for the purpose of physical fitness assessment. It won't take too much time. Please go over there if your name is called." The teacher pointed to a device similar to an airport security gate. Zheng Yui, Liu Bing, Chen Yangsang students lined up to pass through the inspection gate, and staff at the door were holding tablets to enter data. When it was Luo Yan's turn, he walked through the inspection gate. The lights on the gate came on. It seems something went wrong. "Student, go again." Luo Yan did as he was told. The light at the checkpoint was still on. At this time, the female teacher came over. "What's wrong?" The staff member said uncertainly. "This student seems to have practiced visualization. The data shows that his energy has reached 97 average. This is a level that can be reached after completing basic training. In addition, his heavenly spirit has been opened. He has opened up and awakened his divine treasure. His divine treasure is the vision eye." All of a sudden, dozens of eyes in the hall fell on Luo Yan. There were surprises, envy, jealousy, and so on in these eyes. Luo Yan had no idea what they were talking about. However, the name Vision Eye is very appropriate for his magical vision. At this time, someone said, "It's not uncommon to complete basic training. Basic visualization is not uncommon. Anyone in our city who can afford the basic visualization technique has started practicing before entering school." Another voice said, "And the air-seeing pupil is not some extraordinary secret. Pupil skills belong to the ESP system. If I remember correctly, this air-seeing pupil is the most common and least noticeable one in the ESP system." The students were talking about it. The envious and jealous eyes just now were much calmer. Hearing that the air-seeing pupil was very common, Luo Yan said that he was not disappointed, but that was a lie. Especially when the female teacher looked at him, there was a sense of pity in her eyes. Luo Yan felt even worse, but he said nothing. He comforted himself. Although the air-seeing pupil was very common, Dizeng also said that he was a natural resonance person. People can't always take all the benefits. There are gains and losses. Thinking of this, he became clear-headed again. No more regrets. after the physical examination was over. Next, the dormitory supervisor led the freshmen to the dormitory. Students who rank in the top 3 in the college entrance examination can get independent dormitories. But this is not permanent for you to use. Every quarter, the college will evaluate and assess students. Once your score drops, you will not be able to use independent dormitories, so students in the top 3 should be vigilant. Students with lower scores don't need to be discouraged. As long as you work hard, you will also have the opportunity to live in independent dormitories. The dormitory supervisor said as he walked. These words made the students start to compete with each other. Soon, Luo Yan walked into his room. Independent dormitory, single living. The bedroom and living room are integrated into one. There is a separate bathroom. The environment is elegant, 10,000 times better than his previous doghouse in the sewer. But, Luo Yan frowned and thought to himself, the bed and the window are too close. The window has no guardrails, and it is a floor-to-ceiling window, which is easy to be attacked. There is no escape measure. Once an accident occurs, the chance of survival is close to zero. Based on his 3 years of experience living on the surface, in addition to the good environment and large area, this dormitory is not as safe as his doghouse. Thinking of this, he decided to go to the logistics department later. See if you can use the credits to exchange for some materials and tools to reinforce your dormitory. At this moment, a white light suddenly appeared in front of him. The light moved silently, outlining a pattern similar to Take Eye. P.S. Thanks to book friends 59,455,664, Yun Kishandian, Yadeo Wang, Mr. Fran KKKK, from the stars, who are Womengayu and other brothers for the rewards. Chapter 6 Data Perspective. After a while, the Take-Eye diagram that appeared in Luo Yan's pupils was dissipating. But it did not disappear completely. The white light sank into the depths of Luo Yan's red eyes. It turned into silver white symbols that were as tiny as dust and constantly changing, distributed around his eyeballs. After a second or two, the circle of symbols was fixed, no longer changing. Then the white light disappeared, and there was no abnormality. Luo Yan was stunned for a moment, vaguely feeling that this was related to the diamond-shaped white jade he absorbed on the way. Because the same pattern appeared on that white jade, he had doubts, but he could not understand it for the time being, so he could only put it aside. Walking out of the dormitory, Luo Yan saw many classmates visiting their rooms. Some exclaimed, and some smiled bitterly. He walked along the wall of the corridor, wanting to go to the logistics department. Suddenly he stopped. There was a fat figure in front of him. It was the fat man who was hit on the head by him before the college exam. The fat man was called Chen Yangsong, and he got 83 points by luck, and became one of the qualified ones. He also saw Luo Yan. Thinking of Luo Yan using his blood to catch wolf dicks, he was immediately furious. He was still restrained, glared at Luo Yan fiercely, and went into his dormitory. The dormitory is a 4-person room. There are 2 bunk beds. Chen Yangsong threw his luggage on the upper bunk, and sat on the lower bunk. It was obvious that he wanted to occupy both bunks. At this time, his roommates came in. They were Li Zhe and Xiao Yun. One scored 81 points and the other 85 points. The 3 of them had similar scores, and were assigned to the same room. After closing the door, the 3 introduced themselves. Then the thinner Li Zhe took the initiative to say, Chen Yangsong, do you want to meet a big shot? Chen Yangsong was in a bad mood and said unhappily, what big shot? Luo Beichan, the son of the boss of Kaiming Heavy Industry. Chen Yangsong raised his head suddenly. No one in Guangling City doesn't know Kaiming Heavy Industry. This is a construction group that has built most of the infrastructure and public facilities in the underground city. Moreover, Luo Xianyi, the boss of Kaiming Heavy Industry, has invested a lot this year to run for the position of city lord. His biggest competitor is Zeng, the commander of the Ground Exploration Corps. The son of such a big shot is actually a classmate. Chen Yangsong, who came from a grassroots background, immediately stood up and put on a smile. Then what are we waiting for? A moment later, in a double dormitory, Chen Yangsong met Luo Beichan. The other party directly took out good wine to entertain him. After 3 cups, Luo Beachin smiled and said, Yang Sang, I want to ask you for help with something. Chen Yang Sang was flattered. Brother Luo, what is it? I want to teach Luo Yan a lesson. Luo Beachin's face was calm. Chen Yang Sang immediately guessed that this might be related to Luo Xianai's election for the city lord. After all, Luo Yan was introduced by Commander Dizeng, and Dizeng is Luo Xianai's biggest competitor. Brother Luo, what do you want to do? Chen Yang Sang knew that this was a rare opportunity. He knew what he was made of. Although he was lucky enough to be admitted, it was not easy to stand out in the academy. If he could do this for Luo Beachin, naturally, he would take care of him in the future. At least, he would not have to worry about food and clothing. Luo Beachin picked up the wine glass. His eyes were cold. You can cripple him, or even kill him by accident. Chen Yang Sang took a breath. I didn't expect Luo Beachin to be so ruthless. Why, you don't dare. Luo Beachin looked at the fat man indifferently. Chen Yang Sang laughed dryly. Brother Luo, is this appropriate? Don't worry, as long as you don't betray me afterwards. Even if you are sent to jail, I will get you out. You don't think I can't do it, do you? Luo Beachin laughed and took a sip of the wine in the glass. Beside him, Li Zhe and Zhao Yuan also joined in. Yang Sang, Luo used you in the college entrance examination. You won't forget it, right? He used your blood to lure wolf ticks to commit suicide, and he passed the exam easily. But do you know what others say about you? Everyone says you are so stupid that you were used by a wild man, and you still have the nerve to enroll. Chen Yang Sang was furious when his scar was exposed. He drank the wine and said in a deep voice, Brother Luo, I'll do it. So the matter was settled. After Chen Yang Sang and the other 2 left, Luo Beachin's roommate, a pale-faced young man, asked cautiously, Brother Luo, should I inform the old man about this? Luo Beachin said, while shaking the wine glass gently. The one with the surname Luo was recommended by Dizeng. He also got the highest score in the college entrance examination. Why do you think Dizeng did this? He wants to tell everyone that he has vision and can lead Guangling to glory. So I have to deal with the savage named Luo Yan to cheer for my father. Besides, killing a savage on the surface. What's the difference between that and stepping on an ant? Will you tell your parents because you stepped on an ant? After saying that, he glanced at his roommate. The pale-faced young man complimented him repeatedly and did not dare to mention notifying Luo Xianai again. When he returned to the dormitory again, Luo Yang had an extra backpack. He exchanged credits for a bottle of red poison reliever at the logistics department, as well as steel wire, portable grinders and other miscellaneous items. The former cost 2 credits. On the contrary, the latter, a bunch of things, only cost 1 credit. The reliever can suppress the red poison and prevent it from worsening and not attacking. But the effect can only last for 1 month. Spending 1 credit every month can suppress the red poison, which Luo Yan thinks is a good deal. After returning to the dormitory and closing the door, Luo Yan began to work. He used the portable grinder to process the steel wire and sharpen its edges. This process was very boring, but Luo Yan had done more boring work than this in the 3 years on the surface. As long as he could survive, he was willing to do anything. Time passed in the repetitive work. I don't know if it was dizzy. Luo Yan suddenly found that a group of numbers were floating on the steel wire he was grinding. 86. And as the edge of the steel wire turned red, thinner and sharper, the number continued to rise. 9,094,100. Luo Yan stopped hurriedly. He looked away. When he landed on the French window, he immediately got the data of 5 meters in width and 2 meters in height. Look at other furniture. More and more numbers jumped out of Luo Yan's eyes. In addition to length and width, there is now height, inclination, and thickness. A large amount of data from nowhere made his eyes burn and uncomfortable. Luo Yan closed his eyes hurriedly. After a while, he opened his eyes again. Looking around, no numbers appeared. Luo Yan tried to open the energy viewing pupil. Soon, his eyes felt slightly burning. Everything in his field of vision became transparent, leaving only some lines, and various data appeared again near these lines that constructed the outline of things. Luo Yan was surprised and happy. He was sure that his energy viewing pupil should have undergone some changes, but he didn't know where this change came from. Suddenly, Luo Yan remembered the Takai pattern before. He quickly found a mirror. He looked at it. In his red eyes, around the eyeballs, a circle of silver light spots appeared. This was an abnormal phenomenon that had never happened before. Moreover, when looking at himself in the mirror, Luo Yan also saw his grey life breath. But what was different from usual was that this group of human-shaped life breath had other colors. One circle of fiery red, and one circle of bright yellow. Two kinds of light. When Luo Yan landed on the circle of fiery red light, a group of numbers appeared nearby. 108. And when he looked at the circle of bright yellow light, he got another group of numbers. 97. What do these two groups of numbers represent? In other words, what do the two lights of fiery red and bright yellow mean? Luo Yan closed his eyes and turned off the key-seeing pupil. Now he was sure that his pupil technique had changed. While retaining the previous functions, it also added perspective obstacles and digital vision, especially the latter. Detailed and accurate numbers can be obtained. In addition, the grey light of life now has two different colors of brilliance. That should be some kind of important symbol. Well, you can ask the teacher after class tomorrow. However, the diamond-shaped white jade, the Takai pattern, and the pupil technique change. There should be a connection between the three. In this way, the reason why the pupil technique has changed is related to the diamond-shaped white jade. What on earth is that? Luo Yan shook his head and habitually put aside the questions he couldn't figure out. He fixed the sharpened steel wire near the French window. Then he arranged other safety measures. He was busy until the evening. It was late at night. Chen Yangsong, Li Zhe, and Zhao Yuan left the dormitory carefully. They walked around. Arriving near Luo Yan's dormitory, looking at the French window in the distance, Chen Yangsong took out a bottle of wine. He gulped it down and finally poured the rest on his body. He was immediately full of alcohol. I say, will your idea work? Chen Yangsong looked at his roommates with some uncertainty. Li Zhe smiled and said, I guarantee there will be no problem. After you go in and cripple that guy, we will appear in time. Zhao Yuan nodded. We will say that you are drunk and crazy, and it is not your intention to hurt people. After listening to them, Chen Yangsong nodded and took out a dagger. This was sent by Luo Beichan. It is very sharp. Just wipe it on the neck. That's it. After explaining, Chen Yangsong, with a smell of alcohol, touched the French window, gritted his teeth and rushed in, crashed into the window. The sound of glass breaking was heard. Chen Yangsong had already crashed into the room. But just as he entered the room, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck. It was like being swept by something. He didn't think too much. He immediately rushed to the bed next to the window. Chen Yangsong raised the dagger and was about to stab the bed. But at this moment, his vision suddenly dropped rapidly. The next second, he saw the floor and under the bed. And he saw a pair of eyes. A pair of red eyes. Luo Yan was not on the bed, but under the bed. Chen Yangsong's scalp numbed, and he wanted to scream. But he couldn't make any sound. Moreover, his vision froze, and then gradually dispersed. Finally, there was no spirit. In the student dormitory, lights lit up one by one. Footsteps echoed in the corridor. Outside, Li Zhe and Zhao Yuan hurriedly got into the open French window. They didn't forget to shout, Chen Yangsong, are you okay? I told you not to drink so much, but you didn't listen. Are you drunk now? They stepped on the glass all over the floor, and with the afterglow of the street lamps outside, they saw Chen Yangsong's figure with his back to them. Then, the fat body fell to the ground with a bang. Suddenly, a stream of blood spurted out, leaving a blood-red fan. Then, Li Zhe and the others saw that Chen Yangsong's head fell beside the bed. His eyes stared straight under the bed. And, in front of them, there was a thin steel wire lying horizontally. There were still drops of blood dripping from it. A moment later, two sharp screams rang out in Luo Yan's room. Chapter 7, Death Challenge. Bang, bang, bang. There were knocks on the door. The voice of the dormitory supervisor came from outside the door. Student Luo, how are you? What happened? Li Zhe and Zhao Yuan both looked at the bed. However, a figure came out from under the bed. Luo Yan. Lee and Zhao were stunned. Why did this person sleep under the bed? Did he know what Chen Yang-sung was going to do at night? Luo Yan certainly didn't have such a great ability. He was just being cautious. In addition, when he was surviving on the surface, he always slept in a small place. Now he was asked to sleep in a big bed. Not used to it. Luo Yan glanced at Li and Zhao. Without saying a word, he turned around and opened the door. The door opened, and the dormitory supervisor walked in. There were other students who were awakened and came to watch the excitement. As soon as the dormitory supervisor entered the room, he saw the tragic scene of Chen Yang-sung's body and head separated on the ground. He quickly closed the door, but many students still vaguely glimpsed the blood on the floor. The dormitory supervisor looked around and took in the scene in the room. His eyes focused on the bloody steel wire in the air and the dagger in Chen Yang-sung's hand. Then he asked, "What happened?" Li Zhe reacted and jumped up to point at Luo Yan. "Teacher, Luo Yan killed someone." Zhao Yuan also came to his senses and joined the camp. "Yes, Luo Yan killed Chen Yang-sung. We saw it with our own eyes." Luo Yan snorted. "With our own eyes? Then tell me, which hand did I use to kill Chen Yang-sung?" Li and Zhao were speechless. But then they said, "Steel wire. You pulled a steel wire and cut Chen Yang-sung's neck." The dormitory supervisor looked at Luo Yan. Luo Yan said calmly, "Where is the steel wire?" Li Zhe pointed in front of him and said, "Nonsense, isn't it here?" "Yes, the steel wire is by the window, not by the door." "Then why did Chen Yang-sung break in through the window instead of going through the door?" Luo Yan looked at the dagger in the corpse's hand again. He is still carrying a murder weapon, and it is obvious that he has ulterior motives. He deserves to be put to death. Li and Zhao were speechless again. The dormitory supervisor looked at the two people. "What do you think Chen Yang-sung wants to do?" The two people stammered and answered. Chen Yang-sung was teased by Luo during the college entrance examination, and he was not convinced. He drank too much at night, and his brain was hot. He wanted to teach Luo a lesson. "Teacher, we persuaded him, but we couldn't stop him. I didn't expect it." The dormitory supervisor said coldly, "Is it really so? If I find out that you are lying, the college will definitely punish you severely." Li Zhe's face turned pale, but he still said, "We are telling the truth." The dormitory supervisor said, "You go back first. The college will handle this matter, and keep your mouths shut." Li Zhao and the others agreed, lowered their heads, and left through the French window. The teacher asked Luo Yan to change the dormitory, and at the same time he pulled down a sheet and covered the body. After Luo Yan came to the new dormitory, he did not fall asleep immediately. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He finally knew what the fiery red light represented. Tonight, when Chen Yang-sung broke into the window, Luo Yan activated the key viewing pupil in response to the situation, and saw Chen Yang-sung under the bed. He saw a circle of fiery red light in his grey light ball, and the number 127 appeared. But when Chen Yang-sung was beheaded by the steel wire that was polished to be as sharp as a knife, his circle of fiery red light quickly dimmed, and the group of numbers returned to 0 in an instant. Key in blood, or life. That circle of fiery red light represents the vitality of living things. Luo Yan was very happy to find out what the circle of fiery red light represented. This meant that he had a further understanding of his pupil technique after the mutation. Then he thought of Chen Yang-sung. Is he really here to trouble me because of what happened during the day? Luo Yan recalled the reactions of Li Zhe and Zhao Yun. Then he silently turned off the lights in the room. After Li Zhe and Zhao Yun returned to their dormitory, both of them looked unhappy. That Luo guy is so scary. No, he's just a lunatic. Who would set up a trap like that in the dormitory? Li Zhe shook his head and said, "Old Zhao, I think we should stop interfering with Luo's affairs." "I think so too." After the two reached a consensus, they turned off the lights and went to sleep. I don't know how long it took. Li Zhe felt someone slapping his face. He opened his eyes dazedly. Who is it? Suddenly, he shuddered. There was a person sitting at the head of the bed. There was a light in the other person's pocket, and it seemed that there was a mobile phone with a lit screen. In addition, he felt a chill on his neck. He turned his eyes and looked. A steel wire was wrapped around his neck. He was almost scared to pee. Then he heard the person at the head of the bed say, "Who instructed you to do this?" Lee Zhe immediately recognized that it was Luo Yan's voice. He couldn't help but cry a little. "Student Luo, don't mess around. What instructions? No one instructed. It's just Chen Yangsang who is confused." After that, he didn't hear Luo Yan speak again, but he felt the wire around his neck tightening. Lee Zhe suddenly thought of Chen Yangsang's headless body. "Student Luo, what do you want to do? Stop it, stop it." The wire continued to tighten. Lee Zhe felt its coldness. He seemed to see the call of the god of death. "Madman. This Luo is a madman." He collapsed. I'll tell you. It was Luo Beichan. Luo Beichan asked us to do this. He asked Chen Yangsang to kill you. It's none of our business. He is Luo Xianai's son. Luo Xianai is going to run for the next city lord. His biggest competitor is Commander Zeng, who recommended you to the hospital. Knowing the truth of the matter, Luo Yan said no more and silently tightened the wire around Lee Zhe's neck. Lee Zhe struggled immediately, but not long after, his eyes bulged, and he died on the spot. He walked to Zhao Yuan's bed again. He did the same. After dealing with the scene again, Luo Yan left. A moment later, he returned to his room and called the soldier Zhao. After the call was connected, Zhao was surprised. "It's so late. What happened?" Luo Yan simply said, "Luo Beichan planned to kill me, and the people he sent fell into the trap I set and died." There was a silence on the other end of the phone. Then Zhao said, "Wait a moment." Then he hung up the phone. Not long after, Luo Yan's phone rang. After he answered it, Zeng's voice came from the phone. "Do you have any evidence?" Luo Yan played a recording. He didn't forget to record it when he interrogated Li Zhao and the others just now. After listening, Zeng said in a deep voice, "I will warn the Luo family. You can sleep well." Warn? Luo Yan was not very satisfied. Zeng heard that his tone was different. "What do you think?" Luo Yan said calmly, "You said that if someone wants to kill me, you can kill first and report later. I have already dealt with those two people just now. I want to know, what about Luo Beichan?" There was a silence. Then Zeng said, "Do you want to kill him? I don't like being remembered by others." Luo Yan answered truthfully. Zeng said decisively, "Okay, you kill people, and I'll clean up the mess. But you can't just come and kill them. This is not the surface after all. The academy has its own rules." Luo Yan asked, "What rules?" Zeng said, "In the academy, if you want to settle personal grudges, you can set up a duel. The arena is divided into a martial arts arena or a death arena. In the martial arts arena, weapons and potions are not allowed. You need to be inspected by the academy before going on stage to ensure a fair fight. But the martial arts arena only decides victory and defeat, not life and death. After the fight, all grudges are cleared. There are no restrictions in the death arena, and the fight ends until death. But even if you win, you will be punished and have your credits deducted." Luo Yan thought about it and said, "Okay, I'll fight in the death arena. Don't underestimate Luo Beichan." Zeng reminded, his father, Luo Xianai, is the boss of Kaiming Heavy Industry. He's a big shot in Guangling City. If you fight in the death arena, he will definitely find a lot of resources for his son to squander. Luo Yan said calmly, "It doesn't matter. You will definitely not let me lose." Zeng chuckled on the phone. "I have sent you the information about Luo Beichan via text message. There should be some information in it that can help you." Zeng said and hung up the phone. Not long after, text messages came one after another. Looking at these messages, Luo Yan narrowed his eyes slightly and had an idea in his mind. The next day, after breakfast, the meeting hall gathered. Then 65 freshmen were taken to a tiered classroom. The Dean of Studies, Wei Fenghe, came in with a male teacher. Introduced, "This is Teacher Zhao Shi. Teacher Zhao is in charge of everyone's general knowledge class. You guys get ready. Teacher Zhao is about to teach." In addition, there were some accidents last night. Several students were unable to attend class. The pale-faced young man next to Luo Beichan said, "Teacher, was it really an accident?" He looked at Luo Yan. "Didn't someone kill someone on purpose? Or, because the person was recommended by Commander Zeng?" So even if someone was killed, it can be treated as if nothing happened. That's too scary. Luo Yan didn't move. Hearing the words of the pale-faced young man, many students whispered, "If that's the case, then the college is too partial, isn't it?" No, this is no longer partiality. It's shielding. Luo Beachin sneered in his heart. Last night, Li Zhe and Jiuying came to report the situation. He was quite shocked to learn that Chen Yangsang was killed in a counterattack. But then he thought it would be good if Chen Yangsang died. It was just the right time to incite classmates and use Luo Yan to discredit Zheng. This trick was very successful. Last night, many students did see blood in Luo Yan's room. Some people even saw the college security carrying a body out of Luo Yan's dormitory. Now, everyone looked at Luo Yan. They were scared. They kept their distance from him. There were only two people who didn't move. One man and one woman. The man was Li Boheng, a clean young man who wanted to team up with Luo Yan yesterday. The woman was wearing headphones and reading a book by herself and didn't seem to care about what happened in the classroom. Wen Fenghua couldn't help but frown. He knew what happened last night. I also know that Jiuying and Li Zhe, who were involved, both committed suicide. Zheng informed the college overnight about this and showed the recording. The college has made a decision, but it has not been announced yet. Now Luo Beachin is making a fuss about it. This made Wei Fenghua very dissatisfied. He was about to speak, but a voice rang out. "Luo Beachin, is this all you have?" Luo Yan sat still. Without turning his head, he said, "You only dare to hide behind the scenes and do shameful things. With this kind of pattern, it's no wonder that Luo Xianai values your brother Luo Nangsing. No way. If I were Luo Xianai, I wouldn't look at a waste." Luo Beachin, who was secretly complacent and smug, heard this. His expression suddenly twisted. The pale-faced young man next to him was startled. He knew that Luo Nangsing was Luo Beachin's taboo. If anyone mentioned Luo Nangsing in front of him, he would be insulted at best. At worst, he would be beaten. Sure enough, Luo Beachin couldn't bear it anymore when he heard this. He stood up and shouted, "What did you say?" Luo Yan said indifferently, "Don't tell me you don't know. Guangling City, who doesn't know that Luo Xianai values Luo Nangsing and regards it as a treasure. As for you, Luo Beachin, it's just a joke." Luo Yan rarely talks so much, but today, in order to irritate Luo Beachin, he had to make an exception. "You are looking for death." Luo Beachin lost his reason all of a sudden. He was about to pounce. The pale-faced young man tried his best to stop him. "Don't be fooled, brother Luo. He is deliberately irritating you." Luo Beachin regained some reason. He pointed at Luo Yan. "You slandered me. I won't let it go. I want to challenge you to death." Hearing the challenge to death, many students looked confused. Wen Fenghua frowned slightly. He glanced at Luo Yan. Luo Yan raised his head at this time, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "Okay. Let's fight now." Luo Beachin laughed. "No need to be so anxious. It won't be too late to fight in a month. When the time comes, I want you to die clearly." He needs time to prepare. In addition, although he has issued a declaration of war to Luo Yan, Luo Beachin cannot guarantee that he will not do anything during this period. If Luo Yan has an accident and dies and cannot go on the ring, he will not mind. Luo Yan thought about it, looked at him. It's a deal. So the matter was settled. Chapter 8, Shenzhang System. In the classroom, the students took their seats again. From the conversation between Luo Beachin and Luo Yan, they had already vaguely guessed that Chen Yangsang's matter was probably related to Luo Beachin. Luo Beachin also used this matter to incite and use them. This made them look at Luo Beachin with anger. Luo Beachin didn't care about it. He cared more about how to kill Luo Yan. At the podium, Wen Fenghua took a deep look at Luo Yan. He coughed twice and said to Xiaoshi, "Teacher Xiao, I'll leave this to you." Xiaoshi looked ordinary, but he had a bookish air. He smiled and nodded when he heard it. After Wen Fenghua left the classroom, the young teacher coughed dryly and smiled. "Hello everyone, my name is Xiaoshi. I'm here to give you a common sense class. The main purpose of opening this course is to let everyone know more about giant beast disaster, Yambu space and visualization technique. After that, he operated the computer on the podium. The curtain was lowered on the blackboard, and then the windows of the classroom were closed one by one. After the light became dim, some pictures appeared on the projection screen. There were some photos. It was a frozen giant beast corpse. This is the first giant beast remains that occurred half a century ago. We call it Zero. No Zero was discovered in the polar region. Its appearance caused a sensation in the archaeological community. Using modern instruments, we analyzed its age and came to a conclusion. No Zero is older than dinosaurs. But if that's all, it's just a feast for the archaeological community. Xiaoshi switched a few more photos. From the photos, it looked like a huge hole. At the place where number 0 was discovered, a national archaeological team continued to dig down. They wanted to dig out more giant beast remains. But they didn't expect to open the door to another world. It was also in that world that we found many things, including visualization. Due to time constraints, in that world, there is also knowledge about giant beast disasters and Yambu space. I will tell you about it in future courses. Next, I will focus on talking about visualization. Xiaoshi clicked a button on the keyboard, and new photos appeared on the projection screen. They were all stone slabs, stone tablets, and grey ancient books. These are some of the gains from that world, and they are also the prototypes of the visualization technique that you have already learned, or will learn next. Visualization technique can stimulate human potential, change our physique, and obtain a kind of energy called yuanli. We use mean as the unit to measure the strength of this energy. In addition, we can also use this energy to release some special abilities. We'll talk about this later. Xiaoshi turned off the projector and opened the window. He smiled and looked at the students one by one. Let's talk about the visualization technique. Most students should know that learning the visualization technique should be gradual. Those who are exposed to the visualization technique for the first time need to practice the basic exercises, which is the establishing yuan technique. It can stimulate the potential of the human body and awaken the potential yuan force in our body. Let it run through the limbs and bones. When the practice is complete, the yuan force will break through the sky spirit. From then on, it will be able to communicate with the upper and lower parts, allowing us to sense the existence of the yuan force of heaven and earth, and thus enter the next stage, the opening stage of practice. Xiaoshi said, looking at Luo Yan meaningfully. When you complete the yuan building and open the important acupoints such as heavenly spirit, you will also awaken your own divine treasure. The spirit is both the spirit and the soul. The treasure is a treasure. The divine treasure is a treasure in the soul. You can think of it as talent. Everyone has an innate talent, but if you don't discover it or develop it, you may never awaken it until the day you die. And opening the heavenly spirit acupoint will also open the treasure hidden deep in your soul. After a pause, Xiaoshi turned around. He wrote a few words on the blackboard one after another. Super sense, super body, mimicry, nature, mystery. He turned around and smiled. This is the system we have summarized after collecting, analyzing, and classifying the Shenzang. At this time, a student raised his hand. Teacher, I have a question. Why do mecha pilots have to practice visualization? Shouldn't we pay more attention to the operation of the mecha? Xiaoshi nodded. Good question. I wanted to talk about this last. Since you asked, I'll tell you in advance. Why do pilots have to learn visualization? It's because of the mecha's empathy system. This system allows the mecha and the pilot to connect neurally. It allows the mecha to move according to the pilot's thoughts. The mecha is like your body. As long as your brain issues a command, it can achieve synchronized movement through the empathy system. In addition, the empathy system has a more important function. It can reproduce and even amplify the pilot's own strength and skills. In other words, the stronger your strength, the richer your skills. Then these powers and skills can not only be reflected through the mecha, but also reach heights you can't imagine. Xiaoshi smiled and said, you can simply think of mechs as weapons. The stronger the person, the more powerful the weapon will be. In addition, lower level and mid-level behemoths can be killed with guns, missiles, etc. But for higher level and above, only yuanli can break through the defense and kill. That's why the driver needs to practice visualization. Hearing this, Luo Yan suddenly realized. He finally knew why the mecha controlled by Xing could burst out at an astonishing speed on the way back. Why did those soldiers say that it was the result of Xing's ability of Shenzhen being displayed through the mecha through the empathy system? After answering the students' questions, Xiaoxi continued to explain the differences between the 5 types of Shenzhen. Unknowingly, the bell for the end of get out of class rang. Xiaoxi had just finished explaining the last type of Shenzhen. He smiled and said, "Today's class ends here. You will start practicing visualization in the afternoon. Teacher Wei Fenghe will announce your assigned instructors in a moment. Then, students, see you in the next class." At this time, a student shouted, "Stand up and salute." "Thank you, teacher." After class, there was a 10-minute break. Wei Fenghe, the director of the teaching department, came again. He announced the instructors assigned to everyone. What surprised Luo Yan was that his instructor was Wei Fenghe. Moreover, he was the only student. One-on-one teaching. Taking this opportunity, Wei Fenghe also announced the results of the handling of Chen Yangsang's incident last night. This incident was eventually handled as an accident. The college ordered Luo Yan to remove all the traps in the dormitory to prevent the tragedy from happening again. At the same time, the security of the dormitory area was strengthened to ensure the safety of the students. Finally, Luo Yan deducted 20 credits as punishment. Get out of class was over. As soon as Luo Yan left the classroom, he was stopped by Wei Fenghe. "Follow me," Wei Fenghe said and left. Luo Yan had to follow. Arriving at a quiet pond, Wei Fenghe asked directly, "Did Xing tell you about the existence of the death challenge? Just now, did you deliberately provoke Luo Beachin to ask him to take the initiative to fight the death challenge?" Luo Yan nodded without hiding it. He had thought about it last night. If he took the initiative to ask for the death challenge, Luo Beachin might not be fooled. So he took advantage of Luo Beachin's character weakness. He mentioned his taboo in public. He made the other party angry and asked for the death challenge. However, at that time, Luo Yan was more looking forward to Luo Beachin rushing over. That way, he could accidentally kill him. 1 or 2, it's not easy to worry about. Wei Fenghe shook his head, then looked at Luo Yan and said, "Did Xing tell you that, even if you win the death challenge, you will lose credits?" "Yes," Luo Yan answered honestly. Wei Fenghe asked, "Even so, you still want to fight?" "Fight," Luo Yan responded concisely. Wei Fenghe smiled. "Okay, then I know how to teach you. Go eat. Don't be late this afternoon." After saying that, he coughed twice and left. Luo Yan was a little surprised. He thought Wei Fenghe would scold him or stop him. As a result, he wanted to find out his feelings, so as to decide how to teach. "Interesting," Luo Yan whispered. Then he followed the instructions on the sign and found the school cafeteria. Here, he saw more students. They were all sophomores and juniors of the college. It seemed that the news of Luo Yan and Luo Beachin fighting to the death had spread. As soon as he appeared, many eyes were cast over. There were all kinds of meanings in it. Luo Yan ignored it and went straight to the food window. At a table that Luo Yan passed by, someone snorted and said, "Hiheo, you see, the freshmen of this grade are quite arrogant." The young man called Hiheo was eating, and he looked up when he heard it and said unhappily, "Whether he has people in his eyes or not is none of my business." This man was tall and strong, with hard facial lines. His hair is very short, and he looks like a tough guy. But there is a lot of rice on his face, which looks a bit funny. The classmate next to him chuckled and said, "Your He family is suppressed by our Commander D. I remember you always said that you would make Commander D look bad after graduation. Why, have you changed your mind?" Hiheo slammed the bowl on the table. "No. But I have principles. I don't bully freshmen. If he really kills the guy named Luo, then I will play with him." A female classmate opposite said, "If he really kills Luo Beachin, then I advise you to give up this idea. Be careful, you will lose yourself while playing." Hiheo snorted, didn't respond, and continued to eat. Afternoon. Luo Yan came to the designated training hall. Wei Fenghe had already arrived. The teacher seemed to be in poor health and coughed a few times. Then he said, "You have already opened up, so you don't need to learn building Yuanju anymore. You can directly practice the elementary visualization technique." The elementary visualization technique has many techniques, and the technique I'm going to teach you is called viewing mountains and seas. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 9, Viewing the Mountains and Seas. Luo Yan looked at the instructor. Watching the mountains and seas? Wen Fenghua coughed twice. Each method is similar, but has different focuses. Some emphasize quick success, and breaking through in one day is also possible. Some focus on the amount of you only. The more you only, the stronger the endurance. As for watching the mountains and seas, it emphasizes the basics. As the saying goes, a tall building starts from the ground. When practicing this method, you may make slower progress than others at first. But the advantage is that the foundation is solid, and the easier it will be to practice later. Cough cough cough. Suddenly, Wen Fenghua coughed violently. He quickly took out a bottle of inhaler, took a sip, and then said, "Next, I will formally explain how to practice watching the mountains and seas. Don't interrupt. If you have any questions, I will give you time to ask questions later." Without waiting for Luo Yan to respond, Wen Fenghua took out a remote control and pressed it, and the large screen on the wall of the training hall lit up. A scroll appeared on the screen. It seemed to be an enlarged mural of some kind. In the scroll, the mountains are thousands of feet high and undulating. The sea is boundless, with blue waves stretching for thousands of miles. The mountains are in front and the sea is behind. The mountains and the sea complement each other. It is magnificent. Wen Fenghua said, "You should remember this picture. When you practice, you should visualize this picture in your mind. But at this stage, the focus is on mountains. Focus on visualizing those strange peaks and mountain ranges. Visualize the calmness and majesty of the mountains. Use this to precipitate your energy and let it blend into your skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and even all organs of the body. When you cultivate the aura of high mountains with thousands of peaks and ridges, you have reached the perfect level of the primary visualization technique. Then you can make a breakthrough and enter the stage of viewing the sea, which is the practice of the intermediate visualization technique." Next, Wen Fenghua instructed Luo Jing how to coordinate breathing when visualizing, how to sense the energy of heaven and earth, and how to guide it into the body through the method of breathing. This lecture lasted for nearly 2 hours. During this time, Luo Yan kept the teacher's instructions in mind. He did not interrupt. Even if he had any questions, he kept them in his heart. In short, the viewing mountains and seas set of exercises can allow you to complete the elementary and intermediate training. Okay, that's all I have to say. If you have any questions, just ask them. After saying that, Wen Fenghua started coughing again. Luo Yan did not ask questions immediately. He walked to the side of the training hall in silence. He took a folding chair, opened it, and placed it next to Wen Fenghua. Wen Fenghua took a look at the chair and sat down without being polite. Luo Yan then raised a question. How many levels are there in the visualization technique? How many levels are there in each level? Do different levels of visualization require different exercises to be practiced? He asked 7 or 8 questions in total. Wen Fenghua smiled and said, "According to our discovery in that world, the visualization technique is divided into the realms of building the essence, opening the orifices, and gathering the sea. But we think it is too complicated, so we changed it to the basic, elementary, intermediate, and advanced levels. Above the advanced level, there are also levels such as Tungsten, Karen, and Huanayu. But it's too early for you to get in touch with these now, so I won't go into details for now. As for the levels, each level is divided into 5 levels and 1 perfection. But even if you don't practice to perfection, you can break through. It depends on the situation, and can be operated flexibly. Different levels do require the practice of different exercises. However, the academy can only provide advanced exercises at most, and certain conditions must be met. As for the latter ones, you need to go through other channels, or even go to that world to explore, in order to have hope of obtaining them." Wen Fenghua answered Luo Yan's questions one by one. After Luo Yan wrote it down, he nodded and said, "I have no problem." "Then start practicing." Under Wei Fenghua's gaze, Luo Yan used the method he had just taught, consciously controlling his breathing while visualizing the magnificent picture of mountains and seas in his mind. At first, he needed to do two things at once. Either the rhythm of his breathing was wrong, or the picture in his mind could not be maintained. Wei Fenghua patiently helped him correct it. Gradually, Luo Yan found the trick. His breathing gradually changed, and at the same time, he felt a trace of warm breath in the air nearby, slowly penetrating into his body and flowing throughout his body. Luo Yan followed the instructor's instructions and consciously guided these breaths to his skin. Let them penetrate every inch of his skin. When Luo Yan was concentrating on practicing, he did not notice that his skin was slightly glowing and showing a slight rock texture. I don't know how long it took. Luo Yan heard Wei Fenghua's reminder, "It's okay." So he ended his first practice after entering school. He found that his body was wet with sweat, and the sweat was sour and smelly, with a hint of fishy smell. Wei Fenghua stood up and said, "Go back and take a shower. Then you can practice on your own. Tell me when you reach the second level of beginners." Luo Yan raised his hand and asked, "How do you know you have reached the second level of beginners?" Wei Fenghua coughed twice and said lightly, "You will know when you reach it. Remember, in this first level of practice, you must let the Yuan force completely penetrate every inch of your skin. First the limbs, then the torso, and finally every part of the body must be penetrated by the Yuan force. Even the eyelids cannot be left behind." Luo Yan nodded and took note. After leaving the training hall, he returned to the dormitory alone. On the way, he saw many classmates returning. Most of them had smiles on their faces. It was obvious that they had gained something from the afternoon classes. When he arrived at the dormitory area, he saw Luo Bichen, who smiled and nodded at Luo Yan. It seemed that he had forgotten the unpleasantness of the morning. Luo Yan ignored him, walked against the wall, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Luo Bichen retracted his gaze, smiled, and walked into the dormitory. At this time, his mobile phone rang. The pale-faced young man happened to come in. Luo Bichen glanced at him. The latter slapped his head. "Oops, I seem to have dropped something." He turned and left, not forgetting to close the door. Luo Bichen took a deep breath and answered the phone. The call was from Luo Xianyi. Luo Bichen called Dad, but there was no sound on the other end of the phone. After a few seconds, Luo Xianyi's voice sounded. "Stupid." Luo Bichen's face changed slightly, but he did not respond. Luo Xianyi continued, "Who asked you to be nosy? Do I need your help? You study hard and help me a lot. You are so good. On the first day of school, you are thinking about planning to kill people. Do you really think that killing a wild boy from the surface can bring down Zheng? If he was so easy to bring down, he would have fallen long ago." After all this talk, Luo Xianyi was silent again. Then he said, "You are not your eldest brother, you don't have his vision and ability, so I have never had high expectations of you. Why can't you even do this?" Luo Bichen's face suddenly flushed, his breathing was rapid, and he gritted his teeth. But he still said nothing. Luo Xianyi continued, "Forget it, you are going to die in the ring, so I won't say anything. I will try my best to provide you with resources, but remember, if you lose in the ring, or even get killed, that's your choice. I won't, and can't, avenge you afterwards. Or, let me arrange for you to drop out of school." Luo Bichen said gloomily at this time, "I won't drop out of school. I know you have always looked down on me. I will change your mind. Right here." He pointed to the ground forcefully. "Okay." Luo Xianyi left a concise word and hung up the phone. Luo Bichen put away his phone and adjusted his expression. When the knock on the door sounded, he had already laughed. "Come in." The next day, there were still cultural classes during the day. This time it was a female teacher. She looked to be in her early 30s, with long hair tied into a high ponytail. There was tape on her face, wearing a vest, and a shirt tied at her waist. She also had a pair of work gloves on her hands. It looked like she had just come down from the workbench. "My name is Zhao Yiden, and I'm in charge of your Mecha Common Sense class." The female teacher wrote some words on the blackboard. Skeleton, joints, armor, engine, power source. After writing, she turned around and threw the chalk away. Then she continued, The skeleton of mecha is similar to the bones of an animal or the keel of a ship. It is used to support the shape of the mecha, and is the internal main structure that drives the movement of the mecha. It determines the activity of the mecha to a great extent. In combat, a mature driver must consciously protect the skeleton of the mecha. It would rather the armor be damaged, or even destroyed than to try to protect the skeleton from damage or destruction. Because if the armor is damaged, it only needs simple repair or replacement to make the mecha intact. But if the skeleton is damaged, not only will the maintenance cost rise sharply, but it is also very difficult to repair in many cases. So, you little bastards, pay attention. If you dare to damage the skeleton, I will kill you. Zhao Yidan's eyes widened, and she was aggressive. During the period of new book release, votes are very important. Monthly votes and recommended votes are all fine. Dear handsome men and beautiful women, please give me some. The child is crying for food. Chapter 10. Forbidden Land and Giant Beast Ecology. It was already noon when the mecha common sense class was over. Luo Yan came to the cafeteria. He got some food, and found an empty table to have lunch. He ate very slowly. This was a habit developed from living on the surface. In the 3 years, when supplies were extremely scarce, it was normal to eat only once every 3 days. Because he was too hungry, he couldn't eat quickly. Over time, even though the food in the college cafeteria was delicious now, he didn't eat fast. Can I sit here? A voice sounded. Luo Yan raised his head. It was the classmate named Li Bohang. The tall, thin and clean young man sat opposite him without waiting for Luo Yan's consent. The young man stretched out his hand. Can I be friends with you? Luo Yan glanced at him and continued to eat. Li Bohang was not angry and smiled and said, I admire your courage, whether it is fighting against the wolf tick alone or fighting to the death. But I admire your experience of living on the surface for 3 years more. It must have been very difficult, right? Anyway, if it were me, I probably wouldn't be able to survive for a year. You are really amazing. Luo Yan stopped eating with his chopsticks and continued to eat. Li Bohang talked to himself. I know you don't want to make friends with others. When I first saw you, I felt that you were the kind of person who likes to be alone. You believe in yourself more. However, if you want to be a pilot, a mecha master, you need friends. Every time there is a mission, mecha masters basically have to go on missions as a team. There will be 3 to 4 mechas performing missions at the same time, so if you want to complete the mission smoothly, you need to integrate into the group. You need to learn to trust. Luo Yan listened to it, but remained calm. He would not decide to make friends with Li Bohang, just because of a few words. Friends. It was too luxurious for him. There was a wound on his chest, which was given to him by a so-called friend. Li Bohang smiled and started eating. While eating, he said, I'll give you a suggestion. When you go to exchange for cultivation resources, don't exchange for cloud water agent. First, this is a potion used in conjunction with intermediate and advanced techniques. Second, each one requires 5 credits. Third, in fact, its effect is only about 20% better than nervous tranquility agent. Nervous tranquility agent can be used even when practicing intermediate techniques. It's not too late to exchange for cloud water agent when practicing advanced techniques. The important thing is that nervous tranquility agent only requires 1 credit to exchange, which is good value for money. After saying that, Li Bohang finished his meal quietly, packed up his things and stood up. I'm leaving first. I have a fighting class in the afternoon, and I have to go back to prepare first. He turned around and suddenly heard Luo Yan whispered, thank you. Li Bohang turned around and smiled. You're welcome. Luo Yan didn't thank him just to show his kindness. It's just that people give good advice, and whether they adopt it or not, they should thank them. This is the principle. After Li Bohang left, Luo Yan finished the last bite of food and was about to leave. Suddenly, a man came over, glanced at Luo Yan, and chuckled. Are you the freshman recommended by Zheng? Luo Yan looked up and said coldly, in 2 months, the death contest. If I'm not dead. Then he walked away. The man was stunned for a long time before shouting, wait a minute, is this necessary? I'm just asking a question. I'm not going to cause you any trouble. Don't challenge me to a death contest all the time. I won't fight. I won't fight even if I die. Luo Yan listened to it and left the restaurant without stopping. The man shook his head. What a lunatic. In a blink of an eye, Luo Yan came to the underground city and the academy for 2 weeks. In the past few days, he practiced visualization under the guidance of his instructor for the first time. He came into contact with combat skills and mystical arts for the first time. He participated in empathy training for the first time. Many firsts. These 2 weeks made his life more exciting than the past 18 years of his life. He also had a deeper understanding of his abnormal pupil technique. For example, he now knew what the bright yellow lightened numbers on himself or others meant. That represents the UN force and the corresponding value. In addition, Luo Yan can also use the abnormal pupil technique to observe the UN force between heaven and earth. He can find their distribution range and density. Finally, in terms of visualization practice, he feels that he will soon break through. After 2 weeks of practice, he has allowed the UN force to penetrate his limbs and torso. Now only the center of the head is left. At this moment, in the training hall, Luo Yan picked up a bottle of absorbent with a pale green shell. Calming agent. These days, Luo Yan would practice with the calming agent every time. This medicine can calm the mind, strengthen communication and induction with the UN force, and improve the efficiency of practice. Each bottle of calming agent only requires 1 credit. Luo Yan has spent more than 10 credits these days, in addition to the 3 credits spent on the first day of school. Before, 20 credits were deducted for the Chenyang incident. Luo Yan got 98 credits when he entered school. Now there are only 48 credits left. Looking at the freshmen of the same period, there are only a handful of students who can use the calming agent every time they practice. Most people can't be as extravagant as Luo Yan. Some people even think that Luo Yan is wasting credits. Luo Yan doesn't think so. He will fight in the death contest in 2 weeks, facing Luo Beachin, who has more resources than himself. If he still wants to save these credits now, it would be ridiculous. Concentrate your mind. Luo Yan exhaled slowly, then opened the potion and put it to his lips. Take a deep breath. Absorb all the potion in the bottle. Luo Yan suddenly entered a feeling of absolute tranquility. He keenly felt the ubiquitous Yuanli in the air around him. Then he adopted a specific breathing method. Inhale the Yuanli together with the air into the body. Run it, retain the Yuanli, and exhale the air. Time passed. Gradually, beads of sweat as big as beans came out of Luo Yan's head. They wet Luo Yan's hair, followed the lines of his face, and gathered at his chin. Drops fell down. Luo Yan felt that the skin all over his body was nourished by the Yuanli and became more and more tough. Moreover, there was a stronger force in the body, gradually bursting out. This force was soon blocked. It was as if there was an invisible barrier that blocked it. So it boiled and exploded. With Luo Yan's deep breath, he brought in more energy from heaven and earth. They gathered together in this force. Break through in one fell swoop. Break through the barrier. Suddenly, Luo Yan's whole body trembled. His muscles first tensed, then slowly stretched out. Luo Yan felt an indescribable comfort. He opened his eyes, raised his hands, and watched his skin texture become finer and finer. Like the texture of rock, it exuded a tenacious breath. He finally understood why Wei Fenghua said that when he broke through, he would know it himself. So that's it. That day, Luo Yan broke through. Primary, 2nd floor. On the way back to the dormitory, Luo Yan heard many classmates talking. What divine treasure did you awaken? Mimicry, violent bear. What about you? Me. Hey, I'm super body, iron armor. Very practical. And so on. Different from Luo Yan. Many freshmen started to practice basic visualization after entering school. Most people have awakened their divine treasures in the past 1 or 2 days. However, people like Luo Beachin should have practiced before entering school. I don't know what kind of divine treasure he will awaken. Suddenly Luo Yan stopped. Luo Beachin and several students came from the front. The pale-faced young man next to him snorted and said loudly to Luo Yan, "Isn't this classmate Luo? Look at him. He just came back from the training hall. Classmate Luo is very hardworking. How is it? What level have you practiced in visualization? Have you practiced the combat skills and mysterious arts? There are 2 weeks before you go on the ring. Don't scare us, Luo Jetta pee his pants. Several people around Luo Beachin laughed in support. Luo Yan looked at them, as if he were a clown. Suddenly, his eyes became blank. Luo Yan activated his divine treasure, the key-seeking pupil. He looked. Luo Beachin's key and blood were 173, and his Yuanli was 124. Luo Yan compared himself. His key and blood are now 207, and his Yuanli is far better than when he entered school, reaching 149. It can be seen from this. Luo Beachin should also have the strength of the second level of the primary level. However, he is practicing viewing mountains and seas, which emphasizes the basics. Whether it is key and blood or Yuanli, he is higher than the other party. Luo Yan looked at the pale-faced young man again. He saw that in the grey-white light of the other party, the red light representing key and blood seemed dim, and the yellow light representing Yuanli was even fainter. The pale-faced young man made Luo Yan uncomfortable. It was as if all his secrets were seen by Luo Yan. He was about to explode, but he saw that Luo Beachin had gone far away. He hurriedly caught up. When passing by Luo Yan, he bumped into him with his shoulder. He wanted to knock Luo Yan away. Luo Yan stood still. Bang! After the collision, the pale-faced young man bounced away. He sat down on the ground. Luo Yan walked away without looking around. The next day was Friday. Xiaoshi's general knowledge class was supposed to be in the morning, but it was Wei Fenghua who walked into the classroom. Wei Fenghua coughed twice and said, "Next Monday, the Surface Exploration Corps will go to the number 3 Forbidden Area Misty Canyon to perform a mission. This is a rare opportunity. The Academy will help you apply for the opportunity to go with them. This is your chance to get in touch with the Forbidden Area and get a direct understanding of the daily work of the Mecha Division. So there will be no general knowledge class today. Let me tell you about the relevant knowledge of the Forbidden Area." Luo Yan immediately perked up, not wanting to miss a word. After Wei Fenghua wrote the word Forbidden Area on the blackboard, he said, "The Forbidden Area is a special area formed after the giant beast disaster. The scope of the Forbidden Area is not the same, and the types of giant beasts and parasites in the Forbidden Area are also varied. But the Forbidden Areas have one thing in common. That is, in every Forbidden Area, there is a giant beast ecology that is very different from the external environment." Li Boheng raised his hand and asked, "Teacher, what is the giant beast ecology?" Wei Fenghua pressed his palm down, letting Li Boheng put down his hand, and continued. "The so-called giant ecology is a special ecology derived from the giant beasts in the Forbidden Land. As for what kind of giant ecology will be derived, it is determined by the overlord level giant beasts in the Forbidden Land. This is just a reference, not absolute. But there must be overlord level giant beasts in that area for the Forbidden Land to appear." Luo Yan took a deep breath. In the previous giant beast common sense class, he already knew that the humans in the dungeon divided the levels of giant beasts into low, middle and upper levels. Above the upper level is the overlord, and above the overlord is the nightmare level. In addition, it is not difficult to see from the teacher's words. In addition to the nightmare level, there seems to be a higher level. When he came to the dungeon, in the city where Luo Yan lived for 3 years, he had already seen the lower level Lili and the middle level Teoti. Lili is fine, but Teoti is already quite terrifying. This is only the middle level. Luo Yan couldn't imagine how terrifying those overlord level or even nightmare level beasts were. Although the others didn't have as much experience as Luo Yan, they were exposed to a lot of information. Naturally, they knew how terrifying the overlord level beasts were. Hearing that there would be overlord level beasts in the Forbidden Area, many students had already started to back off. Wei Fenghua glanced at the students and said, "Don't worry. Overlord level beasts are usually in the deepest part of the Forbidden Area, and this time, the Exploration Corps will only be active in a few relatively safe areas of the Forbidden Area. You won't have the chance to encounter an overlord level beast. However, you still need to know some information about the Misty Canyon. Among them, the most important, of course, the information about the overlord level beast." Wei Fenghua turned around and wrote some information on the blackboard. Codename, Huan, pronounced the same as Huan. Level, Overlord level 3. Type, Caterpillar. Features, fog, wind, hallucination, sonic boom, beast control, weakness unknown. Wen Fenghua coughed a few times and said, "This overlord looks like a cat, with one eye and three tails. Because it has the ability to raise wind and raise fog. So the number 3 forbidden area is shrouded in fog all year round, thus forming a unique ecology." Next, Wen Fenghua explained the giant beasts that have been discovered in the Misty Canyon, and what kind of parasites there are. What kind of animals and plants are there in the forbidden area, and what places need to be careful. In this way, a morning passed. Chapter 11, Primordial Stone Fragments. Afternoon. Training Hall. Teacher Wen, I have broken through and now I'm at the second level of the elementary level. Luo Yan reported his progress truthfully. Wen Fenghua nodded. Half Moon level 2, and it is viewing mountains and seas. The progress is quite fast. You have used a lot of tranquilizers, right? Luo Yan nodded. It's hard to believe that you are willing to spend so much money. So next, you can practice the second level. The second level of the elementary level is mainly to let the yuanli penetrate every inch of your body and every muscle. Make them as tough as a mountain. The key point of practice is same as last time. Wen Fenghua explained in detail. Luo Yan listened quietly. Then he practiced by himself, and Wen Fenghua gave instructions. After the training, Wen Fenghua said, "Don't practice too fast in the next 2 days, and get enough rest." After entering the forbidden area, there are many places where you need to use your spirit. And when it comes to practice, you must be diligent and take adequate rest. Haste makes waste. Luo Yan wrote it down. There are no classes in the academy on Saturdays and Sundays. Luo Yan didn't want to waste time. But they also remembered Wen Fenghua's instructions and did not train hard. 2 days passed like this. Monday arrived. Early this morning, the freshmen gathered on the playground. They were waiting for the instructor to come. Suddenly, everyone felt the ground shaking. Then several mechs came into the playground. Among them, there were 3 humanoid mechs, but one was like a giant wolf. The wolf-shaped mecha was mainly dark black, decorated with bright red patterns. It was like a flame. Many students exclaimed, "It's the magic machine." Luo Yan recalled the content of teacher Zhao Yidan's mecha class. The teacher said that there are 3 types of mechas. The most common one is the humanoid mecha, which is called the mysterious machine. There are also alien mechas, which are called the magic machine. The control of the magic machine is relatively difficult because it is not humanoid. Even with a sympathetic system, it is very difficult to control. In addition to these 2 types of mechas, there is also a 3rd type. However, teacher Zhao did not explain it in depth. He only used the word confidential to pass it over. At this time, an iron-black humanoid mecha decorated with bright yellow patterns and components took 2 steps forward. This mecha was very heavy, especially its 2 arms. They were particularly thick and longer than the knees. It was obvious that the outer armor exceeded the normal standard and had a special weapon system built in. After it stopped, the door of the cab behind its head opened, and a driver came out. A mecha master. This person looked down from above and looked around. He stayed on Luo Yan's face for 2 seconds. Then Wen Fenghua's voice came. "These are the mechas of our college, and the ones driving them are the 3rd year students of our college. They are responsible for protecting the college personnel, and this is also an important test for them." Wen Fenghua pointed to the driver of the black heavy armored mecha and said, "Heo, a 3rd year student, visualization level, intermediate 3rd level. He is the captain of this team. The mecha he is driving is Xuanji, Black Thunder. Black Thunder, height 85.47 meters, weight 1987 tons. Operating system is Horizon 3rd generation, main engine Thunderlight, and 4 auxiliary engines." Then the finger moved. It fell to the driver who came out of the wolf-shaped mecha. It was a girl. She sat on the mecha with her legs together and boldly blew a kiss to the freshman. Sujiyu, a 3rd year student, visualization level, intermediate 2nd level. Deputy Captain. The machine is a magic machine. Tan language. Tan Lang. Weight 1685 tons. Operating system as above. Main engine Wolfpack. 9 auxiliary engines. Wen Fenghua introduced the remaining 2 mecha masters to everyone. He gave an order. "Let's go." A moment later, a convoy drove out of the 100 Battles Academy. In the car, most of the freshmen were very excited. This made Luo Yan feel like the school organized a trip in the past. After getting on the car, everyone was given a suitcase. Wen Fenghua said, "What you have now is the equipment distributed to you by the academy. It includes a set of field combat uniforms, a set of light armor, and also guns, ammunition, sabers and first aid potions. These things can't deal with giant beasts, and they won't be of much use, even if you encounter a swarm of parasites. But if you accidentally run into 1 or 2 giant beast parasites, they will still be of some use. So, equip yourself now." The girls in the carriage couldn't help but exclaimed, "Here, wouldn't that be a bargain for those boys?" Wen Fenghua said expressionlessly, entering the forbidden area and going to the battlefield. "There are many crueler things than this. If you don't want to die, stop talking nonsense." Sitting in the back row, a girl opened her suitcase and then took off her coat without saying a word. Then she changed into camouflaged combat uniforms with an indifferent expression. Lin Wei is so amazing. She's not afraid of losing out at all. Of course, she's the second in the academy exam. She must be extraordinary. Several girls discussed in a low voice. Luo Yan looked at the girl whose academy exam score was second only to his. Lin Wei is tall. Her black hair is tied into a high ponytail. She wears a ruby earring on her left earlobe. Her eyes are indifferent, as if she has no interest in anything. Maybe she feels Luo Yan's gaze. Lin Wei looks back. Her eyes are like stars, and her eyes are deep. Luo Yan can't read any meaning from her eyes. So she turned around and opened her suitcase. She took off her coat. When Luo Yan took off his coat, a light cry came from the carriage. Luo Yan has many scars on his body. One here and one there. And there are dark red patches after being infected with the red poison. It makes his body look very ugly. Luo Yan doesn't care about other people's eyes at all. He quickly puts on his combat uniform, puts on his armor, and checks his rifle. Wait until everyone else has changed their equipment. Wen Fenghua said, after entering the Misty Canyon, you should pay special attention to a plant called Phoenix Tail Palm. This is part of the giant beast ecology of the number 3 forbidden area. Phoenix Tail Palm is an evergreen shrub family, named after its appearance, that resembles a phoenix tail. At the same time, it is the favorite food of the overlord level giant beast Huan. Its smell will attract the arrival of Huan. When you see it, stay away from it, and don't pick it. Do you understand? The students responded one after another. At this time, Li Bohan raised his hand and asked, "Teacher, what is the mission of the Surface Army to the forbidden area this time?" Wen Fenghua said, "Regular mission, find Jiuying and collect the exotic flowers and plants in the forbidden area, to use as materials for various potions. If allowed, eliminate some of the surrounding giant beasts, to prevent the expansion of the forbidden area." Jiuying Luo Yan's mind flashed a deep and dark crystal. At that time, Dizeng brought back a piece of Jiuying from the Galaxy Stadium, and attracted the giant beast Ikwaru on the way. It was mentioned in Xiaoshi's general knowledge class before. Jiuying is a product of the Yambu space. It fell from the sky along with the giant beasts that were thrown into the earth during the giant beast disaster. Jiuying will have an impact on the ground ecology, and will cause ordinary plants and animals to mutate. In addition, the giant beasts can evolve by absorbing the energy in Jiuying, improve their own rank. This is also the reason why the Teoti in the Galaxy Stadium at that time would guard Jiuying and not leave. Nowadays, every time the Yambu space is opened, Jiuying will occasionally drop. But according to statistics, the number is no longer as much as during the giant beast disaster. Another boy frowned and said, "Teacher, I don't understand. You said that the giant beasts can evolve through the Jiuying, so they have a need for the Jiuying. But why do we humans recycle them? Wouldn't it be enough to destroy them?" Wen Fenghua coughed twice and smiled. "It seems that Xiaoshi didn't mention it to you. Anyway, let me tell you. We recycle the Jiuying for the Teichu stone fragments that may exist in it." Teichu stone fragments? A puzzled voice sounded in the carriage. Wen Fenghua nodded slightly. "That's right. Although Jiuying is a favorite of the giant beasts, it occasionally accompanies a strange stone like white jade. This strange stone can trigger the mutation of the Shenzang. Even the Shenzang with a useless effect may become very powerful under the induction of this strange stone. Some inscriptions found in that world record this strange stone. It is called Teichu stone fragments. Luo Yan was shocked when he heard it. He quickly lowered his head. He finally knew the reason for the change of his key-seeing pupil. He also knew the origin of the diamond-shaped white jade. It turned out that what he got that day was the primordial stone fragment. At this time, the convoy had left the underground city and came to the surface. The fierce sunlight shone in from the car window. The students were temporarily attracted by the sunlight outside the window. They all leaned against the window. Even Lin Wei, who was cold in nature, turned her head slightly to look out the window. These students were different from Luo Yan. They had not seen the sun for many years. Now they finally had the opportunity to come to the surface, so they were naturally excited. On the shore of the big lake, the college convoy and the surface exploration corps met up and drove northwest in a mighty manner. 3 days later, the convoy arrived at the number 3 forbidden area Misty Canyon. It was noon when they entered the canyon. The sun was still shining outside the car a second ago. The light suddenly dimmed in the next second, as if they had come to another world. Luo Yan saw from the car window. Although there was almost no fog at the edge of the forbidden area, looking into the distance, the field of vision was full of grey fog. In the thick fog, there were flashes of lightning from time to time. Whenever lightning appeared, it would reflect some strange shapes in the thick fog. It gave people a sense of mystery and danger for no reason. After entering the canyon, whether it was the surface army or the college convoy, the escorting mechs came out of the carrier and walked on both sides of the convoy. Seeing these giant spirit-like mechs accompanying them, people should have felt safe. But after entering the canyon, even the most nervous students were nervous and didn't speak. Just when Luo Yan thought that this silence would continue until the camp was set up, suddenly, a broadcast sounded in the carriage. Attention, a giant beast was found ahead. Now matching the archive. Matching is over, and the giant beast ahead has been confirmed to be C. Level, lower level 3. Type, caterpillar. Features, huge force, drilling, shockwave. Note, C, benign C, 4th tone. Pronunciation is the same as the word for. Chapter 12, Breaking Through the Obstacles of the Dharma Eye. The Hainan Jing says, C is east of Shun's burial place and south of the Jiuying River. It looks like an ox, dark black, and has one horn. In the Shan Heijing, C is a kind of auspicious beast like a buffalo, with a black body and one horn. But in reality, C is a giant beast and a fierce beast. At present, the naming of known giant beasts basically refers to the ancient strange book Shan Heijing. Names are given according to the descriptions of giant beasts and ancient books. Luo Yan has read the information of C in the giant beast common sense class. This bull-like giant beast can easily crash into a building. They are usually covered with a layer of blue-black fur. C's fur is long and thick. When it is running at full speed, it is like a moving black cloud. After the exploration corps discovered the giant beast, the sound of gunfire began to be heard in front of the convoy. Not long after, the radio in the car sounded again. Northwest, at 10 o'clock, a second giant beast appears. It's also C. It's estimated that its path will collide with the college convoy. Hearing this broadcast, the students' faces turned pale. Luo Yan tightened his rifle. Calm down. Wen Fenghua said calmly, Hihao and his team will protect us. Luo Yan looked out the window. The heavy mecha named Black Thunder has already strode forward. In the cockpit of the mecha, Hihao, who looked like a tough guy, said in the team channel, old rules, use the 211 standard formation. Got it. Understood. While the team members responded, two Zhuangji stood in the middle of the giant beast's moving trajectory. They raised two black rifles with thick barrels. The corresponding information immediately flashed in Luo Yan's mind. A special rifle for giant beasts, Shenwei Type 3rd. The gun is 48.21 meters long, the barrel is 22.35 meters long, and the caliber is 37 centimeters. The ammunition capacity is 30 rounds, the effective range is 15,000 meters, and the initial velocity of the bullet is 950 meters per second. At this time, the Black Thunder driven by Hihao and the Greedy Wolf controlled by Sujiyu spread out to the left and right, in a slightly crescent formation. The two arms of Black Thunder and all the weapon systems on the chest were opened. The back armor of Greedy Wolf was also unfolded, and a cannon with a barrel that continued to extend rose from it. It's the 211 formation. Wen Feng said casually, who knows what the 211 formation is? Li Bohong pushed his glasses with his hand and said, the 211 formation. 2 mechs are responsible for the main firepower output, and the other 2 mechs are assisting. During the firepower output, the 2 auxiliary mechs can move freely according to the situation. This is the 211 formation. Very good. Reward 10 credits. Wen Feng nodded. There was a light cry in the carriage. Can you get 10 credits by answering this question? You should have said it earlier, Teacher Wen. At this time, the students could already feel the vibration of the ground. Then, in a dense forest in the distance, a black cloud crashed out. It was a giant beast that looked like a buffalo, with thick and long hair dancing up and down when it ran. See? There was a thick and sharp horn in the middle of its forehead, and there were circles of spiral patterns on the horn. Those patterns were emitting a blue-black light, as if burning a ball of magic flame. Fire! Captain Hiheo ordered in the cockpit. The next second, 4 mechs fired at the same time. The 2 Zhuanjis in the middle were responsible for the main firepower output, and the Shenwei Type 3 rifles in their hands kept bang bang bang. The muzzle sprayed a long bright flame, and the bullets dragged the line of fire straight to the target. One after another, huge shells kept falling at the feet of the mecha, smashing the ground and splashing mud and rocks. Looking at the shells with patterns on the surface, Luo Yang knew that they were armor-piercing bullets specially used for giant beasts. They were very useful for giant beasts with thick skin and flesh. Under the dense barrage, the black cloud in the distance kept jumping with blood flowers as Black Thunder and Greedy Wolf joined the attack. People in the carriage. Luo Yan felt as if an earthquake was happening in the canyon. Under the fierce artillery attack, the trees in the forest were pushed down in large pieces. The giant beast sea was beaten to the ground. At this time, the armor on both sides of the abdomen of the magic machine Greedy Wolf unfolded. A guided missile on each side was assisted by the mechanical arm and probed out. As the flames from the tail spurted out, the 2 missiles dragged the flames, hit the 2 forelimbs of the giant beast with a sharp whistle. The forelimbs of the giant beast were blown to pieces. Under the action of inertia, Sea wailed and fell to the ground, sliding forward. Seeing this, Hiheo roared, controlled the heavy armored mecha to rush towards the giant beast. At the moment of approaching, Black Thunder raised his arm and clenched his fist, attacked brazenly. The steel fist cut through the air, let out a gloomy whistle. The fist tip flashed with a black light. It hit the center of C's head. A solemn sound like a Huang's Hangdalu suddenly rang out in the canyon. The impact of the airflow whistled and spread. All the nearby trees bent down. The windows of the vehicle, where Luo Yan was, were buzzing. One wave has not settled. Another wave rises. The fist of the mecha Black Thunder was still imprinted on C's head. The black light of the fist tip had dimmed, but it became bright again in an instant. And, it exploded. Bang! C's whole body shook, bounced up suddenly, and somersaulted on the top of Black Thunder. It hit the ground heavily. The ground immediately raised a circle of earth waves, spreading wildly. In the car, all the students were knocked to the ground. There was a cry of surprise. Luo Yan climbed up and there were dots of silver light around his red eyes. He used the voice of the air. Look out. In the grayish white light of the sea, the circle of fiery red light was rapidly dimming. The 4-digit key in blood value was changing rapidly and returning to 0 in an instant. In fact, you can see it without the key watching pupil. The head of the giant beast exploded and the horn was stuck in the ground. It was dead. At this time, Black Thunder turned around and walked to the horn. Pull it out. Then raise it high above the head. A cheer suddenly rang out in the carriage. In the eyes of the freshman, Black Thunder is like a god of war, tall and invincible. The exploration corps also destroyed the military beast, so the convoy stopped temporarily. The collectors were busy recovering the organs, horns, claws and other objects on the giant beast. The most important thing here is the core of the giant beast. That is the essence of the giant beast. You just saw it. Taking advantage of the break time, Wen Feng did not forget to remind the students. In battle, it is standard combat procedure to give priority to long-range attacks. Ammunition can be produced if it is used up, but the mecha still has the pilot. If there is damage, it will be a huge loss. A student raised his hand and said, "Teacher, did Black Thunder use a combat skill at the end?" Weni Fenghua nodded, "Yes. That was Heihao's combat skill, the Jiuying. That kind of boxing skill can deliver 2 impacts, and the second impact is more powerful and fiercer. Through the empathy system, with the amplification of the mecha, the behemoth can be killed with 1 punch. You should do the same when you go to the battlefield in the future. First use guns and cannons to consume the behemoth's physical strength, and when there is a chance of victory, use combat skills or mystical arts as the deciding factor." The students nodded one after another. Weni Fenghua suddenly asked again, "What is the basis for the division of the behemoth's rank?" Luo Yan immediately answered, "It is divided according to their abilities and threats." Weni Fenghua nodded and asked again, "Then what is the basis for the division of the behemoth's rank?" This time it was Lin Wei who got the chance. "It is based on their size and weight. Therefore, behemoths of the same rank cannot be blindly judged by rank." Weni Fenghua said with satisfaction, "Yes, you two did a good job. Reward 10 points. Suddenly there was a cry of annoyance. The recovery work lasted until the evening. The convoy simply stopped moving forward. The students and soldiers camped nearby. After a simple dinner, Weni Fenghua called the students over. "Now draw lots to decide the groups. Tomorrow you will assist the exploration corps in collecting herbs in groups. Complete the task and you will all get credits." Hearing that there was a credit reward, Luo Yan was very happy. But when he heard that he was divided into groups, he was a little unhappy. He was used to being alone. At this time, he remembered what Li Boheng said. If you want to pursue a career as a mecha master, you have to adapt to the group. Luo Yan thought, "Let's start adapting from this collection mission." After a while, the grouping results came out. Luo Yan's teammates are Wu Renfen and Zheng Shan. Wu Renfen is thin and weak, wearing glasses with thick lenses. This man usually has little presence. Luo Yan has no impression of him. Zheng Shan is tall, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. When he was in the college entrance examination, he was so happy that his eyes were red, and he raised his arms to cheer. Luo Yan had some impression of him, but they didn't have much interaction in normal times. Looking at the two of them, Luo Yan said concisely, "I will be the captain for tomorrow's mission." He doesn't like being commanded, so he took the initiative to make a request. "If the two don't agree, then we will break up." "Okay, I have no objection," Wu Renfen said with a smile. Zheng Shan also nodded. "You got the highest score in the college entrance examination. I admire you very much. I have no objection to you being the captain." This matter was settled. Luo Yan turned around and looked for Weni Fenghua. When he saw Weni Fenghua, the teacher was putting a capsule into his mouth. After swallowing it with water, Weni Fenghua smiled and said, "Are you looking for me for an old injury?" Luo Yan sat down next to him. "Teacher, if I get the primordial stone fragment, will my key-seeing pupil change?" Weni Fenghua glanced at him and said, "Of course. However, not everyone can get the primordial stone fragment. This is the highest level of material, and it is only awarded to meritorious people. Of course, you may have a chance in the future." Seeing that the groundwork was almost done, Luo Yan said, "If you have a chance to get it, what kind of divine treasure can the key-seeing pupil change into?" Weni Fenghua said casually, "The eye of breaking barriers. The abilities are to break barriers, recognize illusions, farsightedness, strong memory, and observe key. After the breakthrough, it will be the eye of true suchness. The eye of breaking barriers. The eye of true suchness?" Luo Yan was surprised. "The divine treasure can be broken through?" Weni Fenghua smiled and said, "Why not? The levels of visualization can be broken through. The divine treasure is naturally no exception. It's just that the course hasn't reached that level, so you don't know it for the time being. If you are interested in the divine treasure, I will give you a book after you go back, and you can read it yourself." Luo Yan readily agreed. I didn't dare to disturb him anymore. I returned to my tent. On the way, Luo Yan was filled with joy. He finally knew the name of his Shenzang after the mutation. He also knew that Shenzang could break through. He suddenly felt that the future was bright. At this time, he saw Wu Renfen coming out of his tent. Luo Yang couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Chapter 13. Bad luck. You're looking for me? Luo Yan stopped Wu Renfen. Wu Renfen was startled, but he quickly calmed down. Yes, Captain. I just want to ask, do we have any specific plans for tomorrow? I personally think that tomorrow's collection mission may be another assessment of us by the Academy. So I wanted to discuss it with you. Unexpectedly, you were not here. I waited for you for a while, and when I saw that you didn't come back, I wanted to leave. Unexpectedly, it happened that you came back, just when I wanted to leave. Then Captain, let's discuss it. Seeing him so long-winded, Luo Yan was a little impatient. He shook his head and said, no need to discuss, just listen to me tomorrow. Wu Renfen wanted to say something else, but Luo Yan glared back. In the end, he could only laugh dryly. Okay, I'll listen to you tomorrow, Captain. After he left, Luo Yan walked into the tent. After checking, he found nothing unusual. Then he got into the sleeping bag. The next day, these are the herbs you need to collect. Cloudfall grass, moonlight flower and water one leaf. They are the raw materials for tranquility agent and cloud water agent. The main distribution areas have been marked on your team computer. Now, the collection mission begins. In the camp, when Feng gave an order, including Luo Yan, the freshmen rushed to their respective mission locations. Luo Yan turned on the team computer and went deep into the jungle according to the prompts on it. Wu Renfen and Zheng Shan followed closely behind. At the beginning, there were still human voices around him from time to time. But as time went on, besides the swaying shadows of the trees, there were small animals that appeared in the bushes or trees from time to time. Occasionally, the roars of some giant beasts would be heard from afar. Fortunately, they were located at the edge of the forbidden area. There were surface legions active around them. Basically, there would not be much danger. While walking, Luo Yan would stop from time to time. He carefully observed the ground nearby. Pay attention to whether there were signs of leaves on the ground being crushed. Occasionally, he would dig up some suspicious mud piles, which often revealed the faces of some creatures. Wu Renfen showed a disgusted expression when he saw Luo Yan seemed to be distinguishing the smell of these faces. Zheng Shan was fine. In the giant beast common sense class, the teacher had taught how to simply distinguish the faces of giant beasts from other animals. The blood of giant beasts carries red poison, so the faces excreted will have a pungent smell like sulfur. It is very easy to distinguish. By identifying giant beast faces, it is possible to determine whether the surrounding area is the living area of giant beasts. Thus, risks can be avoided. Now Luo Yan is doing this. He is really redundant. Wu Renfen whispered to Zheng Shan, this is originally a relatively safe area. Yesterday, we cleared 2 giant beasts. Where is the danger? Zheng Shan picked up the rifle assigned by the academy, looked around, and lowered his voice and said, I think it's better not to be careless. Ahead. Luo Yan stopped. He looked back at them. Wu Renfen quickly closed his mouth. A day passed. By dusk, Luo Yan and the other 2 had collected enough herbs. They were ready to go back and report. As they walked, Luo Yan made a stop gesture. Wu Renfen complained, Captain, we've been out for a day. I think other teams have already returned to the camp. We're the last. Let's go back quickly. My feet are so sore. Luo Yan turned around, pointed his gun at him, and uttered 2 words, shut up. Then he looked around and said, look, it's foggy. After Luo Yan's reminder, Wu Renfen and Zheng Shan realized that there was indeed a thin mist, spreading silently. It made the nearby flowers, plants, and trees look hazy. Even the scenery in the distance became looming. Wu Renfen whispered, this is called Misty Canyon. It's foggy, so why make a fuss? Zheng Shan shook his head and said, no. We are in the edge area. It shouldn't be foggy here. Be quiet. Go quickly. Luo Yang had a bad feeling. He had lived on the surface for 3 years. He had long since honed his beast-like intuition. Thick fog suddenly rose in the edge area. This is too abnormal. Something must be wrong when things are abnormal. Luo Yan just hoped that he would not draw the worst lottery. Which one? It was naturally Huan, the overlord level behemoth, whose characteristics were described as raising wind and raising fog. The fog gradually thickened. Now even Wu Renfen, who didn't care, was extremely nervous. Now the field of vision has been compressed to about 3 to 5 meters. Further away, it's blurry. Moreover, Luo Yan began to have a bad feeling that he was wandering in the woods. So he marked the tree. A few minutes later, it really came true. Oh no, we are trapped in the fog. Wu Renfen was anxious like an ant on a hot pot. Luo Yan said calmly, contact the camp, rest on the spot, and wait for rescue. Zheng Shan immediately took out the walkie-talkie and called the camp. Camp, please answer if you hear me. 3 times in a row, no one answered. Luo Yan's heart sank. But at this time, they heard someone shouting in front of them, classmates, which group are you from? We are here to rescue you. Hearing this voice, Luo Yan she breathed a sigh of relief. Li Xiao and the others were even more overjoyed. A moment later, sure enough, they saw lights and several blurry shadows appear in the thick fog in front. Classmates, where are you? Answer the sound when you hear it. Wu Renfen was about to respond. Luo Yan suddenly thought, if it was a search and rescue team, why didn't they know their identities? Didn't they know which group they were from? So, he covered Wu Renfen's mouth like lightning. Then he shook his head. His red eyes were surrounded by a little silver light. Luo Yan activated the breaking barrier eye. The fog disappeared in his eyes. Trees, flowers, and plants lost their texture. Everything was only represented by lines. And groups of numbers appeared. Luo Yan ignored those numbers. He looked in the direction where the light had just come on. In the distance, there was indeed a group of biological grey light. But that group of light was quite huge. From the outline, it looked like a cat squatting on the ground. But behind this cat, there are 3 tails waving from time to time. Ho! Without a doubt, they have drawn the worst lot. The grey light in front is the dominant beast in this canyon. It is the source of the giant beast ecology in the forbidden area. Luo Yan quickly recalled the characteristics of this beast. In addition to raising wind and raising fog, it also has the description of illusion. In other words, the lights and figures seen by the 3 people just now are simply illusions. It is a means of deception by the beast. Luo Yan looked around and found that a giant tree had died and the trunk was hollow. Luo grabbed Zheng Shan and Wu Renfen's shoulders. Quiet, follow me. A moment later, they squeezed into the tree hole. Wu Renfen then asked, what are we doing? Huan, it's coming. Luo Yan said simply, the light and sound just now were illusions. We are too small for the giant beast. Just like it's hard to find a few ants in the flowers. It didn't find us, so it used illusions to lure us into the trap. But there must be something on us that attracted it. Otherwise, this thing wouldn't come out from the depths of the forbidden area. After saying that, Luo Yan looked at Zheng Shan and Wu Renfen. Open your backpacks. Chapter 14, Golden Winged Lice. Wu Renfen frowned. Why open the backpack? He had just finished speaking. There was a rustling sound outside. There was light shining through the thick fog, and someone could be heard shouting faintly. Classmate, where are you? Wu Renfen just opened his mouth. Luo Yan had already put the muzzle of the gun to his temple. Then he slowly shook his head. Then, the 3 of them didn't dare to breathe. Only the occasional rustling sound was heard around the tree hole. It seemed like a real search and rescue team, circling around them several times. After a while, the light and sound disappeared in the thick fog. Wu Renfen then said, what if there is indeed a search and rescue team outside? Luo Yan said expressionlessly, the fog has dissipated, we go back, and we will be saved. The subtext is, he doesn't want to take risks. Luo Yan pointed the gun at Wu Renfen, open the backpack. He didn't want to talk nonsense anymore. Wu Renfen shrugged his shoulders. He took off the backpack and opened it. Luo Yan said to Zheng Shan again, pour out everything inside. Zheng Shan did not dare to disobey. With a clatter, everything in the backpack was poured out. There were magazines, potions, and freshly collected herbs. There was nothing suspicious. Luo Yan looked at Zheng Shan. The latter understood and also emptied the items in his backpack. The things were similar to Wu Renfen's. Look, Captain, are you too nervous? Wu Renfen said, you don't suspect that we attracted the giant beast, do you? Why would we be so hard on ourselves? Luo Yan glanced at him. Suddenly remembered that Wu Renfen had entered his tent last night. But later, he checked the tent. including the backpack. There was nothing unusual. Wait. Luo Yan suddenly thought. He had missed some places. He immediately threw his backpack to the ground, crouched down, without saying a word, pulled out the saber, and tore open the backpack. Wu Renfen was startled. His eyes rolled, moved quietly to the exit. At this time, Luo Yan saw. When the saber cut open the backpack, a layer appeared. Something fell out. It was a plant. A green shrub that looked like a phoenix tail. Wu Renfen and Zheng Shan both exclaimed at the same time, "Phoenix tail sunflower." Luo Yan looked at Wu Renfen. Wu's face changed. He was about to rush out of the tree hole. Whoosh! A flash of knife light. Luo Yan's saber pierced his thigh. Wu Renfen fell down immediately and was about to scream. But Luo Yan covered his mouth. Zheng Shan looked confused. He didn't know what happened to the two. Luo Yan said coldly, "You entered my tent last night just to put the phoenix tail sunflower in my backpack?" "No, no, no," Wu Renfen said quickly. "Captain, listen to me. I didn't know there was a phoenix tail sunflower in it. It was Renzang. He gave me this backpack and asked me to replace your original one. But I really didn't know he put the phoenix tail sunflower in it. He gave me some benefits, but I don't have to give up my life for a little benefit. If I knew there was a phoenix tail sunflower in the backpack, I would never agree to it." Renzang is the pale-faced young man next to Luo Bichen. Needless to say, this matter must have been instigated by Luo Bichen. This guy's really insidious. He actually planned to set up a trap to kill himself before the death ring. Luo Yan didn't say anything after hearing this. Zheng Shan rushed over angrily. "Wu Renfen, you are so stupid and bad." Luo Yan didn't waste any words and said to Zheng Shan, "Come with me." He drew out his saber, and a stream of blood spurted out of Wu Renfen's thigh. The man surnamed Wu rolled on the ground in pain. Luo Yan got out of the tree hole with the saber. Zheng Shan glanced at Wu Renfen and left. The fog and illusion had no effect on Luo Yan's eye of breaking obstacles. He could take Zheng Shan back to the camp safely, but Wu Renfen couldn't. He was like a blind man in the fog. What's more, his leg was injured. Seeing Luo Yan and the others leave, he was shocked. He was afraid that the big cat-like beast would come looking for them. Wu Renfen hurriedly whispered to the outside of the tree hole, "Captain, this is really none of my business. I'm also a victim. Captain, as long as you don't abandon me, from now on, I will follow your lead. Luo Bichen obviously wants to kill me too. He is unkind, and I'm unjust. There is nothing to say. If you want to deal with Luo Bichen, I will help you." However, the footsteps of Luo Yan and the others not only did not stop, but also quickly went away. "Don't abandon me. Don't abandon me." Wu Renfen was so anxious that he covered his thigh with one hand. He stumbled out of the tree hole and came to the thick fog. In the fog, Zheng Shan could hardly see Luo Yan's figure. He could only follow his footsteps. But suddenly, Luo Yan's footsteps disappeared. Zheng Shan was about to ask. He heard Luo Yan's voice from the front. "We are in trouble." As soon as the voice fell, in the quiet woods, in the thick fog, a strange sound was heard. Hissing. Similar sounds came one after another. They kept ringing around. Zheng Shan asked in a low voice, "What is that?" "Golden winged louse parasites on Huan. It was active around here just now. Although it left a lot of parasites," Luo Yan described calmly. At this time, in his field of vision, gray lights in the shape of insects, twas and threes, were distributed around the woods. Luo Yan recalled the description of the golden winged louse. The golden winged louse, a creature of the order Pteropus, is a unique parasite on Huan. Its swings are as hard as gold and iron, and very sharp. It is good at using the hind leg foot to rub the golden wings rhythmically to transmit information. Although it has wings, it can only fly at low altitudes. The speed is medium. In addition to sucking blood, it can also spread a variety of diseases including red poison. Luo Yan reviewed the knowledge he had learned. At the same time, he was looking for a breakthrough. Unfortunately, looking around, the golden winged louse were everywhere, and there was no gap to be used. At this time, a ball of grey light suddenly flew out of the bushes on Luo Yan's left. A golden winged louse. Luo Yan immediately rolled over, raised his rifle, locked and fired. Da da da. The rifle spewed out flames, and a burst of bullets shot the puppy-sized parasite into pieces. However, the gunshots also attracted the attention of other golden-winged louse. Hissing. They used sound to convey information. Then they all came in the direction of Luo Yan and the others. Luo Yan looked around. Suddenly he found a place. It was a pile of rocks. The largest one was 7 or 8 meters high. There was a crack in the middle. It was 214 centimeters high, 107 centimeters wide, and more than 5 meters deep. It looked like it was enough for one person to walk. Follow me. Luo Yan immediately moved in that direction. He wanted to use the limited space of the high rock to limit the number of golden-winged louse. Zheng Shan immediately followed. In the distance, Wu Renfen was still groping in the fog. The fog was so thick that he couldn't see anyone at all. He could not help but shout anxiously, Luo Yan, Zheng Shan, where are you? At this time, he heard a buzzing sound above his head. Then something fell on his head, and then his head hurt, and Wu Renfen heard a loud gurgling sound. It was very much like the sound of him drinking a beverage with a straw. But at this time, it was the golden-winged louse sucking his blood and his brain. So, in the fog, Zheng Shan heard Wu Renfen's painful and desperate howling from behind. Chapter 15. Seeing me is like seeing Shura. In a blink of an eye, Luo Yan rushed into the crack of the tall rock. He rushed in 2 or 3 meters in one breath. Luo Yan stopped and took out a magazine and put it beside him. Zheng Shan followed him in. Squat down and prepare for battle. Luo Yan quickly checked his gun. Then he raised it and pointed it at the entrance of the crack. The space here is limited. It is difficult for the golden-winged lice to rush in. And now, they have not returned to the camp for a long time. Wen Fenghua should have discovered it. Maybe as long as they hold on, they can welcome reinforcement. At this time, outside the crack of the rock, there was a loud sound of flapping wings. The golden-winged lice followed. However, because of the fog, many of them flew over the pile of rocks, searching for Luo Yan and the others like headless flies. With the help of the breaking barrier eye, Luo Yan saw this scene and breathed a sigh of relief. But there were still many golden-winged lice wandering outside the rock. There were at least hundreds of them. If they were in a spacious place, hundreds of golden-winged lice would pounce on them. They could gnaw Luo Yan and the others to the bone. It's okay now. Many of them were crawling on the rocks. Only 1 or 2 were crawling towards the cracks in the high rock. Luo Yan thought about it. He put down his rifle. He drew out his saber. He pressed his hand on Zheng Shan's shoulder. He turned over and landed in front of Zheng Shan. He ambushed at the entrance. When a group of grey light of a creature crawled in, the golden-winged louse could not see the situation inside clearly. Luo Yan cut its head with a knife. Then he pulled it horizontally. The head of the golden-winged louse fell off. Seeing this scene, Zheng Shan's breathing became rapid. He was a little awed by Luo Yan again. Luo Yan used the ability of breaking barrier's eye to identify the whereabouts of the golden-winged louse one step ahead. He killed several of them silently. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. I don't know if the blood of the same kind attracted their attention. The hundreds of golden-winged louse wandering on the pile of rocks began to gather towards the cracks in the high rock. Luo Yan knew there was no hope. He returned to his original position. He whispered to Zheng Shan, "They are coming." Zheng Shan did not have the pupil technique, and night fell. It was pitch dark in this crack. The sound was audible. The hissing sound of the golden-winged louse transmitting information gradually became denser at the entrance. He could not help but tighten his grip on the rifle nervously. The rifle distributed by the academy was a light machine gun, easy to carry, and suitable for use in a small space. The small grip was integrated with the trigger guard and adopted a rotary lock. The firing state could be adjusted between single and continuous firing. The magazine capacity was the standard 30 rounds, and because it was a collection mission, each of Luo Yan and his team only had 2 magazines. If it was to save ammunition, Luo Yan should use the single shot state. But now, he used continuous firing. In the past 2 weeks, he had only conducted more systematic shooting training. His shooting skills had improved compared to the surface. But he was still far from being a sharpshooter. Using the single shot state at this time, if there was a mistake, the consequences would be serious. Time passed bit by bit. Finally, a golden-winged louse poked its head out from the crack in the high rock. and around that crack, it was already full of golden winged louse, densely packed, with constant wing sounds. Using the breaking eyes to search for the enemy, Luo Yan adjusted the angle and lightly pressed the trigger. Zheng Shan suddenly heard a bang above his head. There was a firelight above. At the same time, a shell fell on his shoulder and bounced to the ground. With the help of the fire from the muzzle, Zheng Shan saw the entrance to the gap in front. The head of a golden winged louse exploded, but more golden winged louse rushed in. The shells of these things were black, and golden patterns appeared on their wings. The head was like a locust, but it had 4 small green eyes. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang above Zheng Shan's head. The parasites that drilled into the gap continued to burst into blood mist. Then he heard Luo Yan's roar. Fire. You are responsible for the lower part. Zheng Shan woke up, as if from a dream, and shouted to shoot. He was still calm. Remembering Luo Yan's instructions, he lowered the muzzle, shooting the golden winged louse that crawled in from the ground. The bullets swept through these parasites, knocking their wings off and separating their limbs. Bang, bang, bang. In the crack of the high rock, the sound of gunfire continued. The fire kept flickering. One by one, the golden winged louse fell down. Soon, the entrance of the crack was piled with the bodies of many insects. Even though many of their kind died, the other golden winged louse were still frantically drilling in. Fortunately, the space in this crack was limited. The golden winged louse were also big. Usually only 4 or 5 could drill in at the same time. The others were squeezed outside. Soon, Luo Yan had emptied one magazine. He quickly replaced it with another one. It was also the last one. At this moment, less than a minute had passed since the battle started. In a blink of an eye, the second magazine was also empty. Luo Yan shouted, "I'm out of bullets." Zheng Shan's rifle stopped drawing the next second. Me too. Luo Yan decisively drew out his saber, crossed Zheng Shan, and rushed towards the golden winged louse that was drilling in from the outside. Change people in 1 minute. As he spoke, he raised his hand and cut off the head of a golden winged louse. He looked up. 2 more parasites were rushing towards him. Luo Yan used the armor on his arm as a shield to push away the one on the left. He raised his right saber and stabbed it into the abdomen of another insect. He shook his wrist violently. He threw the insect away. A hole was cut in the belly of the golden winged louse, and all the intestines and organs inside slid out. Luo Yan did not stop moving. He turned around and slashed at the insect that he had pushed against the rock. He directly took off its head. He killed 2 insects in an instant. Luo Yan looked up. Now he had turned off the barrier breaking eye. When the rifle was fired just now, a few tufts of weeds on the ground were lit, providing lighting. With the help of the firelight, he saw 3 golden winged louse rushing at him at the same time. Because of the limited space, they lined up in a line from top to bottom. Luo Yan's eyes flashed with a cold light. The saber in his hand flashed. A silver white light like lightning was left between the bodies of the 3 golden winged louse. Sword skill, thunder. This was the fighting skill that Zheng personally taught him at the academy after Luo Beichan issued a declaration of war. There were 2 styles in total. They were the sword skill thunder and the boxing skill bone breaking. In an instant, the bodies of the 3 golden winged lice split at the same time. The blood of the insects poured down. It poured on Luo Yan's head, shoulders, and body. Zheng Shan was behind, looking at Luo Yan, who was covered in blood in the firelight. He was like seeing Shura. Insect corpses, blood, and fishy smell. Luo Yan seemed to have returned to the surface again. Back to the years when he struggled to survive. He had a blank expression on his face. His eyes were cold and his moves were decisive. He held the line tightly. He began to get hurt. He began to bleed. But he did not retreat a step. If he could avoid the attack, Luo Yan would try his best to avoid it. If he couldn't avoid it, he would use a non-vital part to block it. Then he would use his injury to exchange for his life. In just 1 minute, Luo Yan had become a bloody man. Even his hair was sticky with blood. Gradually, there were insect corpses all around his feet. His saber had been chopped up and rolled. A gap was broken. After barely chopping off another insect's head, Luo Yan threw it out violently. It turned into a cold light. It killed a bug that had just crawled into the crack. At this time, sand and stones fell on Luo Yan. He looked up. It turned out that there was a rock shaking above the crack. There were bullet holes and blood nearby. It should be a certain shooting that destroyed the rock structure there. Buzz buzz buzz. Several more golden winged lice flew in. Luo Yan quickly formed a seal and pointed at the rock again. The energy between his two fingers gushed out and turned into a black rope. Number 1 Zuanshu, black rope. Just like combat skills and visualization techniques, Zuanshu is also a technique that was discovered, sorted, and modified in that world, and finally made available to humans. There are nearly 100 types of Zuanshu. Each Zuanshu has a number, and each Zuanshu requires the use of a corresponding hand seal, also called a seal. Luo Yan spent 2 whole days just practicing the seal of the black rope. Now, it was time to show the results. The rope made of yuan li suddenly wrapped around the rock above. Luo Yan pulled it hard. The rock, which was already shaking, immediately fell down and hit the bugs, smashing them into a paste. At this time, exactly 1 minute had passed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 16, Tooth for Tooth. It's my turn. You take a rest. Zheng Shan's voice rang out from behind Luo Yan. He held a saber in his hand, his legs trembling slightly. He was obviously afraid, but he still gritted his teeth and held on. Luo Yan nodded and retreated to the back. Zheng Shan shouted the saber word, and he chopped it out in a very decent manner. He chopped into the head of a golden winged louse, but the force was not enough. He failed to split it open with one knife. The insect squeaked and pawed hard. Sparks were scraped on Zheng Shan's arm guard. Zheng Shan shouted. He grabbed the saber, dragged the insect and slapped it onto the rock. He pushed the knife hard again. Only then did he cut off one side of the head. He was panting. Just now, Luo Yan saw that it was very easy to kill insects. But until he went on the field himself, he realized that it was not the case at all. The shells of these things are very hard. If the force is not enough, their bodies cannot be split open at all. In the gap, Luo Yan took out the first aid kit. He took out an anti-poison needle from inside and gave his thigh an injection. He was worried that the blood of the insect would increase the toxicity of the red poison. Looking at Zheng Shan again, Luo Yan's eyes were deep. If Zheng Shan hadn't come up just now, he would have used Zheng Shan to feed these golden winged lice in exchange for a chance to escape. Zheng Shan was still trustworthy. This saved his life. However, it was only temporary. Luo Yan didn't know how long he could hold on. At this time, after chopping a golden winged lice to death, Zheng Shan's thigh had been hugged by another insect and bitten hard. Zheng Shan screamed in pain and turned back to stab the insect's head with a knife. He didn't even have time to remove the insect corpse, leaving the insect hanging on his leg. He rushed up and chopped another golden winged lice. In less than 30 seconds, Zheng Shan was already a little exhausted. Luo Yan narrowed his eyes and was ready to take over at any time. At this time, the advantages of viewing mountains and seas were highlighted. Although Luo Yan only practiced to the 2nd level, however, his physical fitness was stronger than Zheng Shan's. His energy recovered faster. After resting for half a minute, he felt that he could fight again. But at this moment, a sound that could not be heard by human ears was heard outside. This sound made the golden winged lice fall to the ground one by one. They crawled and bumped around like ants on a hot pot. This strange phenomenon cheered up Luo Yan and Zheng Shan. It was obvious that reinforcement had arrived. Sure enough, a strong light soon shone from outside the gap. Then, gunshots rang out rhythmically. Bang, bang, bang. With each gunshot, a head of the golden winged lice on the ground would explode. After more than a dozen gunshots in a row, the remaining golden winged lice had been killed. Then Wei Fenghua's voice was heard outside. Luo Yan, are you in there? Zheng Shan's eyes suddenly turned red. Hearing Wei Fenghua's voice, he was sure that he had escaped death. Yes, Luo Yan and I are here. Zheng Shan was about to run out, but suddenly turned back and reached out to hold Luo Yan's hand. Put it on his shoulder. It turned out that he wanted to help Luo Yan out. Luo Yan hesitated for 1 second. Then he did not refuse. Just walked out of the crack with Zhengshan. Outside the pile of rocks, the fog had dissipated. There was wind blowing. The night sky was shining with stars. Luo Yan felt like he was reborn. Then he saw that there was a Zhuangji standing not far away. The strong light was shining from the body. When Feng came with the combat team, the captain of the team saw the insect corpses all over the ground. His face changed slightly. "Did you kill all these?" Zhengshan nodded vigorously. Then he looked at Luo Yan. "Mostly he killed them. I just cut a few." After saying that, Zhengshan found that the captain and members of the combat team looked at Luo Yan with a hint of respect. When Feng looked them up and down, nodded. "Go back first and talk about it tomorrow if there is anything." The captain made a gesture and asked an off-road vehicle to drive over. When getting in the car, Luo Yan saw a stretcher passing by. Wu Renfen's body was lying on it. He had been sucked dry. His death was horrible. After returning to the camp, Luo Yan and Zhengshan were examined and treated. Luo Yan's injuries were more serious. He was left in the medical vehicle for observation. No words were spoken all night. The next day, Luo Yan was called into the tent by Wei Fenghua. When Fenghua asked about what happened yesterday, Luo Yan told him everything. Hearing that Wu Renfen was instructed by Renzang, he gave Luo Yan the backpack with the phoenix tail sunflower hidden in the int layer. When Fenghua snorted and said, "At such a young age, he has such a vicious mind." He shook his head and sighed. "It's a pity that Wu Renfen is dead, and now there is no evidence. It's probably difficult to convict Luo Bichen with just this phoenix tail sunflower. Besides, he can push it to Renzang. What are your plans?" Luo Yan was silent for a moment, then said, "An eye for an eye." When Fenghua glanced at him and said nothing. Chapter 17. Do you have any evidence? Somewhere in the collection area, Renzang followed closely behind Luo Bichen. The two came to a deserted place. Luo Bichen smiled and said, "You did a great job. You asked you to get something as difficult as the phoenix tail sunflower. You are worthy of being my brother. After I go back, I will say hello to the group. Let your brother come to work in the group at the beginning of next month." Renzang hurriedly said, "Thank you, brother Luo." Then he snorted and said, "That Luo guy got a bargain. I didn't expect that Wu Renfen changed his backpack and Luo guy could still survive. He is really lucky." Luo Bichen said calmly, "It doesn't matter. Although he survived, he was also injured. He must be affected when we fight to the death. My chances of winning will be greater." Renzang chuckled and said, "Even if Luo guy knows now, he can't do anything to us. After we go back, I wonder if the college will report it to the old man." Luo Bichen said with a gloomy face, "So, does he have evidence? Don't forget that Wu Renfen is already dead. Besides, my dad doesn't want me to lose this fight. It doesn't matter if I die. He can't save face. Besides, we've already fought to the death. If we don't stop until we die, we will do whatever it takes. Who would be so naive to think that this fight to the death must wait until the day of the challenge?" When Mr. Luo agreed to the challenge, the fight to the death had already begun. Renzang seized the opportunity and gave a thumbs up. Brother Luo was wise. The two walked away. After a while, a figure suddenly appeared where they had just talked. In the blink of an eye, it was evening. Luo Bichen and Renzang walked back. Renzang was carrying a backpack. The backpack was bulging. It was filled with various herbs. "There should be no collection mission tomorrow," Luo Bichen said as he walked. "I'm sorry for the hard work of you carrying things these 2 days." Renzang's shoulders were originally sore from the pressure of the backpack. Hearing this, he hurriedly said, "It's not hard. It's not hard. This little job is nothing. It's a piece of cake." At this moment, a glass bottle flew over their heads. Whoosh! A stone flew from somewhere and hit the bottle. The bottle exploded. A ball of green powder fell from the bottle. The wind blew it, and it flew towards the two people. Luo Bichen's reaction was not slow. When he saw the bottle break, he had already turned sideways and pulled away. Only a little green was stained on his body. Renzang was busy flattering him, and was a little slow to react. He was smeared. There was this grass powder everywhere on his head, face and body. Even a handful of it was sprinkled in his mouth. Pop, pop, pop. He spit out all the grass powder in his mouth. Looking around, he shouted, "Who is so wicked? Get out of here." But there was no one. Luo Beachin jumped out like a leopard and pounced on the place where the bottle had just flown. But there was no ghost except a pile of rocks. He frowned and felt a little puzzled. After returning to Renzang, he asked, "Are you okay?" "No." Renzang brushed off the grass on his body, sniffed hard, and then said in confusion, "Strange. This smell smells strangely familiar." Unexpectedly, as soon as these words came out, Luo Beachin's face suddenly changed. "What's wrong, Luo Jet?" Seeing Luo Beachin's face change, Renzang couldn't help but step forward. "Stop!" Luo Beachin shouted, and even raised his rifle. Renzang was startled. "Luo Jet, what are you doing?" Luo Beachin quickly brushed off the little grass on his body. "This may be the powder ground from Phoenix Tail Palm." Luo Beachin looked at Renzang and said, "Stay here, don't move. I'll go back to the camp to get help." While talking, "I don't know if it's an illusion. Luo Beachin always feels that the grass and trees in the distance seem to become blurred. It seems that there is fog." When Renzang heard it was Phoenix Tail Sunflower, he was shocked and said, "No way, where did Phoenix Tail Sunflower come from?" Then, he shouted, "Luo Yan." Renzang hurriedly said, "Brother Luo, I'll go back with you. This place is not far from the camp. Let's run faster and we should be able to get there before dark." Luo Beachin didn't think so. They were quite far away from the camp now. I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to get back to the camp before dark. If Renzang followed along the way, wouldn't it be dangerous at any time? After all, Renzang was now covered with Phoenix Tail Sunflower powder. He was like a beacon in the dark night. He could attract the attention of the Overlord level beast at any time. Luo Beachin suddenly lowered the muzzle of the gun and shot Renzang in the leg. Bang! Amid the dull sound of the gun, a blood arrow bounced off Renzang's left thigh. He looked blank. It seemed that he didn't expect Luo Beachin to shoot. Then he screamed and fell to the ground. Renzang raised his head and his eyes were instantly bloodshot. "Why? Didn't you say I was your brother this morning? Is that how you treat your brother?" Luo Beachin said coldly, "I shot you in the leg because I treat you as my brother. Otherwise, I would have shot you in the head. Same thing. Wait for me." After saying that, he turned and ran. He didn't even look at Renzang. Renzang roared, "Luo Beachin, you damn bastard. You must die. You must die. I curse you to be killed by Luo Yan." Panting, Renzang suddenly saw there was mist in the corners of his eyes. He didn't know when. The surroundings were already white. He suddenly felt something and shuddered. He turned around. He saw the sunset that had not completely set, dyeing the thick fog orange-red. In this hazy red light, in the thick fog, a huge figure squatted quietly, like a cat-like figure. Suddenly, three tails were raised behind the shadow. Renzang just screamed. A shadow suddenly surged in the fog. A tongue with countless thorns licked him. Half of Renzang's body suddenly showed white bones. Camp. Luo Beachin rushed in and fell to the ground. He was sweating profusely. Finally, he got back to the camp before dark. People passing by pointed at him. Luo Beachin ignored them. He rushed into Luo Yan's tent. In the tent, Luo Yan and Zheng Shan were talking about something. As soon as Luo Beachin came in, he rushed to Luo Yan. Zheng Shan immediately stopped him. "What are you doing?" Luo Beachin's eyes almost spit fire, pointing at Luo Yan and yelling, "It's you. You threw the bottle. You sprinkled the powder." His shouting attracted Wei Fenghe and a group of students. Luo Beachin pushed Zheng Shan away, took Wei Fenghe's hand and said, "Teacher, catch him. Catch him. He ambushed us. He sprinkled the powder of Phoenix Tail Palm on me and Renzang. He wanted to kill me." Luo Yan's mouth slightly raised. "You said I wanted to kill you. Do you have any evidence?" P.S. Almost 10,000 words were updated today. Please vote and collect it. Handsome guys and beautiful ladies. Chapter 18. Observing combat. Do you have any evidence? Hearing Luo Yan's words, Luo Beachin's face turned blue and red. Of course he had no evidence. At this time, Wei Fenghe had coughed twice and asked a classmate to notify the Exploration Corps. Let them send people to search and rescue Renzang. Then he asked, "Luo Yan, did you ambush Luo Beachin and Renzang?" Luo Yan shook his head immediately. Luo Beachin shouted unwillingly, "You lied." When Feng He looked at him, "Student Luo, do you have evidence to prove that Luo Yan did it?" Luo Beachin said, "I don't have evidence, but who else would want to kill me besides him?" When Feng He said slowly, "If there is no evidence, you can't accuse others casually." Luo Beachin was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood, but he couldn't find words to refute. "Disperse." When Feng He waved his hand and said, "There are other things to do tomorrow. Go to bed early." Luo Beachin looked at Luo Yan hatefully and then pushed the crowd away and left. After everyone left, Luo Yan sighed secretly, "What a pity." In the morning, he followed Luo Beachin and the other two out of the camp. After understanding their route, Luo Yan ground the phoenix tail sunflower into powder. Finally, he successfully sprinkled the powder on the two people. As soon as he succeeded, Luo Yan evacuated. He originally thought that the two people would not be able to escape. Unexpectedly, Luo Beachin came back alive. However, I'm afraid that Renzong is in danger. It can be said that his efforts were not in vain. The next day, Luo Yan received news. Renzong died, and his death was ugly. Hearing this news, Zheng Shan snorted and said, "He deserves it." Luo Yan said nothing. Not sad. Not happy. Death. He had seen too many in the 3 years of survival on the surface. After breakfast, the students gathered. When Feng He put his hands behind his back, coughed twice, and then said, "There is no collection mission today. Your main task today is to observe the exploration core mission. You must study hard, which will be of great help to your future career as a mecha master." While he was talking, someone drove a multi-purpose vehicle over. There was a screen on each side of the car. The freshmen split into two groups and could see the entire mission of the exploration core. Soon, images began to appear on the screen. A convoy could be seen driving. A student asked, "Teacher, what is the mission of the exploration core today?" "Recover Jiuying." When Feng He responded slowly, "This was discovered during the last exploration. Today, they have to recover the Jiuying in its entirety. But this mission is not easy. There must be giant beasts near Jiuying. And, there are 3 giant beasts near the Jiuying we are going to recover today. 2 are the lower level Li and Si. There is also the intermediate level 1 Zhuangui. Who can tell me what the characteristics of the Zhuangui are?" The voice had just fallen. Lin Wei raised her hand and said, "Spinning turtle, intermediate level 1. Type, shell worm. Features, thick armor, submerged in the earth, water resistance, poisonous miasma." When Feng He nodded slightly, "Yes, you got it right, and I'll give you 10 credits." He continued, "The other 2 giant beasts are relatively easy to deal with, but the spinning turtle will be a bit troublesome. Intermediate giant beasts already have a certain level of intelligence and cannot be treated as ordinary beasts. That's exactly the case with the spinning turtle. Then, you can watch the specific combat process for yourself." After speaking, when Feng He walked aside, he took out a tin box from his pocket, opened it, and took out 2 pills from it. He took them with water. Then he looked at the big screen with the students. Around the camp, Heo and other 3rd-year students drove their own machines to guard around the camp. At the same time, through the communicator in the cab, they were also able to see the mission process of the exploration core. At this moment, the exploration core convoy was driving in a forest. When there was no way to go, the convoy stopped. Then, the compartments of the mecha carriers unfolded, and the mecha operators entered the cabs. After a moment, one by one, the giants came to life. They left the carriers and stood up. Their figures were immediately taller than the trees. The dense forest was like a messy bush under the feet of these steel giants. A total of 7 Zhuangji, led by a dark red body, advanced towards the target location. Luo Yang knew that the red body was called Flame. The one driving it was said to be Di Zheng's capable subordinate. Soon, the team of mechs walked out of the forest. Outside the forest was a plain. Although this place cannot be considered the hinterland of the canyon, there was already a thin mist floating around. The rocks and scattered trees on the plain were a little blurry, but they could still be seen. There was a large lake in the distance. There was a small island in the center of the lake. On the island, there was a huge, dark, deep crystal stone. It stood on it like a hill. Deep. At this time, the roar of a giant beast sounded from the plane. The students watching in the camp were very nervous. On the screen, the flame made a gesture, and 2 Xuanji fired into the depths of the plane. Bang, bang, with 2 gunshots, something was fired out. It drew a parabola, and fell to the ground. After a while, a light yellow smoke floated. Wen Feng explained, it is a smoke bomb mixed with yaoyin powder. It can attract the attention of the giant beast, but it only works on the lower level giant beasts. He had just finished speaking. On the screen, 2 black shadows appeared in the distance of the plane. In a blink of an eye, 2 giant beasts rushed over. One was the lily, that looked like a wild boar. The other was the sea with grey hair. As soon as these 2 lower level giant beasts appeared, Flame took the 2 Xuanji and bypassed them. The remaining 4 Xuanjis were in groups of 2. He picked up the Shenwei rifle specially used for Behemoths, and pointed it at the front feet of Lili and Sea and shot. Bang 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 bang. Fierce and dull gunshots came from the screen. It was still as loud as thunder. Flames cut through the air and swept across the front feet of the 2 Behemoths. Their skin was torn and blood splattered. The 2 Behemoths became ferocious. Lili rushed towards a mecha under the bullets. Sea raised its front feet and stepped down hard, causing shockwaves. They fought against the 4 mechas in their own ways. At this time, the camera switched. The 3 mechas led by Li Yan appeared in the picture. They came to the vicinity of the big lake in a blink of an eye. They did not wade through the water. The armor on the shoulder of Li Yan opened, revealing the small missile launch cabin inside. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, small missiles ejected flames and flew across the big lake. They actually flew towards the Jiuying, that was like a small mountain on the island in the lake. Note, Sonariids are animals with shells, such as turtles, insects, etc. Chapter 19 Emergency Evacuation. Just as those small missiles were about to fly onto the island in the lake, suddenly, a whirlpool appeared in the lake. In the whirlpool, a huge shadow loomed. The next second, several rotating water columns rose from the lake. They were like dragons condensed from the lake water. As the water columns swayed, they intercepted all the small missiles and detonated one fireball after another. Then the lake water raised huge waves, and the waves over 10 meters high hit the lake shore, forming a turbulent stream of water. It surged past the feet of the 3 mechas including Flame, and then flowed back into the lake. In the big lake, a huge black shadow broke through the water surface and appeared on the screen. This thing has a thick shell like a turtle, and the back of the thick shell is covered with clumps of seaweed. Streams of lake water flowed down from all parts of the body of this giant beast, like dozens of waterfalls. This beast has a bird-like head and a venomous snake-like tail. It roared at the uninvited guest on the lake shore. Its cry is like the sound of chopping wood. This is the spiral turtle, a level 1 intermediate beast. The classic of mountains and seas says, in the mountain of Jiuying, strange waters emerge. There are many black turtles in it, which look like turtles, but have bird heads and snake tails. They are called spiral turtles. Their sounds are like the sound of wood. Wearing them will not make you deaf. They can be used as a foundation. Although the giant beasts above the intermediate level have intelligence, they can be used because of this. When Feng Hua's voice sounded, it attracted the attention of the students. These intelligent giant beasts all know the importance of yaoyin. They know that this strange stone can make them evolve, and even break through their original rank. Therefore, when yaoyin is in danger, they often appear to protect the stone. We can use this to lure the giant beasts out, and then pull them out of their home ground. Get a more favorable fighting environment. While Wei Fenghua was explaining, on the screen, the 3 mechas headed by Lian had quickly formed hand seals. At the same time, they pointed at the spiral turtle in the lake. 3 black ropes shot out at the same time, wrapping around the body of the spiral turtle. The mechas exerted force at the same time, dragging the giant beast in the lake to the shore. Can it be like this? Luo Yan was surprised. It turned out that the Xuanxi could be used in this way. Moreover, after being amplified by the Xuanji, the same black rope was countless times thicker than the one Luo Yan used. In a blink of an eye, the spiral turtle was pulled to the lake shore. The 3 Xuanjis released their handprints and raised their rifles to shoot. The giant beast suddenly retracted its head, limbs and tail into its shell. The flames outlined by the bullets hit the thick shell like a torrential rain, colliding with countless sparks. But apart from blowing away the seaweed on the turtle shell, there was not even a crack in the thick shell of the spiral turtle. Soon the three mechs emptied their magazines. The spiral turtle took the opportunity to stretch out its head and limbs, and then its foreclaws moved quickly. The ground did not seem to change, but it seemed illusory. The body of the black turtle just sank into the ground. This is its ability, to dive into the earth. Flame immediately made a gesture. The three mechs gathered together, back to back, with the muzzles pointed at the ground. Bang 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 bang. The rifles with replaced magazines fired again. Rays of fire shot towards the earth, blasting the earth into pieces of earth and rocks. Suddenly, spinning turtle rose from the ground not far away, and blew out a dark green smoke column from its mouth. This is poison miasma. The three mechs had already dispersed. Then they opened fire at full power. Rifles, missiles, the armor on the back of Flame opened, and a section of the gun barrel rose from the body, mounted on the right shoulder. It is a large caliber cannon specially designed for behemoths. The figure of the spinning turtle can no longer be seen on the screen. Under the concentrated fire of the three mechs, flames flew and mud and rocks splashed. The camera kept shaking. There was no clear picture at all. Outside the student camp, in the black mecha with long arms, Hiheo looked at the battle scene on the screen. His eyes flickered. His fists clenched slightly. He seemed to want to show off his skills on the battlefield. At this moment, the sensor beeped. Super beginner Hiheo didn't care. Soon the sensor beeped again. Hiheo looked at it. His face changed immediately. The sensor captured a blue spectrum signal. This was the reaction of a lower level behemoth. Hiheo immediately picked up the intercom and said, "Attention, at the 7 o'clock direction of the camp." A blue spectrum signal appeared. It has been matched with the database. It's Lily. As soon as the voice fell, his deputy, Sujiuying's voice also sounded. At the 12 o'clock direction, a C appeared. Wait, there is also one at the 2 o'clock direction. The reports of the behemoths appeared one after another. On the sensor radar, Hiheo saw that there were 6 lower level behemoths around the camp and were coming here. Suddenly, an alarm sounded in the camp. Everyone, pay attention. 6 lower level beasts are attacking the camp. Hiheo's voice rang out over the camp. We will try to intercept them. Teacher Wendy, please evacuate immediately. This sudden alarm caused the students to be in a mess. Zheng Shan shouted, why are there 6 beasts? Isn't this the edge of the area, a safe zone? Luo Yan was speechless. At this time, Wen Fenghua shouted, split into small groups. If we gather together, the target will be too obvious. We will be targeted by the beasts. Everyone, follow the previous groupings. Each group will drive an off-road vehicle to leave. Gather at the entrance of the canyon. Act immediately. After hearing this, Luo Yan rushed out immediately. Zheng Shan hurriedly followed. The two rushed to the nearest off-road vehicle, but someone else had the same idea, Luo Beachin. He also noticed Luo Yan and the others. He glared at Luo Yan. Not only did he not stop, but he accelerated. Luo Yan did the same. The two soon met. Luo Beachin whistled and kicked. The tip of his toe poked Luo Yan's head. Luo Yan raised his arm to block. At the same time, he punched out with his right fist. He mobilized his Yuan Li and punched hard. Luo Beachin blocked it with his hand. But he was still knocked back several steps by Luo Yan. Zheng Shan had already taken the opportunity to jump into the cab. He started the car, turned the steering wheel, and crashed into Luo Beachin. Luo Beachin quickly rolled a few times to avoid it. Luo Yan did not entangle with him. He jumped into the off-road vehicle. Zheng Shan turned the car around and headed for the exit of the camp. Luo Beachin snorted and jumped into an off-road vehicle passing by. He didn't care whether the group of people in the car were willing or not. He sat down. Just after leaving the camp, Luo Yan heard a roar. He raised his head. In the forest ahead, trees were blown down. A Lili rushed straight towards him. At this moment, Luo Yan's head darkened. He raised his head. He saw a mecha crossing over their off-road vehicle. Looking from below, he could see the mottled scratches on the outer armor of the body, the flashing signal lights, and the gas discharged from the body. Boom. Black thunder stomped heavily on the ground nearby. The ground was dented, and the off-road vehicle that Luo Yan was in also jumped up. Then Black Thunder rushed towards the beast, and his two huge arms hugged Lily's ball-like head and pushed it down. Bang! The beast fell to the ground, and Luo Yan and his off-road vehicle drove past Lily's kicking legs. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.